some respects, under present social conditions, really even greater in the case of women than of men, for if, as has sometimes been said of our civilization, this is a man's world, the large proportion of able women inverts, whose masculine qualities render it comparatively easy for them to adopt masculine avocations, becomes a highly significant fact. It has been noted of distinguished women in all ages, and in all fields of activity, that they have frequently displayed some masculine traits. 52 Even the first great woman in history, as she has been called by a historian of Egypt, Queen Hatshepsut, was clearly of markedly virile temperament, and always had herself represented on her monuments in masculine costume, and even with a false beard. 53 Other famous queens have on more or less satisfactory grounds been suspected of a homosexual temperament, such as Catherine II of Russia, who appears to have been bisexual, and Queen Christina of Sweden, whose very marked masculine traits and high intelligence seem to have been combined with a definitely homosexual or bisexual temperament. 54 Great religious and moral leaders, like Madame Blavatsky and Louise Michel, have been either homosexual or bisexual or, at least, of pronounced masculine temperament. Great actresses from the 18th century onward have frequently been more or less correctly identified with homosexuality, as also many women distinguished in other arts. 55 Above all, Sappho, the greatest of women poets, the peer of the greatest poets of the other sex in the supreme power of uniting art and passion, has left a name which is permanently associated with homosexuality. It can scarcely be said that opinion is unanimous in regard to Sappho, and the reliable information about her, outside the evidence of the fragments of her poems which have reached us, is scanty. Her fame has always been great. In classic times her name was coupled with Homer's. But even to antiquity she was somewhat of an enigma, and many legends grew up around her name, such as the familiar story that she threw herself into the sea for the love of Phaon. What remains clear is that she was regarded with great respect and admiration by her contemporaries, that she was of aristocratic family, that she was probably married and had a daughter, that at one time she had to take her part in political exile, and that she addressed her girlfriends in precisely similar terms to those addressed by Alcaeus to youths. We know that in antiquity feminine homosexuality was regarded as especially common in Sparta, Lesbos, and Miletus. Horace, who was able to read Sappho's complete poems, states that the objects of her love plaints were the young girls of Lesbos, while Ovid, who played so considerable a part in weaving fantastic stories round Sappho's name, never claimed that they had any basis of truth. It was inevitable that the early Christians should eagerly attack so ambiguous a figure, and Tatian, Oratio ad Graecus, cap. 52, reproached the Greeks that they honored statues of the tribute Sappho, a prostitute who had celebrated her own wantonness and infatuation. The result is that in modern times, there have been some who placed Sappho's character in a very bad light and others who have gone to the opposite extreme in an attempt at rehabilitation. Thus, W. Muir, in his History of the Language and Literature of Ancient Greece, 1854, Volume 3, pages 272-326, 496-8, dealing very fully with Sappho, is disposed to accept many of the worst stories about her, though he has no pronounced animus, and, as regards female homosexuality, which he considers to be far more venial than male homosexuality, he remarked that in modern times, it has numbered among its votaries females distinguished for refinement of manners and elegant accomplishments. Pascal, on the other hand, will accept no statements about Sappho which conflict with modern ideals of complete respectability, and even seeks to rewrite her most famous ode in accordance with the colorless literary sense, which he supposes that it originally bore. J.M.F. Pascal, La chaste Sappho et le Novum Feministe Grave Athens, 1911. Wilhelm Auwitz Moellendorff, Sappho with Simonides, 1913, also represents the antiquated view, formerly championed by Welcker, according to which the attribution of homosexuality is a charge of vice, to be repudiated with indignation. Most competent and reliable authorities today, however, while rejecting the accretions of legend around Sappho's name and not disputing her claim to respect, are not disposed to question the personal and homosexual character of her poems. All ancient tradition and the character of her extant fragments, says Professor J. A. Platt, Encyclopedia Britannica, 11th ed. Art. Sappho, show that her morality was what has ever since been known as lesbian. What exactly that lesbian morality involved, we cannot indeed exactly ascertain. It is altogether idle, as A. Croisset remarks of Sappho, Histoire de la littérature grecque. Volume 2, ch. v. To discuss the exact quality of this friendship or this love, or to seek to determine with precision the frontiers, which language itself often seems to seek to confuse, of a friendship more or less aesthetic and sensual, of a love more or less platonic. See also J. M. Edmonds, Sappho in the Added Light of the New Fragments, 1912. Ewan Block similarly concludes, Ursprung der Syphilis, Volume 2, 1911, page 507, that Sappho probably combined, as modern investigation shows to be easily possible, lofty ideal feelings with passionate sensuality, exactly as happens in normal love. It must also be said that in literature homosexuality in women has furnished a much more frequent motive to the artist than homosexuality in men. Among the Greeks, indeed, homosexuality in women seldom receives literary consecration, and in the revival of the classical spirit at the Renaissance it was still chiefly in male adolescence, as we see, for instance, in Marino's Adone, that the homosexual ideal found expression. After that date male inversion was for a long period rarely touched in literature, save briefly and satirically, while inversion in women becomes a subject which might be treated in detail and even with complacence. Many poets and novelists, especially in France, might be cited in evidence. Ariosto, it has been pointed out, has described the homosexual attractions of women. Diderot's famous novel, La Religieuse, which, when first published, was thought to have been actually written by a nun, deals with the torture to which a nun was put by the perverse lubricity of her abbess, for whom, it is said, Diderot found a model in the abbess of Chelles, a daughter of the regent and thus a member of a family, which for several generations showed a marked tendency to inversion. Diderot's narrative has been described as a faithful description of the homosexual phenomena liable to occur in convents. Feminine homosexuality, especially in convents, was often touched on less seriously in the 18th century. Thus we find a homosexual scene in Le Plaisirs du Cloître, a play written in 1773, Le Théâtre d'Amour en Exhibition Cynical, 1910. Balzac, who treated so many psychological aspects of love in a more or less veiled manner, has touched on this in La Fiancée d'Or, in a vague and extravagantly romantic fashion. Gautier made the adventures of a woman who was predisposed to homosexuality, and slowly realizes the fact, the central motive of his wonderful romance, Mademoiselle de Maupin, 1835. He approached the subject purely as an artist and poet, but his handling of it shows remarkable insight. Gautier based his romance to some extent on the life of Madame Maupin, or, as she preferred to call herself, Mademoiselle Maupin, who was born in 1673, her father's name being d'Aubigny, dressed as a man, and became famous as a teacher of fencing. Afterward as an opera singer, she was apparently of bisexual temperament, and her devotion to women led her into various adventures. She ultimately entered a convent, and died, at the age of 34, with a reputation for sanctity. E. C. Clayton, Queens of Song, Volume 1, pp. 52-61, F. Karsh Mademoiselle Maupin, Jarbuch für Sexualzwischenstufen, Volume 5, 1903, pages 694-706. A still greater writer, Flaubert, in Salambas, 1862, made his heroine homosexual. Zola has described sexual inversion in Nona and elsewhere. Some 30 years ago a popular novelist, Abelot, published a novel called Mademoiselle Giraud, Ma Femme, which was much read. The novelist took the attitude of a moralist who is bound to treat frankly, but with all decorous propriety, a subject of increasing social gravity. The story is that of a man whose bride will not allow his approach on account of her own liaison with a female friend continued after marriage. This book appears to have given origin to a large number of novels, some of which touch the question with considerable less affectation of propriety. Among other novelists who have dealt with the matter may be mentioned Guy de Maupassant, La Femme de Paul, Berger, Crime d'Amour, Cachel Mendes, Mephistopheles, and Willie in the Claudine series. Among poets who have used the motive of homosexuality in women with more or less boldness may be found Lamartine, Regina, Swinburne, first series of poems and ballads, Verlaine, Parallelement, and Pierre Louis, Chansons de Bilitis. The last-named book, a collection of homosexual prose poems, attracted considerable attention on publication, as it was an attempt at mystification, being put forward as a translation of the poems of a newly discovered Oriental Greek poetess. Bilitis, more usually Beltis, is the Syrian name for Aphrodite. Les chansons de Bilitis are not without charm, but have been severely dealt with by Wilhelmowitz Moellendorff. Sappho or Simonides, 1913, page 63 a sec, as a travesty of Hellenism, betraying inadequate knowledge of Greek antiquity. More interesting, as the work of a woman who was not only highly gifted, but herself of homosexual temperament, are the various volumes of poems published by Renée Vivien. This lady, whose real name was Pauline Tarn, was born in 1877. Her father was of Scotch descent, and her mother an American lady from Honolulu. As a child she was taken to Paris and was brought up as a French girl. She traveled much and at one time took a house at Mytilene, the chief city of ancient Lesbos. She had a love of solitude, hated publicity, and was devoted to her women friends, especially to one whose early death about 1900 was the great sorrow of Pauline Tarn's life. She is described as very beautiful, very simple and sweet-natured, and highly accomplished in many directions. She suffered, however, from nervous overtension and incurable melancholy. Toward the close of her life she was converted to Catholicism and died in 1909, at the age of 32. She is buried in the cemetery at Passy. Her best verse is by some considered among the finest in the French language. Charles Brum, Pauline Tarn, Notes and Queries, August 22, 1914. The same writer, who knew her well, has also written a pamphlet, Renée Vivien, Sansit, Paris, 1911. Her chief volumes of poems are Etudes et Préludes, 1901, Cendres et Palsiers, 1902, Evocations, 1903. A novel, Un femme et parrot, 1904, is said to be to some extent autobiographical. Renée Vivien also wrote a volume on Sappho with translations, and a further volume of poems, Les Chytrides, suggested by the fragments which remain of the minor women poets of Greece, followers of Sappho. It is, moreover, noteworthy that a remarkably large proportion of the cases in which homosexuality has led to crimes of violence, or otherwise come under medico-legal observation, has been among women. It is well known that the part taken by women generally in open criminality, and especially in crimes of violence, is small as compared with men. 56. In the homosexual field, as we might have anticipated, the conditions are to some extent reversed. Inverted men, in whom a more or less feminine temperament is so often found, are rarely impelled to acts of aggressive violence, though they frequently commit suicide. Inverted women, who may retain their feminine emotionality combined with some degree of infantile impulsiveness and masculine energy, present a favorable soil for the seeds of passional crime. Under those conditions of jealousy and allied emotions which must so often enter into the invert's life, the first conspicuous example of this tendency in recent times is the Memphis case, 1892, in the United States. Arthur MacDonald, Observation de Sexualité Pathologique Féminine Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle. May, 1895. See also Kraft-Ebing, Psychopathia Sexualis, and Trans, of 10th ed., page 550. In this case a congenital sexual invert. Alice Mitchell planned a marriage with Freda Ward, taking a male name and costume. This scheme was frustrated by Frida's sister, and Alice Mitchell then cut Frida's throat. There is no reason to suppose that she was insane at the time of the murder. She was a typical invert of a very pronounced kind. Her mother had been insane and had homicidal impulses. She herself was considered unbalanced and was masculine in her habits from her earliest years. Her face was obviously unsymmetrical and she had an appearance of youthfulness below her age. She was not vicious and had little knowledge of sexual matters, but when she kissed Frida she was ashamed of being seen. While Frida could see no reason for being ashamed, she was adjudged insane. There have been numerous cases in America more recently. One case, for some details concerning which I am indebted to Dr. J.G. Kiernan, of Chicago, is that of the Tiller sisters, two quintroons, who for many years had acted together under that name in cheap theaters. One, who was an invert, with a horror of men dating from early girlhood, was sexually attached to the other, who was without inborn inversion, and was eventually induced by a man to leave the invert. The latter, overcome by jealousy, broke into the apartment of the couple and shot the man dead. She was tried and sent to prison for life. A defense of insanity was made, but for this there was no evidence. In another case, also occurring in Chicago, reported in Medicine, June 1899, and alienist and neurologist, October 1899, a trained nurse lived for 14 years with a young woman who left her on 4 different occasions, but was each time induced to return. Finally, however, she left and married, whereupon the nurse shot the husband, who was not, however, fatally wounded. The culprit in this case had been twice married, but had not lived with either of her husbands. It was stated that her mother had died in an asylum, and that her brother had committed suicide. She was charged with disorderly conduct and subjected to a fine. In another later case in Chicago, a Russian girl of 22, named Anna Rubinowicz, shot from motives of jealousy another Russian girl to whom she had been devoted from childhood, and then fatally shot herself. The relations between the two girls had been very intimate. "Our love affair is one purely of the soul," Anna Rubinowicz was accustomed to say. "We love each other on a higher plane than that of earth." I am informed that there were in fact physical relationships. The sexual organs were normal. This continued, with great devotion on each side, until Anna's sweetheart began to show herself susceptible to the advances of a male wooer. This aroused uncontrollable jealousy in Anna, whose father, it may be noted, had committed suicide by shooting some years previously. Homosexual relationships are also a cause of suicide among women. Such a case was reported in Massachusetts early in 1901. A girl of 21 had been tended during a period of nervous prostration, apparently of hysterical nature, by a friend and neighbor. 14 years her senior, married and having children, an intimate friendship grew up, equally ardent on both sides. The mother of the younger woman and the husband of the other took measures to put a stop to the intimacy, and the girl was sent away to a distant city. Stolen interviews, however, still occurred. Finally, when the obstacles became insurmountable, the younger woman bought a revolver and deliberately shot herself in the temple, in presence of her mother, dying immediately. Though sometimes thought to act rather strangely, she was a great favorite with all. Handsome, very athletic, fond of all outdoor sports, an energetic religious worker, possessing a fine voice, and was an active member of many clubs and societies. The older woman belonged to an aristocratic family and was loved and respected by all. In another case in New York in 1905, retired sailor, Captain John Weed, who had commanded transatlantic vessels for many years, was admitted to a home for old sailors and shortly after became ill and despondent, and cut his throat. It was then found that Captain Weed was really a woman. I am informed that the old sailor's despondency and suicide were due to enforced separation from a female companion. The infatuation of young girls for actresses and other prominent women may occasionally lead to suicide. Thus in Philadelphia, a few years ago, a girl of 19, belonging to a very wealthy family, beautiful and highly educated, acquired an absorbing infatuation for Miss Mary Garden, the prima donna, with whom she had no personal acquaintance. The young girl would kneel and worship before the singer's portrait, and studied hairdressing and manicuring in the hope of becoming Miss Garden's maid. When she realized that her dream was hopeless, she shot herself with a revolver. Cases more or less resembling those here brought forward occur from time to time in all parts of the civilized world. Reports, mostly from current newspapers, of such cases, as well as of simple transvestism, or eonism, in both women and men, will be found in the publications of the Berlin Wissenschaftliche Humanitarian Committee, the Monatsbericht up to 1909, then in the Vierteljahrspericht, and from 1913 onward in the Jahrbuch für Sexualwissenschaften. Yet, until recently, comparatively little has been known of sexual inversion in women. Even so lately as 1901, after the publication of the first edition of the present study, Krafft-Ebing wrote that scarcely 50 cases had been recorded. The chief monographs devoted but little space to women. Krafft-Ebing himself, in the earlier editions of Psychopathia Sexualis, gave little special attention to inversion in women, although he published a few cases. Moll, however, included a valuable chapter on the subject in his Kontrollsexualempfindung, narrating numerous cases, and inversion in women also received special attention in the present study. Hirschfeld, however, in his Homosexualität, 1914, is the first authority who has been able to deal with feminine homosexuality, as completely coordinate with masculine homosexuality. The two manifestations, masculine and feminine, are placed on the same basis and treated together throughout the work. It is, no doubt, not difficult to account for this retardation in the investigation of sexual inversion in women, notwithstanding the severity with which homosexuality in women has been visited in a few cases. For the most part men seem to have been indifferent toward it. When it has been made a crime or a cause for divorce in men, it has usually been considered as no offense at all in women. 57. Another reason is that it is less easy to detect in women. We are accustomed to a much greater familiarity and intimacy between women than between men, and we are less apt to suspect the existence of any abnormal passion. And, allied with this cause, we have also to bear in mind the extreme ignorance and the extreme reticence of women regarding any abnormal or even normal manifestation of their sexual life. A woman may feel a high degree of sexual attraction for another woman without realizing that her affection is sexual, and when she does realize this, she is nearly always very unwilling to reveal the nature of her intimate experience, even with the adoption of precautions, and although the fact may be present to her that, by helping to reveal the nature of her abnormality, she may be helping to lighten the burden of it on other women. Among the numerous confessions voluntarily sent to Krafft-Ebing there is not one by a woman. There is, again, the further reason that well-marked and fully developed cases of inversion are probably rarer in women, though a slighter degree may be more common, in harmony with the greater affectability of the feminine organism to slight stimuli, and its lesser liability to serious variation. The same aberrations that are found among men are, however, everywhere found among women. Feminine inversion has sometimes been regarded as a vice of modern refined civilization, yet it was familiar to the Anglo-Saxons, and Theodore's penitential in the 7th century assigned a penance of 3 years, considerably less than that assigned to men, or for bestiality, to a woman fornicating with a woman. Among the women of savages in all parts of the world homosexuality is found, though it is less frequently recorded than among men. In New Zealand it is stated on the authority of Morenhout, though I have not been able to find the reference, that the women practiced lesbianism. In South America, where inversion is common among men, we find similar phenomena in women. Among Brazilian tribes Gandavo wrote, there are certain women among these Indians who determine to be chaste and know no man. These leave every womanly occupation and imitate the men. They wear their hair the same way as the men. They go to war with them or hunting, bearing their bows. They continue always in the company of men, and each has a woman who serves her and with whom she lives. This has some analogy with the phenomena seen among North American men. Dr. Holder, who has carefully studied the bote, tells me that he has met no corresponding phenomena in women. There is no doubt, however, that homosexuality among women is well known to the American Indians in various regions. Thus the Salish Indians of British Columbia have a myth of an old woman, who had intercourse with a young woman by means of a horn, used as a penis. In the mythology of the Assiniboine Indians, of Canada and Montana, and the Fox Indians, of Iowa, there are also legends of feminine homosexuality, supposed to have been derived from the Algonquin Cree Indians, who were closely connected with both. According to the Assiniboine legend, a man's wife fell in love with his sister and eloped with her, a boneless child being the result of the union. The husband pursued the couple, and killed his wife as well as the child. No one cared to avenge her death. The Fox legend, entitled Two Maidens Who Played the Harlot with Each Other, runs as follows. It is said that once on a time long ago, there were two young women who were friends together. It is told that there were also two youths who tried to woo the two maidens, but they were not able even so much as to talk with them. After a while the youths began to suspect something wrong. So once during the summer, when the two maidens started away to peel off bark, the youths followed, staying just far enough behind to keep them in sight. While the girls were peeling the bark, the youths kept themselves hidden. After a while they no longer heard the sound of the maidens at work, whereupon they began to creep up to where they were. When they drew nigh, behold, the maidens were in the act of taking off their clothes. The first to disrobe flung herself down on the ground and lay there. "Pray, what are these girls going to do?" was the feeling in the hearts of the youths. And to their amazement the girls began to lie with each other. Thereupon the youths ran to where the girls were. She who was lying on top instantly fell over backward. Her clitoris was standing out and had a queer shape. It was like a turtle's penis. Thereupon the maidens began to plead with the youths. "Oh, don't tell on us," they said. "Truly it is not of our own free desire that we have done this thing. We have done it under the influence of some unknown being." It is said that afterward one of the maidens became big with child. In the course of time, she gave birth, and the child was like a soft-shell turtle. In Bali, according to Jacobs, as quoted by Ploss and Bartels, homosexuality is almost as common among women as among men, though it is more secretly exercised. The methods of gratification adopted are either digital or lingual, or else by bringing the parts together. Tribadism. Bauman, who noted inversion among the male Negro population of Zanzibar, finds that it is also not rare among women, although Oriental manners render it impossible for such women to wear men's clothes openly. They do so in private, and are recognized by other women by their men-like bearing, as also by the fact that women's garments do not suit them. They show a preference for masculine occupations, and seek sexual satisfaction among women who have the same inclinations, or else among normal women, who are won over by presents or other means. In addition to tribadism or cunnilingus, they sometimes use an ebony or ivory phallus, with a kind of glans at one end, or sometimes at both ends. In the latter case it can be used by two women at once, and sometimes it has a hole bored through it by which warm water can be injected. It is regarded as an Arab invention, and is sometimes used by normal women shut up in harems, and practically deprived of sexual satisfaction. Among the Arab women, according to Coker, homosexual practices are rare, though very common among Arab men. In Egypt, however, according to Gadar, Coker, and others, it is almost fashionable, and every woman in the harem has a friend. In Turkey homosexuality is sometimes said to be rare among women, but it would appear to be found in the harems and women's baths of Turkey, as well as of Islam generally. Brantôme in the 16th century referred to the lesbianism of Turkish women at the baths, and Leo Africanus in the same century mentioned the tribadism of Moorish women, and the formal organization of tribatic prostitution in Fez. There was an Osmanli Sapphic poetess, Mihri, whose grave is at Amasia, and Vambari and Ajastorides agree as to the prevalence of feminine homosexuality in Turkey. Among the Negroes and mulattoes of French Creole countries, according to Poirier, homosexuality is very common. "I know a lady of great beauty," he remarks, "a stranger in Guadeloupe and the mother of a family, who is obliged to stay away from the markets and certain shops because of the excessive admiration of mulatto women and negresses, and the impudent invitations which they dare to address to her." He refers to several cases of more or less violent sexual attempts by women on young colored girls of 12 or 14, and observes that such attempts by men on children of their own sex are much rarer. in China, according to Madanon, and in Cochin, China, according to Lorian, homosexuality does not appear to be common among women. In India, however, it is probably as prevalent among women as it certainly is among men. In the first edition of this study I quoted the opinion of Dr. Buchanan, then superintendent of the Central Jail of Bengal at Bhagalpur, who informed me that he had never come across a case and that his head gaoler had never heard of such a thing in 25 years' experience. Another officer in the Indian Medical Service assures me, however, that there cannot be the least doubt as to the frequency of homosexuality among women in India, either inside or outside jails. I am indebted to him for the following notes on this point. That homosexual relationships are common enough among Indian women is evidenced by the fact that the Hindustani language has 5 words to denote the triplet: 1. Dogana, 2. Samikhe, 3. Satyr, 4. Chapathy, and 5. Chapatbaz. The modus operandi is generally what Marshall calls geminis comatirkunis, but sometimes a phallus, called sabura, is employed. The act itself is called chapat or chapti, and the Hindustani poets, Nazir, Rankin, John Sahib, treat of lesbian love very extensively and sometimes very crudely. John Sahib, a woman poet, sings to the effect that intercourse with a woman by means of a phallus is to be preferred to the satisfaction offered by a male lover. The common euphemism employed when speaking of 2 tributes who live together is that they'll live apart. So much for the literary evidence as to the prevalence of what Mirabel Dick 2. Dr. Buchanan's gaoler was ignorant of. Now for facts. In the jail of R, the superintendent discovered a number of phalli in the female's enclosure. They were made of clay and sun-dried and bore marks of use. In the jail of S was a woman who, as is usual with tributes in India, wore male attire, and was well known for her sexual proclivities. An examination revealed the following: face much lined, mamma of masculine type, but nipples elongated and readily erectile. Gluteal and iliac regions quite of masculine type, as also the thighs. Clitoris, with enlarged glands, readily erectile. Nympha thickened and enlarged. Vulvar orifice patent, for she had in early youth been a prostitute. The voice was almost contralto. Her partner was of low type, but eminently feminine in configuration and manner. In this case I heard that the man went to a local ascetic, and begged his intercession with the deity, so that she might impregnate her partner. The Hindu medical works mention the possibility of a woman uniting with another woman in sexual embraces, and begetting a boneless fetus. Short History of Aryan Medical Science, page 44. In the town of Thi there lived apart 2 women, one a Brahmin, the other a grazier. Their modus operandi was tribadism, as an eyewitness informed me. In S I was called in to treat the widow of a wealthy Mohammedan. I had occasion to examine the pudenda, and found what Martineau would have called the indelible stigmata of early masturbation and later Sapphism. She admitted the impeachment and confessed that she was on the best of terms with her 3 remarkably well-formed and good-looking handmaidens. This lady said that she began masturbation at an early age, just like all other women, and that Sapphism came after the age of puberty. Another Mohammedan woman whom I knew, and who had a very large clitoris, told me that she had been initiated into lesbian love at 12 by a neighbor, and had intermittently practiced it ever since. I might also instance 2 sisters of the gardener caste, both widows, who lived apart and indulged in simultaneous Sapphism. That sometimes the actors in tribadism are most vigorous is shown by the fact that, in the central jail of, swelling of the vulva was admitted to have been caused by the embraces of 2 female convicts. The subordinate who told me this mentioned it quite incidentally, while relating his experiences as hospital assistant at this jail. When I questioned him, he stated that the woman, whom he was called to treat, told him that she could never satisfy herself with men, but only with women. He added that tribadism was quite common in the jail. The foregoing sketch may serve to show that homosexual practices certainly, and probably definite sexual inversion, are very widespread among women in very many and various parts of the world, though it is likely that, as among men, there are variations, geographical, racial, national, or social, in the frequency or intensity of its obvious manifestations. Thus, in the 18th century, Casanova remarked that the women of Provence are specially inclined to lesbianism. In European prisons, homosexual practices flourish among the women fully as much, it may probably be said, as among the men. There is, indeed, some reason for supposing that these phenomena are here sometimes even more decisively marked than among men. 58. This prevalence of homosexuality among women in prison is connected with the close relationship between feminine criminality and prostitution. The frequency of homosexual practices among prostitutes is a fact of some interest, and calls for special explanation. For, at the first glance, it seems in opposition to all that we know concerning the exciting causes of homosexuality. Regarding the fact there can be no question. 59. It has been noted by all who are acquainted with the lives of prostitutes, though opinion may differ as to its frequency. In Berlin, Moll was told in well-informed quarters, the proportion of prostitutes with lesbian tendencies is about 25%. This was almost the proportion at Paris many years ago, according to Père. Today, according to Chevalier, it is larger, and Bourneville believes that 75% of the inmates of the Parisian venereal hospitals have practiced homosexuality. Hammer in Germany has found among 66 prostitutes that 41 were homosexual. 60. Hirschfeld thinks that inverted women are specially prone to become prostitutes. Eulenberg believes, on the other hand, that the conditions of their life favor homosexuality among prostitutes. A homosexual union seems to them higher, purer, more innocent, and more ideal. There is, however, no fundamental contradiction between these two views. They are probably both right. In London, so far as my inquiries extend, homosexuality among prostitutes is very much less prevalent, and in a well-marked form is confined to a comparatively small section. I am indebted to a friend for the following note. From my experience of the Parisian prostitute, I gather that lesbianism in Paris is extremely prevalent, indeed, one might almost say normal. In particular, most of the Chahut dancers of the Moulin Rouge, Casino de Paris, and the other public balls are notorious for going in couples, and, for the most part, they prefer not to be separated, even in their most professional moments with the other sex. In London the thing is, naturally, much less obvious, and, I think, much less prevalent, but it is certainly not infrequent. A certain number of well-known prostitutes are known for their tendencies in this direction, which do not, however, interfere in any marked way with the ordinary details of their profession. I do not personally know of a single prostitute who is exclusively lesbian. I have heard vaguely that there are one or two such anomalies, but I have heard as well. Cocotte at the Corinthian announced to the whole room that she was going home with a girl, and no one doubted the statement. Her name, indeed, was generally coupled with that of a fifth-rate actress. Another woman of the same kind has a little clientele of women who buy her photographs in Burlington Arcade. In the lower ranks of the profession all this is much less common. One often finds women who have simply never heard of such a thing. They know of it in regard to men, but not in regard to women, and they are, for the most part, quite horrified at the notion, which they consider part and parcel of French beastliness. Of course, almost every girl has her friend, and, when not separately occupied, they often sleep together. But, while in separate, rare cases, this undoubtedly means all that it can mean. For the most part, so far as one can judge, it means no more than it would mean among ordinary girls. It is evident that there must be some radical causes for the frequency of homosexuality among prostitutes. One such cause doubtless lies in the character of the prostitute's relations with men. These relations are of a professional character, and, as the business element becomes emphasized, the possibility of sexual satisfaction diminishes, at the best. Also, there lacks the sense of social equality, the feeling of possession, and scope for the exercise of feminine affection and devotion. These the prostitute must usually be forced to find either in a bully or in another woman. Apart from this fact, it must be borne in mind that, in a very large number of cases, prostitutes show in slight or more marked degree many of the signs of neurotic heredity. 61. And it would not be surprising if they present the germs of homosexuality in an unusually high degree. The life of the prostitute may well develop such latent germs, and so we have an undue tendency to homosexuality, just as we have it among criminals, and, to a much less extent, among persons of genius and intellect. Homosexuality is specially fostered by those employments which keep women in constant association, not only by day, but often at night also, without the company of men. This is, for instance, the case in convents, and formerly, at all events, however, it may be today. Homosexuality was held to be very prevalent in convents. This was especially so in the 18th century when very many young girls, without any religious vocation, were put into convents. 62 The same again is today the case with the female servants in large hotels, among whom homosexual practices may have been found very common. 63 Laycock, many years ago, noted the prevalence of manifestations of this kind, which he regarded as hysterical, among seamstresses, lace makers, etc., confined for hours in close contact with one another in heated rooms. The circumstances under which numbers of young women are employed during the day in large shops and factories, and sleep in the establishment, 2 in a room or even 2 in a bed, are favorable to the development of homosexual practices. In England it is seldom that anyone cares to investigate these phenomena, though they certainly exist. They have been more thoroughly studied elsewhere. Thus, in Rome, Niceforo, who studied various aspects of the lives of the working classes, succeeded in obtaining much precise information concerning the manners and customs of the young girls in dressmaking and tailoring workrooms. He remarks that few of those who see the virtuous daughters of the people, often not more than 12 years old, walking along the streets with a dressmaker's box under their arm, modestly bent head and virginal air, realize the intense sexual preoccupations often underlying these appearances. In the workrooms, the conversation perpetually revolves around sexual subjects in the absence of the mistress or forewoman, and even in her presence the slang that prevails in the workrooms leads to dialogues with a double meaning. A state of sexual excitement is thus aroused which sometimes relieves itself mentally by psychic onanism, sometimes by some form of masturbation. One girl admitted to Niceforo that by allowing her thoughts to dwell on the subject while at work, she sometimes produced physical sexual excitement, as often as 4 times a day. See also Volume 1 of these studies, Autoeroticism. Sometimes, however, a vague kind of homosexuality is produced, the girls, excited by their own thoughts and their conversation, being still further excited by contact with each other. In summer, in one workroom, some of the girls wear no drawers, and they unbutton their bodices, and work with crossed legs, more or less uncovered. In this position, the girls draw near and inspect one another. Some boast of their white legs, and then the petticoats are raised altogether for more careful comparison. Many enjoy this inspection of nudity, and experience real sexual pleasure. From midday till 2 p.m., during the hours of greatest heat, when all are in this condition, and the mistress, in her chemise, and sometimes, with no shame at the worker's presence, even without it, falls asleep on the sofa, all the girls, without one exception, masturbate themselves. The heat seems to sharpen their desires and morbidly arouse all their senses. The voluptuous emotions, restrained during the rest of the day, break out with irresistible force, stimulated by the spectacle of each other's nakedness. Some place their legs together and thus heighten the spasm by the illusion of contact with a man. In this way they reach mutual masturbation. It is noteworthy, however, Niceforo points out, that these couples for mutual masturbation are never lesbian couples. Tribadism is altogether absent from the factories and workrooms. He even believes that it does not exist among girls of the working class. He further describes how, in another workroom, during the hot hours of the day in summer, when no work is done, some of the girls retire into the fitting room, and, having fastened their chemises round their legs and thighs with pins, so as to imitate trousers, play at being men and pretend to have intercourse with the others. Niceforo, Il Gergo, Cap v. 1897. Tour and I have reproduced these details from Niceforo's careful study because, although they may seem to be trivial at some points, They clearly bring out the very important distinction between a merely temporary homosexuality and true inversion. The amusements of these young girls may not be considered eminently innocent or wholesome, but, on the other hand, they are not radically morbid or vicious. They are strictly, and even consciously, play. They are dominated by the thought that the true sexual ideal is normal relationship with a man, and they would certainly disappear in the presence of a man. It must be remembered that Niceforo's observations were made among girls who were mostly young. In the large factories, where many adult women are employed, the phenomena tend to be rarer, but of much less trivial and playful character. At Wolverhampton, some 40 years ago, the case was reported of a woman in a galvanizing store who, after dinner, indecently assaulted a girl who was a new hand. 2 young women held the victim down, and this seems to show that homosexual vice was here common and recognized. No doubt, this case is exceptional in its brutality. It throws, however, a significant light on the conditions prevailing in factories. In Spain, in the large factories where many adult women are employed, especially in the great tobacco factory at Seville, lesbian relationships seem to be not uncommon. Here the women work in an atmosphere which in summer is so hot that they throw off the greater part of their clothing, to such an extent that a bell is rung whenever a visitor is introduced into a workroom, in order to warn the workers. Such an environment predisposes to the formation of homosexual relationships. When I was in Spain some years ago, an incident occurred at the Seville Fábrica de Tabacos, which attracted much attention in the newspapers, and, though it was regarded as unusual, it throws light on the life of the workers. One morning as the women were entering the workroom and amid the usual scene of animation changing their manila shawls for the light costume worn during work, one drew out a small clasp knife and, attacking another, rapidly inflicted 6 or 7 wounds on her face and neck, threatening to kill anyone who approached. Both these cigarras were superior workers, engaged in the most skilled kind of work, and had been at the factory for many years. In appearance they were described as presenting a striking contrast. The aggressor, who was 48 years of age, was of masculine air, tall and thin, with an expression of firm determination on her wrinkled face. The victim, on the other hand, whose age was 30, was plump and good-looking and of pleasing disposition. The reason at first assigned for the attack on the younger woman was that her mother had insulted the elder woman's son. It appeared, however, that a close friendship had existed between the 2 women, that latterly the younger woman had formed a friendship with the forewoman of her workroom, and that the elder woman, animated by jealousy, then resolved to murder both. This design was frustrated by the accidental absence of the forewoman that day. In theaters, the abnormal sexuality stimulated by such association in work is complicated by the general tendency for homosexuality to be connected with dramatic aptitude, a point to which I shall have to refer later on. I am indebted to a friend for the following note: passionate friendships among girls, from the most innocent to the most elaborate excursions in the direction of Lesbos, are extremely common in theaters, both among actresses and, even more, among chorus and ballet girls. Here the pell-mell of the dressing rooms, the wait of perhaps 2 hours between the performances, during which all the girls are cooped up, in a state of inaction and of excitement, in a few crowded dressing rooms, afford every opportunity for the growth of this particular kind of sentiment. In most of the theaters there is a little circle of girls, somewhat avoided by the others, or themselves careless of further acquaintanceship, who profess the most unbounded devotion to one another. Most of these girls are equally ready to flirt with the opposite sex, but I know certain ones among them who will scarcely speak to a man, and who are never seen without their particular pal or chum, who, if she gets moved to another theater, will come around and wait for her friend at the stage door. But here, again, it is but seldom that the experience is carried very far. The fact is that the English girl, especially of the lower and middle classes, whether she has lost her virtue or not, is extremely fettered by conventional notions. Ignorance and habit are 2 restraining influences from the carrying out of this particular kind of perversion to its logical conclusions. It is, therefore, among the upper ranks, alike of society and of prostitution, that lesbianism is most definitely to be met with. For here we have much greater liberty of action, and much greater freedom from prejudices. With girls, as with boys, it is in the school, at the evolution of puberty, that homosexuality usually first shows itself. It may originate in a way mainly peripheral or mainly central. In the first case, two children, perhaps when close to each other in bed, more or less unintentionally generate in each other a certain amount of sexual irritation, which they foster by mutual touching and kissing. This is a spurious kind of homosexuality, the often precocious play of the normal instinct. In the girl who is congenitally predisposed to homosexuality, it will continue and develop. In the majority, it will be forgotten as quickly as possible, not without shame, in the presence of the normal object of sexual love. I may quote as fairly typical the following observation supplied by a lady who cannot be called inverted. Like so many other children and girls, I was first taught self-indulgence by a girl at school, and I passed on my knowledge to one or two others, with one of whom I remember once, when we were just 16, spending the night sensually. We were horribly ashamed after, and that was the only time. When I was only 8, there was a girl of 13, who liked to play with my body, and taught me to play with hers, though I rather disliked doing so. We slept together, and this went on at intervals for 6 months. These things, for the sake of getting enjoyment, and not with any passion, are not uncommon with children, but less common, I think, than people sometimes imagine. I believe I could recall without much difficulty the number of times such things happened with me. In the case I mentioned, when I did for one night feel, or try to excite in myself and my girl companion of 16, sensual passion, we had as little children slept together a few times and done these things, and meeting after an absence, just at that age, recalled our childish memories, and were carried away by sexual impulse. But I never felt any peculiar affection or passion for her even at the time, nor she for me. We only felt that our sensual nature was strong at the time, and had betrayed us into something we were ashamed of, and, therefore, we avoided letting ourselves sleep too close after that day. I think we disliked each other, and were revolted whenever we thought of that night, feeling that each had degraded the other and herself. The cases in which the source is mainly central, rather than peripheral, nevertheless merge into the foregoing, with no clear line of demarcation. In such cases a girl forms an ardent attachment for another girl, probably somewhat older than herself, often a schoolfellow, sometimes her schoolmistress, upon whom she will lavish an astonishing amount of affection and devotion. There may or not be any return. Usually the return consists of a gracious acceptance of the affectionate services. The girl who expends this wealth of devotion is surcharged with emotion, but she is often unconscious or ignorant of the sexual impulse, and she seeks for no form of sexual satisfaction. Kissing and the privilege of sleeping with a friend are, however, sought, and at such times it often happens that even the comparatively unresponsive friend feels more or less definite sexual emotion. Prudental turgescence, with secretion of mucus and involuntary twitching of the neighboring muscles, though little or no attention may be paid to this phenomenon, and in the common ignorance of girls concerning sex matters it may not be understood. In some cases there is an attempt, either instinctive or intentional, to develop the sexual feeling by close embraces and kissing. This rudimentary kind of homosexual relationship is, I believe, more common among girls than among boys, and for this there are several reasons. 1. A boy more often has some acquaintance with sexual phenomena, and would frequently regard such a relationship as unmanly. 2. The girl has a stronger need of affection and self-devotion to another person than the boy has. 3. She has not, under our existing social conditions which compel young women to hold the opposite sex at arm's length, the same opportunities of finding an outlet for her sexual emotions, while 4. Conventional propriety recognizes a considerable degree of physical intimacy between girls, thus at once encouraging and cloaking the manifestations of homosexuality. The ardent attachments which girls in schools and colleges form to each other and to their teachers constitute a subject which is of considerable psychological interest and of no little practical importance. These girlish devotions, on the borderland between friendship and sexual passion, are found in all countries where girls are segregated for educational purposes, and their symptoms are, on the whole, singularly uniform. Though they vary in intensity and character to some extent, from time to time and from place to place, sometimes assuming an epidemic form. They have been most carefully studied in Italy, where Obersi and Marcassini, an alienist and a psychologist working in conjunction, have analyzed the phenomena with remarkable insight and delicacy and much wealth of illustrative material. But exactly the same phenomena are everywhere found in English girls' schools, even of the most modern type, and in some of the large American women's colleges. They have sometimes become so acute as to cause much anxiety. On the whole, however, it is probable that such manifestations are regarded more indulgently in girls' than in boys' schools, and in view of the fact that the manifestations of affection are normally more pronounced between girls than between boys, this seems reasonable. The headmistress of an English training college writes, "My own assumption on such matters has been that affection does naturally belong to the body as well as the mind, and between two women is naturally and innocently expressed by caresses. I have never therefore felt that I ought to warn any girl against the physical element in friendship, as such. The test I should probably suggest to them would be the same as one would use for any other relation. Was the friendship helping life as a whole, making them keener, kinder, more industrious, etc., or was it hindering it?" Passionate friendships, of a more or less unconsciously sexual character, are common even outside and beyond school life. It frequently happens that a period during which a young woman falls in love at a distance with some young man of her acquaintance, alternates with periods of intimate attachment to a friend of her own sex. No congenital inversion is usually involved. It generally happens, in the end, either that relationship with a man brings the normal impulse into permanent play, or the steadying of the emotions in the stress of practical life leads to a knowledge of the real nature of such feelings, and a consequent distaste for them. In some cases, on the other hand, such relationships, especially when formed after school life, are fairly permanent. An energetic emotional woman, not usually beautiful, will perhaps be devoted to another who may have found some rather specialized life work, but who may be very unpractical, and who has probably a very feeble sexual instinct. She is grateful for her friends' devotion, but may not actively reciprocate it. The actual specific sexual phenomena generated in such cases vary very greatly. The emotion may be latent or unconscious, it may be all on one side, it is often more or less recognized and shared. Such cases are on the borderland of true sexual inversion, but they cannot be included within its region. Sex in these relationships is scarcely the essential and fundamental element, it is more or less subordinate and parasitic. There is often a semblance of a sex relationship from the marked divergence of the friends in physical and psychic qualities, and the nervous development of one or both the friends is sometimes slightly abnormal. We have to regard such relationships as hypertrophied friendships, the hypertrophy being due to an employed sexual instinct. The following narrative is written by a lady who holds a responsible educational position, a friend of mine, 2 or 3 years older than myself. I am 31, and living in the same house with me, has been passing through a very unhappy time. Long nervous strain connected with this has made her sleep badly, and apt to wake in terrible depression about 3 o'clock in the morning. In the early days of our friendship, about 8 months ago, she occasionally at these times took refuge with me. After a while I insisted on her consulting a doctor, who advised her, amongst other things, not to sleep alone. Thenceforth for 2 or 3 months I induced her to share my room. After a week or two she generally shared my bed for a time at the beginning of the night, as it seemed to help her to sleep. Before this, about the second or third time that she came to me in the early morning, I had been surprised and a little frightened to find how pleasant it was to me to have her, and how reluctant I was that she should go away. When we began regularly to sleep in the same room, the physical part of our affection grew rapidly very strong. It is natural for me generally to caress my friends, but I soon could not be alone in a room with this one without wanting to have my arms around her. It would have been intolerable to me to live with her without being able to touch her. We did not discuss it, but it was evident that the desire was even stronger in her than in me. For some time it satisfied us fully to be in bed together. One night, however, when she had had a cruelly trying day, and I wanted to find all ways of comforting her, I bared my breast for her to lie on. Afterward it was clear that neither of us could be satisfied without this. She groped for it like a child, and it excited me much more to feel that than to uncover my breast and arms altogether at once. Much of this excitement was sexually localized, and I was haunted in the daytime by images of holding this woman in my arms. I noticed also that my inclination to caress my other women friends was not diminished, but increased. All this disturbed me a good deal. The homosexual practices of which I had read lately struck me as merely nasty. I could not imagine myself tempted to them. At the same time the whole matter was new to me, for I had never wanted anyone even to share my bed before. I had read that sex instinct was mysterious and unexpected, and I felt that I did not know what might come next. I knew only one elder person whom, for wide-mindedness, gentleness, and saintliness, I could bear to consult, and to this person, a middle-aged man, I wrote for advice. He replied by a long letter of the most tender warning. I had better not weaken my influence with my friend, he wrote, by going back suddenly or without her consent, but I was to be very wary of going further. There was fire about. I tried to put this into practice by restraining myself constantly in our intercourse, by refraining from caressing her. For instance, when I wanted to caress her and knew that she wanted it, the only result seemed to be that the desire was more tormenting and constant than ever. If at this point my friend had happened to die or go away, and the incident had come to an end, I should probably have been left nervous in these matters for years to come. I should have faltered in the opinion I had always held, that bodily expressions of love between women were as innocent as they were natural, and I might have come nearer than I ever expected to the doctrine of those convent teachers, who forbid their girls to embrace one another for fear an incalculable instinct should carry them to the edge of an abyss. As it was, after a while I said a little on the subject to my friend herself. I had been inclined to think that she might share my anxiety, but she did not share it at all. She said to me that she did not like these thoughts, that she cared for me more than she had ever done for any person except one, now causing most of her unhappiness, and wanted me in all possible ways, and that it would make her sad to feel that I was trying not to want her in one way, because I thought it was wrong. On my part, I knew very well how much she did need and want me. I knew that in relations with others she was spending the greatest effort in following a course that I urged on her, and was doing what I thought right in spite of the most painful pressure on her to do wrong, and that she needed all the support and comfort I could give her. It seemed to me, after our conversation, that the right path for me lay not in giving way to fears and scruples, but in giving my friend straightforwardly all the love I could and all the kinds of love I could. I decided to keep my eyes open for danger, but meanwhile to go on. We were living alone together at the time, and thenceforward we did as we liked doing. As soon as we could, we moved to a bed where we could sleep together all night. In the day when no one was there we sat as close together as we wished, which was very close. We kissed each other as often as we wanted to kiss each other, which was very many times a day. The results of this, so far as I can see, have been wholly good. We love each other warmly, but no temptation to nastiness has ever come, and I cannot see now that it is at all likely to come. With custom, the localized physical excitement has practically disappeared, and I am no longer obsessed by imagined embraces. The spiritual side of our affection seems to have grown steadily stronger and more profitable since the physical side has been allowed to take its natural place, a class in which homosexuality, while fairly distinct, is only slightly marked, is formed by the women to whom the actively inverted woman is most attracted. These women differ, in the first place, from the normal, or average, woman in that they are not repelled or disgusted by lover-like advances from persons of their own sex. They are not usually attractive to the average man, though to this rule there are many exceptions. Their faces may be plain or ill-made, but not seldom they possess good figures, a point which is apt to carry more weight with the inverted woman than beauty of face. Their sexual impulses are seldom well marked, but they are of strongly affectionate nature. On the whole, they are women who are not very robust and well developed, physically or nervously, and who are not well adapted for childbearing, but who still possess many excellent qualities, and they are always womanly. One may, perhaps, say that they are the pick of the women whom the average man would pass by. No doubt, This is often the reason why they are open to homosexual advances, but I do not think it is the sole reason. So far as they may be said to constitute a class, they seem to possess a genuine, though not precisely sexual, preference for women over men, and it is this coldness, rather than lack of charm, which often renders men rather indifferent to them. The actively inverted woman usually differs from the woman of the class just mentioned in one fairly essential character, a more or less distinct trace of masculinity. She may not be, and frequently is not, what would be called a mannish woman, for the latter may imitate men on grounds of taste and habit unconnected with sexual perversion, while in the inverted woman, the masculine traits are part of an organic instinct, which she by no means always wishes to accentuate. The inverted woman's masculine element may, in the least degree, consist only in the fact that she makes advances to the woman to whom she is attracted and treats all men in a cool, direct manner, which may not exclude comradeship, but which excludes every sexual relationship, whether of passion or merely of coquetry. Usually the inverted woman feels absolute indifference toward men, and not seldom repulsion, and this feeling, as a rule, is instinctively reciprocated by men. At the same time, bisexual women are at least as common as bisexual men. History 34, Miss S., aged 38, living in a city of the United States, a businesswoman of fine intelligence, prominent in professional and literary circles. Her general health is good, but she belongs to a family in which there is a marked neuropathic element. She is of rather phlegmatic temperament, well-poised, always perfectly calm and self-possessed, rather retiring in disposition, with gentle, dignified bearing. She says she cannot care for men, but that all her life has been glorified and made beautiful by friendship with women whom she loves as a man loves women. Her character is, however, well disciplined, and her friends are not aware of the nature of her affections. She tries not to give all her love to one person, and endeavors, as she herself expresses it, to use this gift of loving as a stepping stone to high mental and spiritual attainments. She is described by one who has known her for several years as having a high nature, and instincts unerringly toward high things. History 35. Miss B., artist, of German ancestry on the paternal side. Among her brothers and sisters, one is of neurotic temperament and another is inverted. She is herself healthy. She has no repugnance to men, and would even like to try marriage, if the union were not permanent, but she has seldom felt any sexual attraction to a man. In one exceptional instance, early in life, realizing that she was not adapted for heterosexual relationships, she broke off the engagement she had formed. Much later in life, she formed a more permanent relationship with a man of congenial tastes. She is attracted to women of various kinds, though she recognizes that there are some women to whom only men are attracted. Many years since she had a friend to whom she was very strongly attached, but the physical manifestations do not appear to have become pronounced. After that her thoughts were much occupied by several women to whom she made advances, which were not encouraged to pass beyond ordinary friendship. In one case, however, she formed an intimate relationship with a girl somewhat younger than herself, and a very feminine personality, who accepted Miss B's ardent love with pleasure, but in a passive manner, and did not consider that the relationship would stand in the way of her marrying, though she would on no account tell her husband. The relationship for the first time aroused Miss B's latent sexual emotions. She found sexual satisfaction in kissing and embracing her friend's body, but there appeared to be no orgasm. The relationship made a considerable change in her, and rendered her radiant and happy. In her behavior toward men Miss B reveals no sexual shyness. Men are not usually attracted to her. There is nothing striking in her appearance. Her person and manners, though careless, are not conspicuously men-like. She is fond of exercise and smokes a good deal. History 36, Miss H., aged 30. Among her paternal relatives there is a tendency to eccentricity and to nervous disease. Her grandfather drank, her father was eccentric and hypochondriacal, and suffered from obsessions. Her mother and mother's relatives are entirely healthy, and normal in disposition. At the age of 4, she liked to see the naties of a little girl who lived near. When she was about 6, the nursemaid, sitting in the fields, used to play with her own parts, and told her to do likewise, saying it would make a baby come. She occasionally touched herself in consequence, but without producing any effect of any kind. When she was about 8, she used to see various nursemaids uncover their children's sexual parts and show them to each other. She used to think about this when alone, and also about whipping. She never cared to play with dolls, and in her games always took the part of a man. Her first rudimentary sex feelings appeared at the age of 8 or 9, and were associated with dreams of whipping and being whipped, which were most vivid between the ages of 11 and 14. When they died away on the appearance of affection for girls, she menstruated at 12. Her earliest affection, at the age of 13, was for a schoolfellow, a graceful, coquettish girl with long golden hair and blue eyes. Her affection displayed itself in performing all sorts of small services for this girl, in constantly thinking about her, and in feeling deliciously grateful for the smallest return. At the age of 14 she had a similar passion for a girl cousin. She used to look forward with ecstasy to her visits, and especially to the rare occasions when the cousin slept with her. Her excitement was then so great that she could not sleep, but there was no conscious sexual excitement. At the age of 15 or 16 she fell in love with another cousin. Her experiences with this girl were full of delicious sensations. If the cousin only touched her neck, a thrill went through her body which she now regards as sexual. Again, at 17, she had an overwhelming, passionate fascination for a schoolfellow, a pretty, commonplace girl, whom she idealized and etherealized to an extravagant extent. This passion was so violent that her health was, to some extent, impaired, but it was purely unselfish, and there was nothing sexual in it. On leaving school at the age of 19, she met a girl of about the same age as herself, very womanly, but not much attracted to men. This girl became very much attached to her, and sought to gain her love. After some time Miss H was attracted by this love, partly from the sense of power it gave her, and an intimate relation grew up. This relation became vaguely physical, Miss H taking the initiative, but her friend desiring such relations and taking extreme pleasure in them. They used to touch and kiss each other tenderly, especially on the mons veneris, with equal ardor. They each experienced a strong pleasurable feeling in doing this, and sexual erotism, but no orgasm, and it does not appear that this ever occurred. Their general behavior to each other was that of lovers, but they endeavored, as far as possible, to hide this fact from the world. This relation lasted for several years and would have continued, had not Miss H's friend, from religious and moral scruples, put an end to the physical relationship. Miss H had been very well and happy during this relationship. The interference with it seems to have exerted a disturbing influence, and also to have aroused her sexual desires, though she was still scarcely conscious of their real nature. Soon afterward another girl of exceedingly voluptuous type made love to Miss H, to which the latter yielded, giving way to her feelings as well as to her love of domination. She was afterward ashamed of this episode, though the physical element in it had remained vague and indefinite. Her remorse was so great that when her friend, repenting her scruples, implored her to let their relationship be on the same footing as of old, Miss H, in her return, resisted every effort to restore the physical relation. She kept to this resolution for some years and sought to divert her thoughts into intellectual channels. When she again formed an intimate relationship it was with a congenial friend, and lasted for several years. She has never masturbated. Occasionally, but very rarely, she has had dreams of writing accompanied by pleasurable sexual emotions. She cannot recall any actual experience to suggest this, though fond of writing. She has never had any kind of sexual dreams about a man. Of late years she has occasionally had erotic dreams about women. Her feeling toward men is friendly, but she has never had sexual attraction toward a man. She likes them as good comrades, as men like each other. She enjoys the society of men on account of their intellectual attraction. She is herself very active in social and intellectual work. Her feeling toward marriage has always been one of repugnance. She can, however, imagine a man whom she could love or marry. She is attracted to womanly women, sincere, reserved, pure, but courageous in character. She is not attracted to intellectual women, but at the same time cannot endure silly women. The physical qualities that attract her most are not so much beauty of face as a graceful, but not too slender, body with beautiful curves. The women she is drawn to are usually somewhat younger than herself. Women are much attracted to her, and without any effort on her part, she likes to take the active part and protecting role with them. She is herself energetic in character, and with a somewhat neurotic temperament. She finds sexual satisfaction in tenderly touching, caressing, and kissing the loved one's body. There is no cunnilingus, which she regards with abhorrence. She feels more tenderness than passion. There is a high degree of sexual erotism when kissing, but orgasm is rare, and is produced by lying on the friend or by the friend lying on her, without any special contact. She likes being herself kissed, but not so much as taking the active part. She believes that homosexual love is morally right when it is really part of a person's nature, and provided that the nature of homosexual love is always made plain to the object of such affection, she does not approve of it as a mere makeshift or expression of sensuality in normal women. She has sometimes resisted the sexual expression of her feelings, once for years at a time, but always in vain. The effect on her of loving women is distinctly good, she asserts, both spiritually and physically, while repression leads to morbidity and hysteria. She has suffered much from neurasthenia at various periods, but under appropriate treatment it has slowly diminished. The inverted instinct is too deeply rooted to eradicate, but it is well under control. History 37, Miss M., the daughter of English parents, both musicians, who were both of what is described as intense temperament, and there is a neurotic element in the family, though no history of insanity or alcoholism, and she is herself free from nervous disease. At birth she was very small. In a portrait taken at the age of 4, the nose, mouth, and ears are abnormally large, and she wears a little boy's hat. As a child she did not care for dolls or for pretty clothes, and often wondered why other children found so much pleasure in them. As far back as my memory goes, she writes, I cannot recall a time when I was not different from other children. I felt bored when other little girls came to play with me. Though I was never rough or boisterous in my sports, sewing was distasteful to her. Still she cared little more for the pastimes of boys, and found her favorite amusement in reading, especially adventures and fairy tales. She was always quiet, timid, and self-conscious. The instinct first made its appearance in the latter part of her 8th, or the first part of her 9th year. She was strongly attracted by the face of a teacher who used to appear at a side window, on the 2nd floor of the school building, and ring a bell to summon the children to their classes. The teacher's face seemed very beautiful, but sad, and she thought about her continually, though not coming in personal contact with her. A year later this teacher was married and left the school, and the impression gradually faded away. There was no consciousness of sex at this time, she wrote, no knowledge of sexual matters or practices, and the feelings evoked were feelings of pity and compassion and tenderness for a person who seemed to be very sad and very much depressed. It is this quality or combination of qualities which has always made the appeal in my own case. I may go on for years in comparative peace, when something may happen, in spite of my busy practical life, to call it all out. The next feelings were experienced when she was about 11 years of age. A young lady came to visit a next-door neighbor, and made so profound an impression on the child that she was ridiculed by her playmates for preferring to sit in a dark corner on the lawn, where she might watch this young lady, rather than to play games. Being a sensitive child, after this experience she was careful not to reveal her feelings to anyone. She felt instinctively that in this she was different from others. Her sense of beauty developed early, but there was always an indefinable feeling of melancholy associated with it. The twilight, a dark night when the stars shone brightly, these had a very depressing effect upon her, but possessed a strong attraction nevertheless, and pictures appealed to her. At the age of 12 she fell in love with a schoolmate, 2 years older than herself, who was absorbed in the boys and never suspected this affection. She wept bitterly because they could not be confirmed at the same time, but feared to appear undignified and sentimental by revealing her feelings. The face of this friend reminded her of one of Dolce's Madonnas which she loved. Later on, at the age of 16, she loved another friend very dearly and devoted herself to her care. There was a tinge of masculinity among the women of this friend's family, but it is not clear if she can be termed inverted. This was the happiest period of Miss M's life. Upon the death of this friend, who had long been in ill health, 8 years afterward, she resolved never to let her heart go out to anyone again. Specific physical gratification plays no part in these relationships. The physical sexual feelings began to assert themselves at puberty, but not in association with her ideal emotions. In that connection, she writes, I would have considered such things a sacrilege. I fought them and in the measure successfully. The practice of self-indulgence which might have become a daily habit was only occasional. Her image evoked at such times drove away such feelings, for which I felt a repugnance, much preferring the romantic ideal feelings. In this way, quite unconscious of the fact that I was at all different from any other person, I contrived to train myself to suppress or at least to dominate my physical sensations when they arose. That is the reason why friendship and love have always seemed such holy and beautiful things to me. I have never connected the two sets of feelings. I think I am as strongly sexed as anyone, but I am able to hold a friend in my arms and experience deep comfort and peace without having even a hint of physical sexual feeling. Sexual expression may be quite necessary at certain times and right under certain conditions, but I am convinced that free expression of affection along sentimental channels will do much to minimize the necessity for it along specifically sexual channels. I have gone 3 months without the physical outlet. The only time I was ever on the verge of nervous prostration was after having suppressed the instinct for 10 months. The other feelings, which I do not consider as sexual feelings at all, so fill my life in every department: love, literature, poetry, music, professional and philanthropic activities, that I am able to let the physical take care of itself. When the physical sensations come, it is usually when I am not thinking of a loved one at all. I could dissipate them by raising my thought to that spiritual friendship. I do not know if this was right and wise. I know it is what occurred. It seems a good thing to practice some sort of inhibition of the centers, and acquire this kind of domination. One bad result, however, was that I suffered much at times from the physical sensations, and felt horribly depressed and wretched whenever they seemed to get the better of me. I have been able, she writes, successfully to master the desire for a more perfect and complete expression of my feelings, and I have done so without serious detriment to my health. I love few people, she writes again, but in these instances when I have permitted my heart to go out to a friend I have always experienced most exalted feelings, and have been made better by them morally, mentally, and spiritually. Love is with me a religion. With regard to her attitude toward the other sex, she writes, I have never felt a dislike for men, but have good comrades among them. During my childhood I associated with both girls and boys, enjoying them all, but wondering why the girls cared to flirt with boys. Later in life I have had other friendships with men, some of whom cared for me, much to my regret. For, naturally, I do not care to marry. She is a musician, and herself attributes her nature in part to artistic temperament. She is of good intelligence, and shows remarkable talent for various branches of physical science. She is about 5 feet 4 inches in height, and her features are rather large. The pelvic measurements are normal, and the external sexual organs are fairly normal in most respects, though somewhat small. At a period 10 years subsequent to the date of this history, further examination, under anesthetics, by a gynecologist, showed no traces of ovary on one side. The general conformation of the body is feminine, but with arms, palms up, extended in front of her with inner sides of hands touching, she cannot bring the inner sides of forearms together, as nearly every woman can, showing that the feminine angle of arm is lost. She is left-handed and shows a better development throughout on the left side. She is quiet and dignified, but has many boyish tricks of manner and speech which seem to be instinctive. She tries to watch herself continually, however, in order to avoid them, affecting feminine ways and feminine interests, but always being conscious of an effort in so doing. Miss M can see nothing wrong in her feelings, and, until, at the age of 28, she came across the translation of Krafft Ebing's book, she had no idea that feelings like mine were under the ban of society, as he puts it, or were considered unnatural and depraved. She would like to help to bring light on the subject and to lift the shadow from other lives. I emphatically protest, she says, against the uselessness and the inhumanity of attempts to cure inverts. I am quite sure they have perfect right to live in freedom and happiness, as long as they live unselfish lives. One must bear in mind that it is the soul that needs to be satisfied, and not merely the senses. History 38, Miss V, aged 35. Throughout early life up to adult age she was a mystery to herself, and morbidly conscious of some fundamental difference between herself and other people. There was no one she could speak to about this peculiarity. In the effort to conquer it, or to ignore it, she became a hard student and has attained success in the profession she adopted. A few years ago she came across a book on sexual inversion, which proved to be a complete revelation to her of her own nature, and, by showing her that she was not an anomaly to be regarded with repulsion, brought her comfort and peace. She is willing that her experiences should be published for the sake of other women, who may be suffering as in the past she has suffered. I am a teacher in a college for women. I am 34 years old and of medium size. Up to the age of 30 I looked much younger, and since older than my age. Until 21 I had a strikingly childlike appearance. My physique has nothing masculine in it that I am aware of, but I am conscious that my walk is mannish, and I have very frequently been told that I do things, such as sewing, just like a man. My voice is quite low but not coarse. I dislike household work, but am fond of sports, gardening, etc. When so young that I cannot remember it, I learned to whistle, a practice at which I am still expert. When a young girl, I learned to smoke, and should still enjoy it. Several men have been good friends of mine, but very few suitors. I scarcely ever feel at ease with a man, but women I understand and can nearly always make my friends. I am of Scotch-Irish descent. My father's family were respectable, prosperous, religious people. My mother's family only semi-respectable. Hard livers. Shrewd, but not intelligent. Industrious and money-getting, but fond of drinking and carousing. There were many illegitimates among them. Both grandmothers, though of little education, were unusual women. Of my four maternal uncles, 3 drank heavily. When 43, my mother gave birth to me, the youngest of 8 children. Of those who grew to adult years, 2 seem quite normal sexually. One is exceedingly erratic, entirely unprincipled, has been a thief and a forger, is a probable bigamist, and has betrayed several respectable women. Aside from his having an inordinate desire, I know of no sexual abnormality. Another brother, married and a father, as a boy was much given to infatuations for men. I fancy this never went beyond infatuation and of late years has not been noticeable. A third brother, single, though much courted by women on account of his good looks and personal charm, is wholly unresponsive, has no gallantry, nor was ever, to my knowledge, a suitor. He is, however, fond of the society of women, especially those older than he. He has a somewhat effeminate voice and walk. Though he has begun of late years to smoke and drink a little, these habits sit rather oddly upon him. When a child, one of his favorite make-believe games was to pretend that he was a famous woman singer. At school he was always found hanging around the older girls. As a child I loved to stay in the fields, refused to wear a sunbonnet, used to pretend I was a boy, climbed trees, and played ball. I liked to play with dolls, but I did not fondle them, or even make them dresses. When my hair was clipped, I was delighted and made everyone call me John. I used to like to wear a man's broad-brimmed hat and make corn-cob pipes. I was very fond of my father and tried to imitate him as much as possible. Where animals were concerned, I was entirely fearless. I think I was not a sexually precocious child, though I seem to have always known in a dim way that there were 2 sexes. Very early I had a sense of shame at having my body exposed. I remember on one occasion I could not be persuaded to undress before a young girl visitor. At that time I must have been about 3. When I was 4, a neighbor who had often petted me took me on his lap, and clasped my hand around his penis. Though he was interrupted in a moment, this made a lasting impression on me. I had no physical sensation nor did I have any conception of the significance of the act. Yet I had a slight feeling of repulsion, and I must have dimly felt that it was wrong, for I did not tell my mother. I was not accustomed to confide in her, for, though truthful, I was secretive. At the age of 5 I commenced to attend a district school. I remember that on my first day, I was greatly attracted by a little girl who wore a bright red dress. My first definite knowledge of sex came in this way. I was attending Sabbath school and had become ambitious to read the Bible through. I had gotten as far as the account of the birth of Esau and Jacob, which roused my curiosity. So I asked my mother the meaning of some word in the passage. She seemed embarrassed and evaded my question. This attitude stimulated my curiosity further, and I reread the chapter until I understood it pretty well. Later I was further enlightened by girl playmates. I fancy I enjoyed listening to their talk, and repeating what I knew on account of the mystery and secrecy with which sex subjects are surrounded rather than any sensual delight. I cannot recall any act of mine growing directly from sexual feeling until I was 10 years old. Several other little girls and myself 2 or 3 times exposed private parts of our bodies to each other. In one instance, at least, I was the instigator. This act gave me some pleasure, though no distinct physical sensation. One incident I recall that happened when I was about 10. A girl cousin and myself had been playing house together. I do not recall what immediately led to it, but we began to address each other as boys and try to urinate through long tubes of some sort. I also recall feeling a vague interest in this process in animals, and observing them closely in the act. From this time until I was about 14 I grew ruder, more boisterous and uncontrollable. Prior to this I had been a quite tractable child. When 12 I became interested in a boy in my grade at school, and tried to attract him, but failed. Once at a children's party where we were playing kissing games, I tried to get him to kiss me, but he was unresponsive. I do not recall bothering myself about him after that. A year later I had a boy chum about whom my schoolmaster teased me. I thought this ridiculous. At the age of 13 I menstruated, a fact that caused me shame and anger. Gradually I grew to feel myself peculiar. Why? I cannot explain. I did not seem to myself to be like other girls of my acquaintance. I adopted, as a defense, a brusque and defiant air. I spent a good deal of time playing alone in our backyard, where I made a pair of stilts, practiced rope walking, and such things. At school I felt I was not liked by the nicer girls and began to associate with girls whom I now believe were immoral, but whom I then supposed did nothing worse than talk in an obscene manner. I copied their conversation and grew more reckless and uncontrollable. The principal of the high school I was attending, I learned afterward, said I was the hardest pupil to control she had ever had. About this time I read a book where a girl was represented as saying she had a boy's soul in a girl's body. The applicability of this to myself struck me at once, and I read the sentence to my mother, who disgusted me by appearing shocked. During this period I began to fall in love, a practice which clung to me until I was nearly 30 years old. I recall various older women with whom I became much enamored, and one man. Of these there was only one with whom I became acquainted well enough to show any affection. Another was a teacher, and another was a young married woman at whom I used to gaze ardently during an entire church service. Toward all my women teachers I had a somewhat sentimental attitude. They stimulated me, while the men gave me a wholly impersonal feeling. This abnormal sentimentality may have been caused, or at least was increased, by the reading of novels, some of a highly voluptuous nature. I began to read novels at 7, and from 11 to 14 I absorbed a great many undesirable ones. This led to my picturing my future with a lover, fancying myself in romantic scenes and being caressed and embraced. I had always supposed I should marry. When about 5, I decided that when I grew up, I would marry a certain young man who used to come to our house. Several years later he married, to my real disappointment. I had no affection for him, but merely thought he would make a desirable husband. During my unhappy adolescence I heard that a former playmate was going to visit at my home. I began to look forward to the visit with much eagerness, and at her arrival was much excited. I wished to stay alone with her and to caress her, and when we slept together I pressed my body against her in a sensual manner, which acts she permitted, but without passion. I was greatly excited and could scarcely sleep. This was the first time I had acted in such a way, and after she left I felt shame and dislike for her. At future meetings there was never the least sensuality. We never referred to the first visit and are still friends, though not intimate. A diary which I kept during my 14th and 15th years is filled with romantic sentiments and endearing terms applied successively to 3 girls of my own age. I had but a speaking acquaintance with them, but I was strongly infatuated with all. One boy was also the object of adoration. During my 13th year I became for a time very religious and devoted to religious exercises. This passed, and by my 14th year I had become heretical, but was still keenly sensitive to religious influences. When barely 16 I slept one night with a woman of low morals. She acted toward me in a sensual manner and aroused my sexual feelings. I felt at the time that this was a sin, but I was carried away by passion. Afterward I hated this woman and despised myself. I then went away to a coeducational boarding school. Here for the first time I became happy. A girl of my own age, of fine character and noticeable refinement, fell in love with me and caused me to reciprocate. On retrospection I believe this to have been a genuine and beautiful love on both sides. After a few months, however, our relation, at my initiative and against my friend's will, became a physical one. We expressed our affection by mutual caresses, close embraces and lying on each other's bodies. I sometimes touched her sexual organs sensually. All this contact gave me exquisite thrills. After 3 years we had a misunderstanding and separated. I was greatly grieved and troubled for many years, and came to regret greatly the physical relationship that had existed between us. My friend at length fell in love and married. I had several other slighter infatuations for women, was courted by several men to whom I remained cold and bored except in one instance, where I was somewhat touched, and finally found a lasting friendship with a woman who had fallen deeply in love with me in her school days, and had never been able to care for anyone else. She is a woman of considerable literary talent and of good general ability and high ideals. She is usually much liked by men. Her love for me is the most real thing in the world for me, and seems the most permanent. At first my feeling for her was almost purely physical, although there were no sexual relations. I hated this feeling and have succeeded in overcoming it pretty largely. At times after long separations we have embraced with great passion, at least on my part. This has always had a bad physical effect on me. At present, however, it very rarely occurs. We both consider sexual feelings degrading and deleterious to real love. Whether at any time we have had complete physical satisfaction or gratification, I hardly know. I have experienced very keen physical pleasure, mingled with what I took to be great mental exaltation and quickening of the emotions. This condition was brought about by close contact with the body of my friend, usually by lying upon it. But if by gratification it is meant that desire, having been completely satisfied, ceases temporarily, I think I have never had that experience. If I did, it was when I was about 18, when I lived with a girlfriend in intimate relations. Of late years, at any rate, it has never happened to me, and an embrace, however close, always leaves me with a desire for a closer union, both physical and spiritual. So a few years since, I came to the conclusion that it was impossible to obtain physical satisfaction through the woman I loved. I came to this conclusion because of the bad physical effects of contact. My sexual organs became highly sensitive and inflamed, and I suffered pain from the inflammation and resulting leukorrhea. Should I allow myself to indulge in caresses, this condition would return. My friend, fortunately, though very affectionate and demonstrative toward me, has very little sexual passion. The idea that our relationship is based upon it is very repugnant to her. I was at one time, a few years since, much discouraged and almost hopeless of being able to overcome my appetite, and I decided that we could not associate unless I succeeded. At present, with help, I have very largely succeeded in living with my friend on a basis of normal, though affectionate and tender, companionship. I have been helped more, and have learned more, through this companionship, than through anything else. The keen pleasure that I have felt when in responsive contact I never experienced in masturbation. So far as I remember, it never took place till I was well along in my teens, and was never an habitual practice. Except the first summer I was separated from a school friend whom I loved. Thoughts of her aroused feelings which I attempted to satisfy in this way, but the entire sensuality of the act soon led me to refrain, and to see that that was not what I wanted. A peculiar incident that might have some significance occurred to me about 5 years ago. I was sitting in a small room where a seminar was being conducted. The leader of the discussion was a man about 50, whom I looked up to on account of his attainments and respected as a man, though I knew him socially very slightly. I had lost a night's sleep from toothache and was feeling nervous. I was giving my entire attention to the subject in hand, when suddenly I felt a very strong physical compulsion toward that man. I did not know what I was going to do, but I felt on the point of losing all control of myself. I was afraid to leave, for fear the slightest movement would throw me into a panic. The attraction was entirely physical and like nothing I had felt before. And I had a strange feeling that its cause was in the man himself, that he was willing it. I was like a spectator. It was some moments before the assemblage broke up, when my possession completely disappeared and never recurred. Regarding dreams, I will say that not until the past year or two have I been conscious of having clear-cut dreams with definite happenings. They seemed usually to leave only vague impressions, such as the feeling that I had been riding horseback, or trying to perform some hard task. Sexual dreams I do not recall having had for several years, except that occasionally I am awakened by a feeling of uncomfortable sexual desire, which seems usually caused by a need to urinate. Between the ages of 17 and 22, approximately, I frequently, perhaps several times a month, would have vague sexual dreams. These always, I think, occurred when I happened to be sleeping with someone whom, in my dream, I would mistake for my intimate friend, and would awaken myself by embracing my bedfellow with sometimes a slight, sometimes considerable degree of passion. I have finally arrived at some understanding of my own temperament, and am no longer miserable and melancholy. I regret that I am not a man, because I could then have a home and children. History 39. Miss D. Actively engaged in the practice of her profession, aged 40, heredity good, nervous system sound, general health on the whole satisfactory, development feminine but manner and movement somewhat boyish, menstruation scanty and painless, hips normal, nates small, sexual organs showing some approximation toward infantile type with large labia minor and probably small vagina. Tendency to development of hair on body and especially lower limbs. The narrative is given in her own words. Ever since I can remember anything at all, I could never think of myself as a girl, and I was in perpetual trouble with this as the real reason. When I was 5 or 6 years old, I began to say to myself that, whatever anyone said, if I was not a boy, at any rate I was not a girl. This has been my unchanged conviction all through my life. When I was little, nothing ever made me doubt it, in spite of external appearance. I regarded the conformation of my body as a mysterious accident. I could not see why it should have anything to do with the matter. The things that really affected the question were my own likes and dislikes, and the fact that I was not allowed to follow them. I was to like the things which belonged to me as a girl, frocks and toys and games which I did not like at all. I fancy I was more strongly boyish than the ordinary little boy. When I could only crawl, my absorbing interest was hammers and carpet nails. Before I could walk, I begged to be put on horses' backs, so that I seemed to have been born with a love of tools and animals, which has never left me. I did not play with dolls, though my little sister did. I was often reproached for not playing her games. I always chose boys' toys, tops and guns and horses. I hated being kept indoors and was always longing to go out. By the time I was 7, it seemed to me that everything I liked was called wrong for a girl. I left off telling my elders what I did like. They confused and wearied me by their talk of boys and girls. I did not believe them and could hardly imagine that they believed themselves. By the time I was 8 or 9, I used to wonder whether they were dupes, or liars, or hypocrites, or all three. I never believed or trusted a grown person in consequence. I led my younger brothers in everything. I was not at all a happy little child and often cried and was made irritable. I was so confused by the talk about boys and girls. I was held up as an evil example to other little girls who virtuously despised me. When I was about 9 years old, I went to a day school and began to have a better time. From 9 to 13, I practically shaped my own life. I learned very little at school and openly hated it, but I read a great deal at home and got plenty of ideas. I lived, however, mainly out of doors whenever I could get out. I spent all my pocket money on tools, rabbits, pigeons and many other animals. I became an ardent pigeon catcher, not to say thief, though I did not knowingly steal. My brothers were as devoted to the animals as I was. The men were supposed to look after them, but we alone did so. We observed, mated, separated, and bred them with considerable skill. We had no language to express ourselves, but one of our own. We were absolutely innocent and sweetly sympathetic with every beast. I don't think we ever connected their affairs with those of human beings, but as I do not remember the time when I did not know all about the actual facts of sex and reproduction, I presume I learned it all in that way, and life never had any surprises for me in that direction. Though I saw many sights that a child should not have seen, while running about wild, I never gave them a thought. All animals great and small from rabbits to men had the same customs, all natural and right. My initiation here was, in my eyes, as nearly perfect as a child's should be. I never asked grown people questions. I thought all those in charge of me coarse and untruthful, and I disliked all ugly things and suggestions. Every half-holiday I went out with the boys from my brother's school. They always liked me to play with them, and, though not pleasant-tongued boys, were always civil and polite to me. I organized games and fortifications that they would never have imagined for themselves, led storming parties, and instituted some rather dangerous games of a fighting kind. I taught my brothers to throw stones. Sometimes I led adventures such as breaking into empty houses. I liked being out after dark. In the winter I made and rigged boats and went sailing them, and I went rafting and pole leaping. I became a very good jumper and climber, could go up a rope, bowl overhand, throw like a boy, and whistle 3 different ways. I collected beetles and butterflies and went shrimping and learned to fish. I had very little money to spend, but I picked things up and I made all traps, nets, cages, etc. myself. I learned from every working man. I could get hold of the use of all ordinary carpenter's tools, and how to weld hot iron, pave, lay bricks and turf, and so on. When I was about 11, my parents got more mortified at my behavior, and perpetually threatened me with a boarding school. I was told for months how it would take the nonsense out of me, shape me, turn me into a young lady. My going was finally announced to me as a punishment to me for being what I was. Certainly, the horror of going to this school, and the cruel and unsympathetic way that I was sent there gave me a shock that I never got over. The only thing that reconciled me to going was my intense indignation with those who sent me. I appealed to be allowed to learn Latin and boys' subjects, but was laughed at. I was so helpless that I knew I could not run away without being caught, or I would have run away anywhere from home and school. I never cried or fretted, but burned with anger and went like a trapped rabbit. In no words can I describe the severity of the nervous shock, or the suffering of my first year at school. The school was noted for its severity, and I heard that at one period, the elder girls ran away so often that they wore a uniform dress. I knew too who had run away. The teachers in my time were ignorant, self-indulgent women who cared nothing for the girls or their education, and made much money out of them. There was a suspicious reformatory atmosphere, and my money was taken from me and my letters read. I was intensely shy. I hated the other girls. There were no refinements anywhere. I had no privacy in my room, which was always overcrowded. We had no hot water, no baths, improper food, and no education. We were not allowed to wear enough clean linen, and for 5 years I never felt clean. I never had one moment to myself, was not allowed to read anything, had even not enough lesson books, was taught nothing to speak of except a little inferior music and drawing. I never got enough exercise, and was always tired and dull, and could not keep my digestion in order. My pride and self-respect were degraded in innumerable ways. I suffered agonies of disgust, and the whole thing was a dreary penal servitude. I did not complain. I made friends with a few of the girls. Some of the older girls were attracted to me. Some talked of men in love affairs to me, but I was not greatly interested. No one ever spoke of any other matters of sex to me or in my hearing, but most of the girls were shy with me and I with them. In about 2 years' time, the teachers got to like me, and thought me one of their nicest girls. I certainly influenced them and got them to allow the girls more privileges. I lay great stress upon the physical privations and disgust that I felt during these years. The mental starvation was not quite so great, because it was impossible for them to crush my mind, as they did my body. That it all materially aided to arrest the development of my body I am certain. It is difficult to estimate sexual influences of which as a child I was practically unaware. I certainly admired the liveliest and cleverest girls and made friends with them and disliked the common, lumpy, uneducated type that made two-thirds of my companions. The lively girls liked me, and I made several nice friends whom I have kept ever since. One girl of about 15 took a violent liking for me, and figuratively speaking licked the dust from my shoes. I would never take any notice of her. When I was nearly 16, one of my teachers began to notice me, and be very kind to me. She was 20 years older than I was. She seemed to pity my loneliness and took me out for walks and sketching, and encouraged me to talk and think. It was the first time in my life that anyone had ever sympathized with me, or tried to understand me, and it was a most beautiful thing to me. I felt like an orphan child who had suddenly acquired a mother, and through her I began to feel less antagonistic to grown people and to feel the first respect I had ever felt for what they said. She petted me into a state of comparative docility, and made the other teachers like and trust me. My love for her was perfectly pure, and I thought of hers as simply maternal. She never roused the least feeling in me that I can think of as sexual. I liked her to touch me, and she sometimes held me in her arms, or let me sit on her lap. At bedtime she used to come and say good night and kiss me upon the mouth. I think now that what she did was injudicious to a degree, and I wish I could believe it was as purely unselfish and kind as it seemed to me then. After I had left school I wrote to her and visited her during a few years. Once she wrote to me that if I could give her employment she would come and live with me. Once when she was ill with neurasthenia her friends asked me to go to the seaside with her, which I did. Here she behaved in an extraordinary way, becoming violently jealous over me with another elderly friend of mine who was there. I could hardly believe my senses and was so astonished and disgusted that I never went near her again. She also accused me of not being loyal to her. To this day I have no idea what she meant. She then wrote and asked me what was wrong between us, and I replied that after the words she had had with me my confidence in her was at an end. It gave me no particular pang as I had by this time outgrown the simple gratitude of my childish days, and not replaced it by any stronger feeling. All my life I have had the profoundest repugnance to having any words with other women. I was much less interested in sex matters than other children of my age. I was altogether less precocious, though I knew more, I imagine, than other girls. Nevertheless, by the time I was 15 social matters had begun to interest me greatly. It is difficult to say how this happened, as I was forbidden all books and newspapers, except in my holidays when I had generally a reading orgy, though not the books I needed or wanted. I had abundant opportunities for speculation, but no materials for any profitable thinking. Dreaming was forced upon me. I dreamed fairy tales by night and social dreams by day. In the night dreams, sometimes in the day dreams, I was always the prince or the pirate, rescuing beauty in distress, or killing the unworthy. I had one dream which I dreamed over and over again and enjoyed and still sometimes dream. In this I was always hunting and fighting, often in the dark. There was usually a woman or a princess, whom I admired, somewhere in the background, but I have never really seen her. Sometimes I was a stowaway on board ship, or an Indian hunter, or a backwoodsman making a log cabin for my wife or, rather, some companion. My day thoughts were not about the women round about me, or even about the one who was so kind to me. They were almost impersonal. I went on, at any rate, from myself to what I thought the really ideal and built up a very beautiful vision of solid human friendship, in which there was everything that was strong and wholesome on either side, but very little of sex. To imagine this in its fullness I had to imagine all social, family, and educational conditions vastly different from anything I had come across. From this my thoughts ran largely on social matters. In whatever direction my thoughts ran I always surveyed them from the point of view of a boy. I was trying to wait patiently till I could escape from slavery and starvation, and trying to keep the open mind I have spoken of, though I never opened a book of poetry, or a novel, or a history, but I slipped naturally back into my non-girl's attitude and read it through my own eyes. All my surface life was a sham, and only through books, which were few, did I ever see the world naturally. A consideration of social matters led me to feel very sorry for women, whom I regarded as made by a deliberate process of manufacture into the fools I thought they were, and by the same process that I myself was being made one. I felt more and more that men were to be envied and women pitied. I lay stress on this, for it started in me a deliberate interest in women as women. I began to feel protective and kindly toward women and children, and to excuse women from their responsibility for calamities such as my school career. I never imagined that men required, or would have thanked me for, any sort of sympathy, but it came about in these ways, and without the least help that I can trace, that by the time I was 19 years of age I was keenly interested in all kinds of questions: pity for downtrodden women, suffrage questions, marriage laws, questions of liberty, freedom of thought, care of the poor, views of nature and man and God. All these things filled my mind to the exclusion of individual men and women. As soon as I left school I made a headlong plunge into books where these things were treated. I had the answers to everything to find after a long period of enforced starvation. I had to work for my knowledge. No books or ideas came near me but what I went in search of. Another thing that helped me to take an expansive view of life at this time was my intense love of nature. All birds and animals affected me by their beauty and grace, and I have always kept a profound sympathy with them as well as some subtle understanding which enables me to tame them, at times remarkably. I not only loved all other creatures, but I believed that men and women were the most beautiful things in the universe, and I would rather look at them unclothed than on any other thing, as my greatest pleasure. I was prepared to like them because they were beautiful. When the time came for me to leave school I rather dreaded it, chiefly because I dreaded my life at home. I had a great longing at this time to run away and try my fortune anywhere. Possibly if I had been stronger I might have done so, but I was in very poor health through the physical crushing I had had, and in very poor spirits through this and my mental repression. I still knew myself a prisoner and I was bitterly disappointed and ashamed at having no education. I afterward had myself taught arithmetic and other things. The next period of my life, which covered about 6 years, was not less important to my development, and was a time of extreme misery to me. It found me, on leaving school, almost a child. This time between 18 and 24 should, I think, count as my proper period of puberty, which probably in most children occupies the end years of their school life. It was at this time that I began to make a good many friends of my own and to become aware of psychical and sexual attractions. I had never come across any theories on the subject, but I decided that I must belong to a third sex of some kind. I used to wonder if I was like the neuter bees. I knew physical and psychical sex feeling, and yet I seemed to know it quite otherwise from other men and women. I asked myself if I could endure living a woman's life, bearing children and doing my duty by them. I asked myself what hiatus there could be between my bodily structure and my feelings, and also what was the meaning of the strong physical feelings, which had me in their grip without choice of my own. Experience of physical sex sensations first began about 16 in sleep. Masturbation was accidentally discovered at the age of 19, abandoned at 28, and then at 34 deliberately resumed as a method of purely physical relief. These three things simply would not be reconciled, and I said to myself that I must find a way of living in which there was as little sex of any kind as possible. There was something that I simply lacked, that I never doubted. Curiously enough, I thought that the ultimate explanation might be that there were men's minds in women's bodies, but I was more concerned in finding a way of life than in asking riddles without answers. I thought that one day when I had money and opportunity I would dress in men's clothes and go to another country, in order that I might be unhampered by sex considerations and conventions. I determined to live an honorable, upright, but simple life. I had no idea at first that homosexual attractions in women existed. Afterward observations on the lower animals put the idea into my head. I made no preparation in my mind for any sexual life, though I thought it would be a dreary business repressing my body all my days. My relations with other women were entirely pure. My attitude toward my sexual physical feelings was one of reserve and repression, and I think the growing conviction of my radical deficiency somewhere would have made intimate affection for anyone, with any demonstration in it, a kind of impropriety for which I had no taste. However, between 21 and 24 other things happened to me. During these few years I saw plenty of men and plenty of women. As regards the men I liked them very well, but I never thought the man would turn up with whom I should care to live. Several men were very friendly with me, and 3 in particular used to write me letters, and give me much of their confidence. I invited 2 of them to visit at my house. All these men talked to me with freedom, and even told me about their sexual ideas and doings. One asked me to believe that he was leading a good life, the other 2 owned that they were not. One discussed the question of homosexuality with me. He has never married. I liked one of them a good deal, being attracted by his softness and gentleness and almost feminine voice. It was hoped that I would take to him, and he very cautiously made love to me. I allowed him to kiss me a few times and wrote him a few responsive letters, wondering what I liked in him. Someone then commented on the acquaintance and said marriage, and I woke up to the fact that I did not really want him at all. I think he found the friendship too insipid and was glad to be out of it. All these men were a trifle feminine in characteristics, and 2 played no games. I thought it odd that they should all express admiration for the very boyish qualities in me that other people disliked. A 4th man, something of the same type, told another friend that he always felt surprised at how freely he was able to talk to me, but that he never could feel that I was a woman. 2 of these were brilliantly clever men, 2 were artists. At the same period, or earlier, I made a number of women friends, and of course saw more of them. I chose out some and some chose me. I think I attracted them as much as, or even more than, they attracted me. I do not quite remember if this was so, though I can say for certain that it was so at school. There were 3 or 4 bright, clever, young women whom I got to know then, with whom I was great friends. We were interested in books, social theories, politics, art. Sometimes I visited them, or we went on exploring expeditions to many country places or towns. They all in the end either had love affairs or married. I know that in spite of all our free conversations they never talked to me as they did to each other. We were always a little shy with each other, but I got very fond of at least 4 of them. I admired them, and when I was tired and worried I often thought how easily, if I had been a man, I could have married and settled down with one or the other. I used to think it would be delightful to have a woman to work for and take care of. My attraction to these women was very strong, but I don't think they knew it. I seldom even kissed them, but I should often have cheerfully given them a good hugging and kissing if I had thought it a right or a proper thing to do. I never wanted them to kiss me half so much as I wanted to kiss them. In these years I felt this with every woman I admired. Occasionally, I experienced slight erections when close to other women. I am sure that no deliberate thought of mine caused them, and as I had them at other times too, when I was not expecting them, I think it may have been accidental. What I felt with my mind and what I felt with my body always at this time seemed apart. I cannot accurately describe the interest and attraction that women then were to me. I only know I never felt anything like it for men. All my feelings of desire to do kindnesses, to give presents, to be liked and respected, and all such natural small matters, referred to women, not to men, and at this time, both openly and to myself, I said unhesitatingly that I liked women best. It must be remembered that at this time a dislike for men was being fostered in me by those who wanted me to marry, and this must have counted for more than I now remember. As regards my physical sexual feelings, which were well established during these few years, I don't think I often indulged in any erotic imaginations worth estimating. But so far as I did at all, I always imagined myself as a man loving a woman. I cannot recall ever imagining the opposite, but I seldom imagined anything at all, and I suppose ultimate sex sensations know no sex. But as time went on and my physical and psychical feelings met, at any rate in my own mind, I became fully aware of the meaning of love and even of homosexual possibilities. I should probably have thought more of this side of things, except that during this time I was so worried by the difficulty of living in my home, under the perpetual friction of comparison with other people. My life was a sham. I was an actor never off the boards. I had to play at being a something I was not from morning till night, and I had no cessation of the long fatigue I had had at school. In addition, I had sex to deal with actively and consciously. Looking back on these 24 years of my life, I only look back on a round of misery. The nervous strain was enormous, and so was the moral strain. Instead of a child, I felt myself, whenever I desired to please anyone else, a performing monkey. My pleasures were stolen, or I was snubbed for taking them. I was not taught and was called a fool. My hand was against everybody's. How it was that with my high spirits and vivid imagination, I did not grow up a moral imbecile full of perverted instincts, I do not know. I describe myself as a docile child, but I was full of temptations to be otherwise. There were times when I was silent before people, but if I had had a knife in my hand I could have stuck it into them. If it had been desired to make me a thoroughly perverted being, I can imagine no better way than the attempt to mold me by force into a particular pattern of girl. Looking at my instincts in my first childhood and my mental confusion over myself, I do not believe the most sympathetic and scientific treatment would have turned me into an average girl. But I see no reason why proper physical conditions should not have induced a better physical development, and that in its turn have led to tastes more approximate to those of the normal woman. That I do not even now desire to be a normal woman is not to the point. Instead of any such help, I suffered during the time that should have been puberty from a profound mental and physical shock, which was extended over several years. And in addition, I suffered from the outrage of every fine and wholesome feeling I had. These things, by checking my physical development, gave, I am perfectly convinced, a traumatic impetus to my general abnormality. And this was further kept up by demanding of me, at the dawn of my real sexual activity, and when still practically a child, an interest in men and marriage which I was no more capable of feeling than any ordinary boy or girl of 15. If you had taken a boy of 13 and given him all my conditions, bound him hand and foot, when you became afraid of him, petted him into docility, and then placed him in the world and, while urging normal sexuality upon him on the one hand, made him disgusted with it on the other, what would have been the probable result? Looking back, I can only say I think the results in my own case were marvelously good, and that I was saved from worse by my own innocence, and by the physical backwardness which nature, probably in mercy, bestowed upon me. I find it difficult to sum up the way in which I affect other women and they me. I can only record my conviction that I do affect a large number, whether abnormally or not I don't know, but I attract them, and it would be easy for some of them to become very fond of me, if I gave them a chance. They are also, I am certain, more shy with me than they are with other women. I find it difficult also to sum up their effect on me. I only know that some women attract me and some tempt me physically, and have done ever since I was about 22 or 23. I know that psychically I have always been more interested in women than in men, but have not considered them the best companions or confidants. I feel protective towards them, never feel jealous of them, and hate having differences with them. And I feel always that I am not one of them. If there had been any period in my life when health, and temptation and money and opportunity had made homosexual relations easy, I cannot say how I should have resisted. I think that I have never had any such relations simply because I have in a way been safeguarded from them. For a long time I thought I must do without all actual sexual relations, and acted up to that. If I had thought any relations right and possible, I think I should have striven for heterosexual experiences because of the respect that I had cultivated. Indeed, I think always had, for the normal and natural. If I had thought it right to indulge any sort of gratification, which was within my reach, I think I might probably have chosen the homosexual as being perhaps more satisfying and more convenient. I always wanted love and friendship first. Later I should have been glad of something to satisfy my sex hunger too, but by that time I could have done without it, or I thought so. At a period rather later than that dealt with in this narrative, the subject of it became strongly attracted to a man who was of somewhat feminine and abnormal disposition, but on consideration she decided that it would not be wise to marry him. The commonest characteristic of the sexually inverted woman is a certain degree of masculinity or boyishness. As I have already pointed out, transvestism in either women or men by no means necessarily involves inversion. In the volume of Women Adventurers, edited by Mrs. Norman for the Adventure series, There is no trace of inversion in most of these cases. Indeed, love for a man was precisely the motive for adopting male garments and manners. Again, Colley Cibber's daughter, Charlotte Charke, a boyish and vivacious woman, who spent much of her life in men's clothes, and ultimately wrote a lively volume of memoirs, appears never to have been attracted to women, though women were often attracted to her, believing her to be a man. It is, indeed, noteworthy that women seem, with special frequency, to fall in love with disguised persons of their own sex. 64 There is, however, a very pronounced tendency among sexually inverted women to adopt male attire when practicable. In such cases, male garments are not usually regarded as desirable chiefly on account of practical convenience, nor even in order to make an impression on other women, but because the wearer feels more at home in them. Thus, Mala mentions the case of a young governess of 16 who, while still unconscious of her sexual perversion, used to find pleasure, when everyone was out of the house, in putting on the clothes of a youth belonging to the family. Cases have been recorded of inverted women who spent the greater part of their lives in men's clothing and been generally regarded as men. I may cite the case of Lucy Ann Slater, alias the Reverend Joseph Lobdell, recorded by Wise, alienist and neurologist, 1883. She was masculine in character, features, and attire. In early life she married and had a child, but had no affection for her husband, who eventually left her. As usual in such cases, her masculine habits appeared in early childhood. She was expert with the rifle, lived the life of a trapper and hunter among the Indians, and was known as the female hunter of Long Eddy. She published a book regarding those experiences. I have not been able to see it, but it is said to be quaint and well written. She regarded herself as practically a man, and became attached to a young woman of good education, who had also been deserted by her husband. The affection was strong and emotional, and, of course, without deception. It was interrupted by her recognition and imprisonment as a vagabond, but on the petition of her wife she was released. I may be a woman in one sense, she said, but I have peculiar organs which make me more a man than a woman. She alluded to an enlarged clitoris which she could erect, she said, as a turtle protrudes its head, but there was no question of its use in coitus. She was ultimately brought to the asylum with paroxysmal attacks of exaltation and erotomania, without self-abuse apparently, and corresponding periods of depression, and she died with progressive dementia. I may also mention the case, briefly recorded in the Lancet, February 22, 1884, of a person called John Coulter, who was employed for 12 years as a laborer by the Belfast Harbour Commissioners. When death resulted from injuries caused in falling downstairs, it was found that this person was a woman. She was 50 years of age, and had apparently spent the greater part of her life as a man. When employed in early life as a manservant on a farm, she had married her mistress's daughter. The pair were married for 29 years, but during the last 6 years lived apart, owing to the husband's dissipated habits. No one ever suspected her sex. She was of masculine appearance and good muscular development. The wife took charge of the body and buried it. A more recent case of the same kind is that of Murray Hall, who died in New York in 1901. Her real name was Mary Anderson, and she was born at Govan, in Scotland. Early left an orphan, on the death of her only brother she put on his clothes and went to Edinburgh, working as a man. Her secret was discovered during an illness, and she finally went to America, where she lived as a man for 30 years, making money, and becoming somewhat notorious as a Tammany politician. A rather riotous man about town. The secret was not discovered till her death, when it was a complete revelation, even to her adopted daughter. She married twice. The first marriage ended in separation, but the second marriage seemed to have been happy, for it lasted 20 years. When the wife died, she associated much with pretty girls, and was very jealous of them. She seems to have been slight and not very masculine in general build, with a squeaky voice, but her ways, attitude, and habits were all essentially masculine. She associated with politicians, drank somewhat to excess, though not heavily, swore a great deal, smoked and chewed tobacco, sang ribald songs, could run, dance, and fight like a man. and had divested herself of every trace of feminine daintiness. She wore clothes that were always rather too large in order to hide her form, baggy trousers, and an overcoat even in summer. She is said to have died of cancer of the breast. I quote from an account, which appears to be reliable, contained in the Weekly Scotsman, February 9, 1901. Another case, described in the London papers, is that of Catherine Combe, who for 40 years successfully personated a man and adopted masculine habits generally. She married a lady's maid, with whom she lived for 14 years. Having latterly adopted a life of fraud, her case gained publicity as that of the man-woman. In 1901 the death on board ship was recorded of Miss Caroline Hall, of Boston, a watercolor painter who had long resided in Milan. 3 years previously she discarded female dress and lived as husband to a young Italian lady, also an artist, whom she had already known for 7 years. She called herself Mr. Hall and appeared to be a thoroughly normal young man, able to shoot with a rifle and fond of manly sports. The officers of the ship stated that she smoked and drank heartily, joked with the other male passengers, and was hail fellow well met with everyone. Death was due to advanced tuberculosis of the lungs, hastened by excessive drinking and smoking. Ellen Glenn, alias Ellis Glenn, a notorious swindler, who came prominently before the public in Chicago during 1905, was another man-woman, of large and masculine type. She preferred to dress as a man and had many love escapades with women. She can fiddle as well as anyone in the state, said a man who knew her, can box like a pugilist, and can dance and play cards. In Seville, a few years ago, an elderly policeman, who had been in attendance on successive governors of that city for 30 years, was badly injured in a street accident. He was taken to the hospital and the doctor there discovered that the policeman was a woman. She went by the name of Fernando Mackenzie, and during the whole of her long service, no suspicion whatever was aroused as to her sex. She was French by birth, born in Paris in 1836, but her father was English and her mother Spanish. She assumed her male disguise when she was a girl and served her time in the French army, then emigrated to Spain, at the age of 35, and contrived to enter the Madrid police force disguised as a man. She married there and pretended that her wife's child was her own son. She removed to Seville, still serving as a policeman, and was engaged there as cook and orderly at the governor's palace. She served 7 successive governors. In consequence of the discovery of her sex, she has been discharged from the police without the pension due to her. Her wife had died 2 years previously, and Fernando spent all she possessed on the woman's funeral. Mackenzie had a soft voice, a refined face with delicate features, and was neatly dressed in male attire. When asked how she escaped detection so long, she replied that she always lived quietly in her own house with her wife, and did her duty by her employers, so that no one meddled with her. In Chicago in 1906 much attention was attracted to the case of Nicolai Durrell, and confidential secretary to the Russian consul, who at death of tuberculosis at the age of 33 was found to be a woman. She was born in Russia and was in many respects very feminine, small and slight in build, but was regarded as a man, and even as very manly, by both men and women who knew her intimately. She was always very neat in dress, fastidious in regard to shirts and ties, and wore a long-waisted coat to disguise the lines of her figure. She was married twice in America, being divorced by the first wife, after a union lasting 10 years, on the ground of cruelty and misconduct with chorus girls. The second wife, a chorus girl who had been previously married and had a child, was devoted to her husband. Both wives were firmly convinced that their husband was a man and ridiculed the idea that he could be a woman. I am informed that Durrell wore a very elaborately constructed artificial penis. In her will she made careful arrangements to prevent detection of sex after death, but these were frustrated, as she died in a hospital. In St. Louis, in 1909, the case was brought forward of a young woman of 22, who had posed as a man for 9 years. Her masculine career began at the age of 13, after the Galveston flood, which swept away all her family. She was saved and left Texas dressed as a boy. She worked in livery stables, in a plow factory, and as a bill poster. At one time she was the adopted son of the family in which she lived, and had no difficulty in deceiving her sisters by adoption as to her sex. On coming to St. Louis in 1902, she made chairs and baskets at the American Rattan Works, associating with fellow workmen on a footing of masculine equality. One day a workman noticed the extreme smallness and dexterity of her hands. "Gee, Bill, you should have been a girl. How do you know I'm not?" she retorted. In such ways her ready wit and good humor always disarmed suspicion as to her sex. She shunned no difficulties in her work or in her sports, we are told, and never avoided the severest tests. She drank, she swore, she courted girls, she worked as hard as her fellows, she fished and camped, she told stories with the best of them, and she did not flinch when the talk grew strong. She even chewed tobacco. Girls began to fall in love with the good-looking boy at an early period, and she frequently boasted of her feminine conquests. With one girl who worshipped her there was a question of marriage. On account of lack of education she was restricted to manual labor, and she often chose hard work. At one time she became a boilermaker's apprentice, wielding a hammer and driving in hot rivets. Here she was very popular and became local secretary at the International Brotherhood of Boilermakers. In physical development she was now somewhat of an athlete. She could outrun any of her friends on a sprint, she could kick higher, play baseball, and throw the ball overhand like a man, and she was fond of football. As a wrestler she could throw most of the club members. The physician who examined her for an insurance policy remarked, "You are a fine specimen of physical manhood, young fellow. Take good care of yourself." Finally, in a moment of weakness, she admitted her sex and returned to the garments of womanhood. In London, in 1912, a servant girl of 23 was charged in the Acton police court with being disorderly and masquerading, having assumed man's clothes and living with another girl, taller and more handsome than herself, as husband and wife. She had had slight brain trouble as a child, and was very intelligent, with a too active brain. In her spare time she had written stories for magazines. The two girls became attached through doing Christian social work together in their spare time, and resolved to live as husband and wife to prevent any young man from coming forward. The husband became a plumber's mate, and displayed some skill at fisticuffs when at length discovered by the wife's brother, hence her appearance in the police court. Both girls were sent back to their friends, and situations found for them as day servants, but as they remained devoted to each other arrangements were made for them to live together. Another case that may be mentioned is that of Cora Anderson, the man-woman of Milwaukee, who posed for 13 years as a man, and during that period lived with two women as her wives without her disguise being penetrated. Her confessions were published in a daybook of Chicago during May, 1914. It would be easy to bring forward other cases. A few instances of marriage between women will be found in The Alienist and Neurologist, November, 1902, page 497. In all such cases more or less fraud has been exercised. I know of one case, probably unique, in which the ceremony was gone through without any deception on any side. A congenitally inverted Englishwoman of distinguished intellectual ability, now dead, was attached to the wife of a clergyman, who, in full cognizance of all the facts of the case, privately married the two ladies in his own church. When they still retain female garments, these usually show some traits of masculine simplicity, and there is nearly always a disdain for the petty feminine artifices of the toilet. Even when this is not obvious, there are all sorts of instinctive gestures and habits which may suggest to female acquaintances the remark that such a person ought to have been a man. The brusque, energetic movements, the attitude of the arms, the direct speech, the inflections of the voice, the masculine straightforwardness and sense of honor, and especially the attitude toward men, free from any suggestion either of shyness or audacity, will often suggest the underlying psychic abnormality to a keen observer. In the habits not only is there frequently a pronounced taste for smoking cigarettes, often found in quite feminine women, but also a decided taste and toleration for cigars. There is also a dislike and sometimes incapacity for needlework and other domestic occupations, while there is often some capacity for athletics. As regards the general bearing of the inverted woman, in its most marked and undisguised form, I may quote an admirable description by Professor Zuccarelli, of Naples, of an unmarried middle-class woman of 35, while retaining feminine garments. Her bearing is as nearly as possible a man's. She wears her thin hair thrown carelessly back alla Umberto, and fastened in a simple knot at the back of her head. The breasts are little developed and compressed beneath a high corset. Her gown is narrow without the expansion demanded by fashion. Her straw hat with broad plaits is perhaps adorned by a feather, or she wears a small hat like a boy's. She does not carry an umbrella or sunshade, and walks out alone, refusing the company of men, or she is accompanied by a woman, as she prefers, offering her arm and carrying the other hand at her waist, with the air of a fine gentleman. In a carriage her bearing is peculiar and unlike that habitual with women. Seated in the middle of the double seat, her knees being crossed or else the legs well separated, with a virile air and careless easy movements she turns her head in every direction, finding an acquaintance here and there with her eye, saluting men and women with a large gesture of the hand as a businessman would. In conversation her pose is similar, she gesticulates much, is vivacious in speech, with much power of mimicry, and while talking she arches the inner angles of her eyebrow, making vertical wrinkles at the center of her forehead. Her laugh is open and explosive and uncovers her white rows of teeth. With men she is on terms of careless equality inversion or congenita dell'istinto sessuale in una donna. El Animalo, February, 1889. The inverted woman, Hirschfeld truly remarks, Die Homosexualität, page 158, is more full of life, of enterprise, of practical energy, more aggressive, more heroic, more apt for adventure, than either the heterosexual woman nor the homosexual man. Sometimes, he adds, her mannishness may approach reckless brutality, and her courage becomes rashness. This author observes, however, in another place, page 272, that, in addition to this group of inverted women with masculine traits there is another group, not less large, of equally inverted women who are outwardly as thoroughly feminine as are normal women. This is not an observation which I am able to confirm. It appears to me that the great majority of inverted women possess some masculine or boyish traits, even though only as slight as those which may occasionally be revealed by normal women. Extreme femininity, in my observation, is much more likely to be found in bisexual than in homosexual women, just as extreme masculinity is much more likely to be found in bisexual than in homosexual men, while inverted women frequently, though not always, convey an impression of mannishness or boyishness. There are no invariable anatomical characteristics associated with this impression. There is, for instance, no uniform tendency to a masculine distribution of hair, nor must it be supposed that the presence of a beard in a woman indicates a homosexual tendency. Bearded women, as Hirschfeld remarks, are scarcely ever inverted, and it would seem that the strongest reversals of secondary sexual characters less often accompany homosexuality than slighter modifications of these characters. A faint mustache and other slight manifestations of hypertrichosis also by no means necessarily indicate homosexuality. To some extent it is a matter of race, thus in the Para district of Constantinople, Wiesenberg, among nearly 700 women between about 18 and 50 years of age, noted that 10% showed hair on the upper lip. They were most often Armenians, the Greeks coming next. There has been some dispute as to whether, apart from homosexuality, hypertrichosis in a woman can be regarded as an indication of a general masculinity. This is denied by Max Bartels in his elaborate study, Über Abnormbehaarung bei Menschen, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, 1876, p. 127, 1881, page 219, and, as regards insanity, by L. Harris Liston, Cases of Bearded Women, British Medical Journal, June 2, 1894. On the other hand, J. H. Claiborne, Hypertrichosis in Women, New York Medical Journal, June 13, 1914, believes that hair on the face and body in a woman is a sign of masculinity. Women with hypertrichosis possess masculine traits. There seems to be very little doubt that fully developed bearded women are in most, possibly not all, cases decidedly feminine in all other respects. A typical instance is furnished by Annie Jones, the East All Lady of Virginia. She belonged to a large and entirely normal family, but herself possessed a full beard with thick whiskers and mustache of an entirely masculine type. She also showed short, dark hair on arms and hands resembling a man. Apart from this heterogeny, she was entirely normal and feminine. At the age of 26, when examined in Berlin, the hair of the head was very long, the expression of the face entirely feminine, the voice also feminine, the figure elegant, the hands and feet entirely a feminine type, the external and internal genitalia altogether feminine. Annie Jones was married. Max Bartels, who studied Annie Jones and published her portrait, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, 1891. Heft 3, page 243, remarks that in these respects Annie Jones resembles other bearded women. They marry, have children, and are able to suckle them. A beard in women seems, as Dupré and Duffless believe, Revue Neurologique, August 30, 1901, to be more closely correlated with neuropathy than with masculinity. Comparing 1,000 sane women with 1,000 insane women in Paris, they found unusual degree of hair or down on the face in 23% of the former and 50% of the latter, but even the sane bearded women frequently belong to neuropathic families. A tendency to slight widely diffused hypertrichosis of the body generally, not localized or highly developed on the face, seems much more likely than a beard to be associated with masculinity, even when it occurs in little girls. Thus Virchow once presented to the Berlin Anthropological Society a little girl of 5 of this type who also possessed a deep and rough voice. Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, 1891, Heft 4, page 469. A typical example of slight hypertrichosis in a woman associated with general masculine traits is furnished by a description and figure of the body of a woman of 56, in an anatomical institute, furnished by C. Straun, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, 1901, Heft 6, page 534. In this case, there was a growth of hair around both nipples, and a line of hair extended from the pubes to the navel. Both these two dispositions of hair are very rare in women. In Vienna, among nearly 700 women, Kohl only found a tendency to hair distribution toward the navel in about 1%. While the hair in this subject was otherwise fairly normal, there were many approximations to the masculine type in other respects. The muscles were strongly developed, the bones massive, the limbs long, the joints powerful, the hands and feet large, the thorax well developed, the lower jaw massive. There was an absence of feminine curves on the body and the breasts were scarcely perceptible. At the same time, the genital organs were normal and there had been childbirth. It was further notable that this woman had committed suicide by self-strangulation, a rare method which requires great resolution and strength of will, as at any moment of the process the pressure can be removed. There seems little doubt that inverted women frequently tend to show minor anomalies of the piliferous system, and especially slight hypertrichosis and a masculine distribution of hair. Thus, in a very typical case of inversion in an Italian girl of 19, who dressed as a man and ran away from home, the down on the arms and legs was marked to an unusual extent, and there was very abundant hair in the armpits and on the pubes, with a tendency to the masculine distribution. Of the 3 cases described in this chapter which I am best acquainted with, one possesses an unusually small amount of hair on the pubes and in the axilla, a ligatrichosis terminalis, approximating to the infantile type, while another presents a complex and very rare piliferous heterogeny. There is marked dark down on the upper lip, the pubic hair is thick, and there is hair on toes and feet and legs to umbilicus. There are also a few hairs around the nipples. A woman physician in the United States, who knows many female inverts, similarly tells me that she has observed the tendency to growth of hair on the legs. If, as is not improbable, inversion is associated with some abnormal balance in the internal secretions, it is not difficult to understand this tendency to piliferous anomalies. And we know that the thyroid secretion, for instance, and much more the testicular and ovarian secretions, have a powerful influence on the hair. Ballantyne, some years ago, in discussing congenital hypertrichosis, Manual of Antenatal Pathology, 1902, pages 321-6, concluded that the theory of arrested development is best supported by the facts. Persistence of lanugo is such an arrest, and hypertrichosis may largely be considered a persistence of lanugo. Such a conclusion is still tenable, though it encounters some difficulties and inconsistencies, and it largely agrees with what we know of the condition as associated with inversion in women. But we are now beginning to see that this arrested development may be definitely associated with anomalies in the internal secretions, and even with special chemical defects in these secretions. Virile strength has always been associated with hair, as the story of Samson bears witness. Ammon found among Bodin conscripts, L. Anthropology, 1896, page 285, that when the men were divided into classes according to the amount of hair on body, the first class, with least hair, have the smallest circumference of testicle, the fewest number of men with gland penis uncovered, the largest number of infantile voices, the largest proportion of blue eyes and fair hair, the smallest average height, weight, and chest circumference. While in all these respects the men with hairy bodies were at the other extreme, it has been known from antiquity that in men early castration affects the growth of hair. It is now known that in women the presence or absence of the ovary and other glands affects the hair, as well as sexual development. Thus Hagar, betrothed zur Geburtshilfe Gynecology, Volume 1, page 111, 1898, described a girl with pelvis of infantile type, and uterine malformation, who had been unusually hairy on face and body from infancy, with masculine arrangement of hair on pubes and abdomen. Menstruation was scanty. Breasts atrophic. The hair was of lanugo type. We see here how in women infantile and masculine characteristics are associated with, and both probably dependent on, defects in the sexual glands. Plant, Centralblatt für Gynäkologie, No. 9, 1896, described another girl with very small ovaries, rudimentary uterus, small vagina, and prominent nympha, in whom menstruation was absent, hair on head long and strong, but hair absent in armpits and scanty on mons veneris. These two cases seem inconsistent as regards hair, and we should now wish to know the condition of the other internal glands. The thyroid, for instance, it is now known, controls the hair, as well as do the sexual glands, and the thyroid, as Gautier has shown. Académie de Médecine, July 24, 1900, elaborates arsenic and iodine, which nourish the skin and hair. He found that the administration of sodium cickadylate to young women produced abundant growth of hair on head. Again, the kidneys, and especially the adrenal glands, influence the hair. It has long been known that in girls with congenital renal tumors, there is an abnormally early growth of axillary and pubic hair. Goldschwind, Progermid is in Eichwatschenschrift, numbers 37 and 38, 1910, has described the case of a woman of 39, with small ovaries and adrenal tumor, in whom hair began to grow on chin and cheeks. See also C.T. Ewart, Lancet, May 19, 1915. Once more, the gland hypothesis also affects hair growth, and it has been found by Levy, quoted in Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, August-September, 1912, page 711, that the administration of hypothesis extract to an infantile, hairless woman of 27, without sexual feeling, produced a general tendency to growth of hair. Such facts not only help to explain the anomalies of hair development, but also indicate the direction in which we may find an explanation of the anomalies of the sexual impulse. Apart from the complicated problem presented by the hair, there are genuine approximations to the masculine type. The muscles tend to be everywhere firm, with a comparative absence of soft connective tissue, so that an inverted woman may give an unfeminine impression to the sense of touch. A certain tonicity of the muscles has indeed often been observed in homosexual women. Hirschfeld found that 2/3 of inverted women are more muscular than normal women, while, on the other hand, he found that among inverted men the musculature was often weak. Not only is the tone of the voice often different, but there is reason to suppose that this rests on a basis of anatomical modification. At Moll's suggestion, Flatow examined the larynx in a large number of inverted women, and found in several a very decidedly masculine type of larynx, or an approach to it, especially in cases of distinctly congenital origin. Hirschfeld has confirmed Flatows' observations on this point. It may be added that inverted women are very often good whistlers. Hirschfeld even knows two who are public performers in whistling. It is scarcely necessary to remark that while the old proverb associates whistling in a woman with crowing in a hen, whistling in a woman is no evidence of any general physical or psychic inversion. As regards the sexual organs, it seems possible, so far as my observations go, to speak more definitely of inverted women and of inverted men. In all three of the cases concerning whom I have precise information, among those whose histories are recorded in the present chapter, there is more or less arrested development and infantilism. In one, a somewhat small vagina and prominent nympha, with local sensitiveness, are associated with oligotrichosis. In another, the sexual parts are in some respects rather small, while there is no trace of ovary on one side. In the third case, together with hypertrichosis, the nates are small, the nympha large, the clitoris deeply hooded, the hymen thick, and the vagina probably small. These observations, though few, are significant, and they accord with those of other observers. 65 Krafft-Ebing well described a case which I should be inclined to regard as typical of many sexual organs feminine in character, but remaining at the infantile stage of a girl of 10, small clitoris, prominent coxcomb-like nympha, small vagina scarcely permitting normal intercourse and very sensitive. Hirschfeld agrees in finding common an approach to the type described by Krafft-Ebing. Atrophic anomalies he regards as more common than hypertrophic, and he refers to thickness of hymen and a tendency to notably small uterus and ovaries. The clitoris is more usually small than large. Women with a large clitoris, as Parent Duchatelet long since remarked, seem rarely to be of masculine type. Notwithstanding these tendencies, however, sexual inversion in a woman is, as a rule, not more obvious than in a man. At the same time, the inverted woman is not usually attractive to men. She herself generally feels the greatest indifference to men, and often cannot understand why a woman should love a man, though she easily understands why a man should love a woman. She shows, therefore, nothing of that sexual shyness and engaging air of weakness and dependence, which are an invitation to men. The man who is passionately attracted to an inverted woman is usually of rather a feminine type. For instance, in one case present to my mind, he was of somewhat neurotic heredity, of slight physical development, not sexually attractive to women, and very domesticated in his manner of living. In short, a man who might easily have been passionately attracted to his own sex, while the inverted woman is cold, or, at most, comradely in her bearing toward men. She may become shy and confused in the presence of attractive persons of her own sex, even unable to undress in their presence, and full of tender ardor for the woman whom she loves. 66 Homosexual passion in women finds more or less complete expression in kissing, sleeping together, and close embraces, as in what is sometimes called lying spoons, when one woman lies on her side with her back turned to her friend and embraces her from behind, fitting her thighs into the bend of her companion's legs, so that her mons veneris is in dose contact with the other's buttocks, and slight movement then produces mild erethism. One may also lie on the other's body, or there may be mutual masturbation. Mutual contact and friction of the sexual parts seem to be comparatively rare, but it seems to have been common in antiquity, for we owe to it the term tribadism, which is sometimes used as a synonym of feminine homosexuality, and this method is said to be practiced today by the southern Slav women of the Balkans. The extreme gratification is cunnilingus, or oral stimulation of the feminine sexual organs, not usually mutual, but practiced by the more active and masculine partner. This act is sometimes termed, by no means satisfactorily, sapphism, and lesbianism. 67. An enlarged clitoris is but rarely found in inversion, and plays a very small part in the gratification of feminine homosexuality. Kiernan refers to a case, occurring in America, in which an inverted woman, married and a mother, possessed a clitoris which measured 2.5 inches when erect. Casanova described an inverted Swiss woman, otherwise feminine in development, whose clitoris in excitement was longer than his little finger, and capable of penetration. The older literature contains many similar cases. In most such cases, however, we are probably concerned with some form of pseudohermaphroditism, and the clitoris may more properly be regarded as a penis. There is thus no inversion involved. While the use of the clitoris is rare in homosexuality, the use of an artificial penis is by no means uncommon and very widespread. In several of the modern cases in which inverted women have married women, such as those of Cyril Tovey and Aurelin, the belief of the wife in the masculinity of the husband has been due to an appliance of this kind used in intercourse. The artificial penis, the ilispis, or bobbin, was well known to the Greeks and is described by Herodotus. Its invention was ascribed by Suidas to the Milesian women, and Miletus, according to Aristophanes in the Lysistrata, was the chief place of its manufacture. It was still known in medieval times, and in the 12th century Bishop Burchard, of Worms, speaks of its use as a thing which some women are accustomed to do. In the early 18th century, Margaretha Lincoln, again in Germany, married another woman with the aid of an artificial male organ. 68. The artificial penis is also used by homosexual women in various parts of the world. Thus we find it mentioned in legends of the North American Indians, and it is employed in Zanzibar and Madagascar. 69. The various phenomena of sadism, masochism, and fetishism which are liable to arise, spontaneously or by suggestion, in the relationships of normal lovers, as well as of male inverts, may also rise in the same way among inverted women, though, probably, not often in a very pronounced form. Moll, however, narrates a case, Kontror Sexualempfindung, 1899, pages 565-70, in which various minor but very definite perversions were combined with inversion. A young lady of 26, of good heredity, from the age of 6 had only been attracted to her own sex, and even in childhood had practiced mutual cunnilingus. She was extremely intelligent, and of generous and good-natured disposition, with various masculine tastes, but, on the whole, of feminine build and with completely feminine larynx. During 7 years she lived exclusively with one woman. She found complete satisfaction in active cunnilingus. During the course of this relationship various other methods of excitement and gratification arose, it seems, for the most part, spontaneously. She found much pleasure in urolagnic and coprolagnic practices. In addition to these and similar perversions, the subject liked being bitten, especially in the lobule of the ear, and she was highly excited when whipped by her friend, who should, if possible, be naked at the time. Only the nadies must be whipped and only a birch rod be used, or the effect would not be obtained. These practices would not be possible to her in the absence of extreme intimacy and mutual understanding, and they only took place with the one friend. In this case the perverse phenomena were masochistic rather than sadistic. Many homosexual women, however, display sadistic tendencies in the more or less degree. Thus Dr. Kiernan tells me of an American case, with which he was professionally concerned with Dr. Moyer. See also paper by Kiernan and Moyer in Alienist and Neurologist, May, 1907, of a sadistic inverted woman in a small Illinois city, married and with 2 young children. She was of undoubted neuropathic stock, and there was a history of premarital masturbation and bestiality with a dog. She was a prominent club woman in her city and a leader in religious and social matters. As is often a case with sadists, she was pruriently prudish, and there was strong testimony to her chaste and modest character by clergymen, clubwomen, and local magnates. The victim of her sadistic passion was a girl she had adopted from a home, but whom she half-starved. On this girl she inflicted over 300 wounds. Many of these wounds were stabs with forks and scissors which merely penetrated the skin. This was especially the case with those inflicted on the breasts, labia, and clitoris. During the infliction of these she experienced intense excitement, but this excitement was under control, and when she heard anyone approaching she instantly desisted. She was found sane and responsible at the time of these actions, but the jury also found that she had since become insane, and she was sent to an insane hospital, after recovery, to serve a sentence of 2 years in prison. The alleged insanity, Dr. Kiernan adds, was of the dubious manic and depressive variety, and perhaps chiefly due to wounded pride. The inverted woman is an enthusiastic admirer of feminine beauty, especially of the statuesque beauty of the body, unlike, in this, the normal woman, whose sexual emotion is but faintly tinged by aesthetic feeling. Intersexual habits, we perhaps less often find the degree of promiscuity which is not uncommon among inverted men, and we may perhaps agree with Moll that homosexual women are more often apt to love faithfully and lastingly than homosexual men. Hirschfeld remarks that inverted women are not usually attracted in girlhood by the autoerotic and homosexual vices of school life, and nearly all the women whose histories I have recorded in this chapter felt a pronounced repugnance to such manifestations, and cherished lofty ideals of love. Inverted women are not rarely married. Moll, from various confidences which he has received, believes that inverted women have not the same horror of normal coitus as inverted men. This is probably due to the fact that the woman under such circumstances can retain a certain passivity. In other cases there is some degree of bisexuality, although, as among inverted men, the homosexual instinct seems usually to give the greater relief and gratification. It has been stated by many observers, in America, in France, in Germany, and in England, that homosexuality is increasing among women. 70. There are many influences in our civilization today which encourage such manifestations. 71. The modern movement of emancipation. The movement to obtain the same rights and duties as men, the same freedom and responsibility, the same education and the same work, must be regarded as, on the whole, a wholesome and inevitable movement, but it carries with it certain disadvantages. 72. Women are, very justly, coming to look upon knowledge and experience generally as their right as much as their brother's right, but when this doctrine is applied to the sexual sphere it finds certain limitations. Intimacies of any kind between young men and young women are as much discouraged socially now as ever they were. As regards higher education, the mere association of the sexes in the lecture room or the laboratory or the hospital is discouraged in England and in America. While men are allowed freedom, the sexual field of women is becoming restricted to trivial flirtation with the opposite sex, and to intimacy with their own sex, having been taught independence of men and disdain for the old theory which placed women in the moated grange of the home to sigh for a man who never comes. A tendency develops for women to carry this independence still farther, and to find love where they find work. These unquestionable influences of modern movements cannot directly cause sexual inversion, but they develop the germs of it, and they probably cause a spurious imitation. This spurious imitation is due to the fact that the congenital anomaly occurs with special frequency in women of high intelligence, who, voluntarily or involuntarily, influence others. Kurla, Bloch, and others believe that the woman movement has helped to develop homosexuality. C. E.g., I. Bloch, Betrachtung zur Etiologie der Psychopathia Sexualis, 1902, Volume 1, page 248. Various feminine Strindbergs of the woman movement, as they have been termed, displayed marked hostility to men. Anna Ruling claims that many leaders of the movement, from the outset until today, have been inverted. Hirschfeld, however, Die Homosexualität, page 500, after giving special attention to the matter, concludes that, alike among English suffragettes and in the German Verein für Frauenstimmrecht, the percentage of inverts is less than 10%. 5. The nature of sexual inversion. Analysis of histories, race, heredity, general health, first appearance of homosexual impulse, sexual precocity and hyperesthesia, suggestion and other exciting causes of inversion, masturbation, attitude toward women, erotic dreams, methods of sexual relationship, pseudo-sexual attraction, physical sexual abnormalities, artistic and other aptitudes, moral attitude of the invert. Before stating briefly my own conclusions as to the nature of sexual inversion, I propose to analyze the facts brought out in the histories which I have been able to study. 73 race. All my cases, 80 in number, are British and American, 20 living in the United States and the rest being British. Ancestry, from the point of view of race, was not made a matter of special investigation. It appears, however, that at least 44 are English or mainly English, at least 10 are Scotch or of Scotch extraction, 2 are Irish and 4 others largely Irish. 4 have German fathers or mothers, another is of German descent on both sides, while 2 others are of remote German extraction. 2 are partly, and 1 entirely, French. 2 have a Portuguese strain, and at least 2 are more or less Jewish. Except the apparently frequent presence of the German element, there is nothing remarkable in this ancestry. Heredity. It is always difficult to deal securely with the significance of heredity, or even to establish a definite basis of facts. I have by no means escaped this difficulty, for in some cases I have not even had an opportunity of cross-examining the subjects whose histories I have obtained. Still, the facts, so far as they emerge, have some interest. I possess some record of heredity in 62 of my cases. Of these, not less than 24, or in the proportion of nearly 39%, assert that they have reason to believe that other cases of inversion have occurred in their families, and, while in some it is only a strong suspicion, in others there is no doubt whatever. In one case there is reason to suspect inversion on both sides. Usually the inverted relatives have been brothers, sisters, cousins, or uncles. In one case a bisexual son seems to have had a bisexual father. This hereditary character of inversion, which was denied by Nock, is a fact of great significance, and, as it occurs in cases with which I am well acquainted, I can have no doubt concerning the existence of the tendency. The influence of suggestion may often be entirely excluded, especially when the persons are of different sex. Both Krafft-Ebing and Moll noted a similar tendency. Von Rummer states that in 1/3 of his cases, there was inversion in other members of the family. Hirschfeld also found that there is a relatively high proportion of cases of family inversion. 26, so far as can be ascertained, belong to reasonably healthy families. Minute investigation would probably reduce the number of these, and it is noteworthy that even in some of the healthy families, there was only 1 child born of the parents' marriage. In 28 cases there is more or less frequency of morbidity or abnormality, eccentricity, alcoholism, neurasthenia, insanity, or nervous disease, on one or both sides, in addition to inversion or apart from it. In some of these cases the inverted offspring is the outcome of the union of a very healthy with a thoroughly morbid stock. In some others there is a minor degree of abnormality on both sides. General health. It is possible to speak with more certainty of the health of the individual than of that of his family. Of the 80 cases, 53, or about 2/3, may be said to enjoy good, and sometimes even very good, health, though occasionally there is some slight qualification to be made. In 22 cases the health is delicate, or at best only fair. In these cases there is sometimes a tendency to consumption, and often marked neurasthenia and a more or less unbalanced temperament. 4 cases are morbid to a considerable degree. The remaining case has had insane delusions which require treatment in an asylum. A considerable proportion, included among those as having either good or fair health, may be described as of extremely nervous temperament, and in most cases they so describe themselves. A certain proportion of these combine great physical and, especially, mental energy with this nervousness. All these are doubtless of neurotic temperament. 74 very few can be said to be conspicuously lacking in energy. On the whole, therefore, a large proportion of these inverted individuals are passing through life in an unimpaired state of health, which enables them to do at least their fair share of work in the world. In a considerable proportion of my cases that work is of high intellectual value. Only in 5 cases, it will be seen, or at most 6, can the general health be said to be distinctly bad. This result may, perhaps, seem surprising. It must, however, be remembered that my cases do not, on the whole, represent the class which alone the physician is usually able to bring forward, i.e., the sexual inverts who are suffering from a more or less severe degree of complete nervous breakdown. There is no frequent relationship between homosexuality and insanity, and such homosexuality as is found in asylums is mostly of a spurious character. This point was specially emphasized by Nock, e.g., Homosexualität und Psychose. Zeitschrift für Psychiatrie. Volume 68, No. 3, 1911. He quoted the opinions of various distinguished alienists as to the rarity with which they had met genuine inverts, and recorded his own experiences. He had never met a genuine invert in the asylum throughout his extensive experience, although he was quite willing to admit that there may be unrecognized inverts in asylums, and one patient informed him, after leaving, that he was inverted, and had attracted the attention of the police both before and afterward, though nothing happened in the asylum. Among 1,500 patients in the asylum during 1 year, active pedicatio occurred in about 1% of cases, these patients being frequently idiots or imbeciles and at the same time masturbators, solitary or mutual. Hirschfeld informed Nock that, among homosexual persons, hysterical conditions, not usually on hereditary basis, are fairly common, and neurasthenia of high degree decidedly frequent. But though stages of depression are common, he had never seen pure melancholia and very seldom mania, but paranoiac delusional ideas frequently, and he agreed with Brian of Broadmoor that religious delusions are not uncommon. General paralysis occurs, but is comparatively rare, and the same may be said of dementia praecox. On the whole, although Hirschfeld was unable to give precise figures, there was no reason whatever to suppose an abnormal prevalence of insanity. This was Nock's own view. It is quite true, Nock concluded, that homosexual actions occur in every form of psychosis, especially in congenital and secondary demence, and at periods of excitement, but we are here more concerned with pseudo-homosexuality than with true inversion. Hirschfeld finds that 75% inverts are of sound heredity. This seems too large a proportion. In any case, allowance must be made for differences in method and minuteness of investigation. I am fairly certain that thorough investigation would very considerably enlarge the proportion of cases with morbid heredity. At the same time, this enlargement would be chiefly obtained by bringing minor abnormalities to the front, and it would then have to be shown how far the families of average or normal persons are free from such abnormalities. The question is sometimes asked, what family is free from neuropathic taint? At present it is difficult to answer this question precisely. There is good ground to believe that a fairly large proportion of families are free from such taint. In any case, it seems probable that the families to which the inverted belong do not usually present such profound signs of nervous degeneration, as we were formerly led to suppose. What we vaguely call eccentricity is common among them. Insanity is much rarer. First appearance of homosexual instinct. Out of 72 cases, in 8, the instinct veered round to the same sex in adult age or at all events after puberty. In 3 of these there had been a love disappointment with a woman. No other cause than this can be assigned for the transition, but it is noteworthy that in at least 2 of these cases, the sexual instinct is undeveloped, or morbidly weak, while a third individual is of somewhat weak physique, and another has long been in delicate health. In a further case, also somewhat morbid, the development was rather more complicated. In 64 cases, or in a proportion of 88%, the abnormal instinct began in early life, without previous attraction to the opposite sex. 75 in 27 of these it dates from about puberty, usually beginning at school. In 39 cases the tendency began before puberty, between the ages of 5 and 11. Usually between 7 and 9, sometimes as early as the subject can remember. It must not be supposed that, in these numerous cases of the early appearance of homosexuality, the manifestations were of a specifically physical character. Although erections are noted in a few cases, for the most part sexual manifestations at this early age, whether homosexual or heterosexual, are purely psychic. 76 Sexual precocity and hyperesthesia. It is a fact of considerable interest and significance that in so large a number of my cases, there was distinct precocity of the sexual emotions, both on the physical and psychic sides. There can be little doubt that, as many previous observers have found, inversion tends strongly to be associated with sexual precocity. I think it may further be said that sexual precocity tends to encourage the inverted habit where it exists. Why this should be so is obvious, if we believe, as there is some reason for believing, that at an early age the sexual instinct is comparatively undifferentiated in its manifestations. The precocious accentuation of the sexual impulse leads to definite crystallization of the emotions at a premature stage. It must be added that precocious sexual energy is likely to remain feeble, and that a feeble sexual energy adapts itself more easily to homosexual relationships, in which there is no definite act to be accomplished, than to normal relationships. It is difficult to say how many of my cases exhibit sexual weakness. In 6 or 7 it is evident, and it may be suspected in many others, especially in those who are, and often describe themselves as, sensitive or nervous, as well as in those whose sexual development was very late. In many cases there is marked hyperesthesia or irritable weakness. Hyperesthesia simulates strength, and, while there can be little doubt that some sexual inverts, and more especially bisexuals do possess unusual sexual energy, in others it is but apparent. The frequent repetition of seminal emissions, for example, may be the result of weakness as well as of strength. It must be added that this irritability of the sexual centers is, in a considerable proportion of inverts, associated with marked emotional tendencies to affection and self-sacrifice. In the extravagance of his affection and devotion, it has been frequently observed, the male invert resembles many normal women. Suggestion and other exciting causes of inversion. In 18 of my cases it is possible that some event, or special environment, in early life had more or less influence in turning the sexual instinct into homosexual channels, or in calling out a latent inversion. In 3 cases a disappointment in normal love seems to have produced a profound nervous and emotional shock, acting, as we seem bound to admit, on a predisposed organism, and developing a fairly permanent tendency to inversion. In 8 cases there was seduction by an older person, but in at least 4 or 5 of these there was already a well-marked predisposition. In at least 8 other cases, example, usually at school, may probably be regarded as having exerted some influence. It is noteworthy that in very few of my cases can we trace the influence of any definite suggestion as asserted by Skrank-Notzing, who believes that, in the causation of sexual inversion, as undoubtedly in the causation of erotic fetishism, we must give the first place to accidental factors of education and external influence. He records the case of a little boy who innocently gazed in curiosity at the penis of his father who was urinating, and had his ears boxed, whence arose a train of thought and feeling which resulted in complete sexual inversion. In 2 of the cases I have reported we have parallel incidents, and here we see clearly that the homosexual tendency already existed. I do not question the occurrence of such incidents, but I refuse to accept them as supplying the causation of inversion, and in so doing I am supported by all the evidence I am able to obtain. I am in agreement with a correspondent who wrote, considering that all boys are exposed to the same order of suggestions, sight of a man's naked organs, sleeping with a man, being handled by a man, and that only a few of them become sexually perverted, I think it reasonable to conclude that those few were previously constituted to receive the suggestion. In fact, suggestion seems to play exactly the same part in the normal and abnormal awakening of sex. I would go so far as to assert that for normal boys and girls, the developed sexual organs of the adult man or woman, from their size, hairiness, and the mystery which envelopes them, nearly always exert a certain fascination, whether of attraction or horror. 77 But this has no connection with homosexuality, and scarcely with sexuality at all. Thus, in one case known to me, a boy of 6 or 7 took pleasure in caressing the organs of another boy, twice his own age, who remained passive and indifferent. Yet this child grew up without ever manifesting any homosexual instinct. The seed of suggestion can only develop when it falls on a suitable soil. If it is to act on a fairly normal nature, the perverted suggestion must be very powerful or iterated, and even then its influence will probably only be temporary, disappearing in the presence of the normal stimulus. 78 Not only is suggestion unnecessary to develop a sexual impulse already rooted in the organism, but when exerted in an opposite direction it is powerless to divert that impulse. We see this illustrated in several of the cases whose histories I have presented. Thus in one case, a boy was seduced by the housemaid at the age of 14, and even derived pleasure from the girl. Yet nonetheless the native homosexual instinct asserted itself a year later. In another case heterosexual suggestions were offered and accepted in early life, yet, notwithstanding, the homosexual attraction was slowly evolved from within. I have, therefore, but little to say of the influence of suggestion, which was formerly exalted to a position of the first importance in books on sexual inversion. This is not because I underestimate the great part played by suggestion in many fields of normal and abnormal life. It is because I have been able to find but few decided traces of it in sexual inversion. In many cases, doubtless, there may be some slight elements of suggestion in developing the inversion, though they cannot be traced. 79. Their importance seems usually questionable even when they are discovered. Take Skrenknotzing's case of the little boy, whose ears were boxed for what his father considered improper curiosity. I find it difficult to realize that a mighty suggestion can thereby be generated, unless a strong emotion exists for it to unite with. In that case the seed falls on prepared soil. Is the wide prevalence of normal sexuality due to the fact that so many little boys have had their ears boxed for taking naughty liberties with women? If so, I am quite prepared to accept Skrenknotzing's explanation as a complete account of the matter. I know of one case, indeed, in which an element of what may fairly be called suggestion can be detected. It is that of a physician who had always been on very friendly terms with men, but had sexual relations exclusively with women, finding fair satisfaction, until the confessions of an inverted patient one day came to him as a revelation. Thereafter he adopted inverted practices and ceased to find any attraction in women. But even in this case, as I understand the matter, suggestion merely served to reveal his own nature to the man. For a physician to adopt the perverted habits which the visit of a chance patient suggests to him can scarcely be a phenomenon of pure suggestion. We have no reason to suppose that this physician practiced every perversion he heard of from patients. He adopted that which fitted his own nature. 80. In another case homosexual advances were made to a youth and accepted, but he had already been attracted to men in childhood. Again, in another case, there were homosexual influences in the boyhood of a subject who became bisexual, but as the subject's father was of similar bisexual temperament, we can attach no potency to the mere suggestions. In another case we find homosexual influence in childhood, but the child was already delicate, shy, nervous, and feminine, clearly possessing a temperament predestined to develop in a homosexual direction. The irresistible potency of the inner impulse is well illustrated in a case presented by Hirschfeld and Burchard. My daughter Erna said the subject's mother showed boyish inclinations at the age of 3, and they increased from year to year. She never played with dolls, only with tin soldiers, guns, and castles. She would climb trees and jump ditches. She made friends with the drivers of all the carts that came to our house, and they would place her on the horse's back. The annual circus was a joy to her for all the year. Even as a child of 4 she was so fearless on horseback that lookers-on shouted bravo, and all declared she was a born horsewoman. It was her greatest wish to be a boy. She would wear her elder brother's clothes all day, notwithstanding her grandmother's indignation. Cycling, gymnastics, boating, swimming were her passion, and she showed skill in them. As she grew older she hated prettily adorned hats and clothes. I had much trouble with her for she would not wear pretty things. The older she grew the more her masculine and decided ways developed. This excited much outcry and offense. People found my daughter unfeminine and disagreeable, but all my trouble and exhortations availed nothing to change her. Now this young woman whom all the influences of a normal feminine environment failed to render feminine was not physiologically a woman at all. The case proved to be the unique instance of an individual possessing all the external characteristics of a woman, combined with internal testicular tissue capable of emitting true masculine semen through the feminine urethra. No suggestions of the environment could suffice to overcome this fundamental fact of internal constitution. Hirschfeld and Burchard, Spermasecretion aus einer weiblichen Harnröhre, Deutsche Medizinalschwachenschrift, number 52, 1911. I may here quote 3 American cases, not previously published, for which I am indebted to Professor G. Frank Lipston, of Chicago. They seem to me to illustrate the only kind of suggestions which play much part in the evolution of inversion. I give them in Dr. Lipston's words. Case I, a man, 45 years of age, attracted by the allusion to my essay on social perversion contained in the English translation of Krafft-Ebing's Psychopathia Sexualis, consulted me regarding the possible cure of his condition. This individual was a finely educated, very intelligent man, who was an excellent linguist, had considerable musical ability, and was in the employ of a firm whose business was such as to demand on the part of its employees considerable legal acumen, clerical ability, and knowledge of real estate transactions. This man stated that at the age of puberty, without any knowledge of perversity of sexual feeling, he was thrown intimately in contact with males of more advanced years, who took various means to excite his sexual passions, the result being that perverted sexual practices were developed, which were continued for a number of years. He thereafter noticed an aversion to women. At the solicitations of his family he finally married, without any very intelligent idea as to what, if anything, might be expected of him in the marital relation. Absolute impotence, indeed, repugnance for association with his wife, was the lamentable sequence. A divorce was in contemplation when, fortunately for all parties concerned, the wife suddenly died. Being a man of more than ordinary intelligence, this individual, prior to seeking my aid, had sought vainly for some remedy for his unfortunate condition. He stated that he believed there was an element of heredity in his case, his father having been a dipsomaniac and one brother having died insane. He nevertheless stated it to be his opinion that, notwithstanding the hereditary taint, he would have been perfectly normal from a sexual standpoint had it not been for acquired impressions at or about the period of puberty. This man presented a typically neurotic type of physique, complained of being intensely nervous, was prematurely gray, of only fair stature, and had an uncontrollable nystagmus, which, he said, had existed for some 15 years. As might be expected, treatment in this case was of no avail. I began the use of hypnotic suggestion at the hands of an expert professional hypnotist. The patient, being called out of the state, finally gave up treatment, and I have no means of knowing what his present condition is. Case 2. A lady patient of mine who happened to be an actress, and consequently a woman of the world, brought to me for an opinion some correspondence which had passed between her younger brother and a man living in another state, with whom he was on quite intimate terms. In one of these letters various flying trips to Chicago for the purpose of meeting the lad, who, by the way, was only 17 years of age, were alluded to. It transpired also, as evidenced by the letters, that on several occasions the young lad had been taken on trips in Pullman cars by his friend, who was a prominent railroad official. The character of the correspondence was such as the average healthy man would address to a woman with whom he was enamored. It seemed that the author of the correspondence had applied to his boy affinity the name Cinderella, and the protestations of passionate affection that were made towards Cinderella certainly would have satisfied the most exacting woman. The young lad subsequently made a confession to me, and I put myself in correspondence with his male friend, with the result that he called upon me and I obtained a full history of the case. The method of indulgence in this case was the usual one of oral masturbation, in which the lad was the passive party. I was unable to obtain any definite data regarding the family history of the elder individual in this case, but understand that there was a taint of insanity in his family. He himself was a robust, fine-looking man, above middle age, who was well educated and very intelligent, as he necessarily must have been, because of the prominent position he held with an important railway company. I will state, as a matter of interest, that the lad in this case, who is now 23 years of age, has recently consulted me for impotentia caundi, manifesting a frigidity for women, and, from the young man's statements, I am convinced that he is well on the road to confirmed sexual perversion. An interesting point in this connection is that the young man's sister, the actress already alluded to, has recently had an attack of acute mania. I have had other unpublished cases that might be of interest, but these two are somewhat classical, and typify to a greater or less degree the majority of other cases. I will, however, mention one other case, occurring in a woman. Case 3, a married woman 40 years of age, has been deserted by her husband because of her perverted sexuality. Neurotic history on both sides of the family, and several cases of insanity on mother's side. In this case affinity for the same sex and perverted desire for the opposite sex existed, a combination by no means infrequent. Hypnotic suggestion tried, but without success. cause was evidently suggestion and example, on the part of another female pervert, with whom she associated before her marriage. Marriage was late, at age of 35. In all these cases there was an element of what may be called suggestion, but it was really much more than this. It was probably in each case active seduction by an elder person of a predisposed younger person. It will be observed that in each case there was, at the least, an organic neurotic basis for suggestion and seduction to work on. I cannot regard these cases as entitled to modify our attitude towards suggestion. Masturbation. Morrow believed that masturbation was a cause of sexual inversion, and Krafft-Ebing looked upon it as leading to all sorts of sexual perversions. The same opinion was currently repeated by many writers. It is not now accepted. Moll emphatically rejected the idea that masturbation can be the cause of inversion. Nock repeatedly denies that masturbation, any more than seduction, can ever produce true inversion. Hirschfeld attaches to it no ideological significance. Many years ago I gave special attention to this point and reached a similar conclusion, that masturbation, especially at an early age, may sometimes enfeeble the sexual activities, and aid the manifestations of inversion. I certainly believe, but beyond this, there is little in the history of my male cases to indicate masturbation as a cause of inversion. It is true that 44 out of 51 admit that they have practiced masturbation, at all events, occasionally, or at some period in their lives, and it is possible that this proportion is larger than that found among normal people. Even if so, however, it is not difficult to account for, bearing in mind the fact that the homosexual person has not the same opportunities as has the heterosexual person to gratify his instincts, and that masturbation may sometimes legitimately appear to him as the lesser of two evils. 81. Not only has masturbation been practiced at no period in at least 7 of the cases, for concerning several I have no information, but in several others it was never practiced until long after the homosexual instinct had appeared, in one case not till the age of 40, and then only occasionally. In at least 8 it was only practiced at puberty. In at least 8, however, it began before the age of puberty. At least 9 left off before about the age of 20. Unfortunately, as yet, we have little definite evidence as to the prevalence and extent of masturbation among normal individuals. Among the women, masturbation is found in at least 5 cases out of 7. In one case there was no masturbation until comparatively late in life, and then only at rare intervals and under exceptional circumstances. In another case, some years after the homosexual attraction had been experienced, it was practiced, though not in excess, from the age of puberty for about 4 years, and then abandoned. During these years the physical sexual feelings were more imperative than they were afterward felt to be. In 2 cases masturbation was learned spontaneously soon after puberty, and in one of these practiced in excess before the manifestations of inversion became definite. In all cases the subjects are emphatic in asserting that this practice neither led to, nor was caused by, the homosexual attraction, which they regard as a much higher feeling, and it must be added that the occasional practice of masturbation is very far from rare among fairly normal women. 82. While this is so, I am certainly inclined to believe that an early and excessive indulgence in masturbation, though not an adequate cause, is a favoring condition for the development of inversion, and that this is especially so in women. The sexual precocity indicated by early and excessive masturbation doubtless sometimes reveals an organism already predisposed to homosexuality. But, apart from this, when masturbation arises spontaneously at an early age on a purely physical basis, it seems to tend to produce a divorce between the physical and the psychic aspects of sexual love. The sexual manifestations are all diverted into this physical direction, and the child is ignorant that such phenomena are normally allied to love. Then, when a more spiritual attraction appears with adolescent development, this divorce is perpetuated. Instead of the physical and psychic feelings appearing together when the age for sexual attraction comes, the physical feelings are prematurely twisted from their natural end, and it becomes abnormally easy for a person of the same sex to step in and take the place rightfully belonging to a person of the opposite sex. This has certainly seemed to me the course of events in some cases I have observed. Attitude toward the opposite sex, in 17 cases, of whom 5 are married and others purposing to marry. There is sexual attraction to both sexes, a condition formerly called psychosexual hermaphroditism, but now more usually bisexuality. In such cases, although there is pleasure and satisfaction in relationships with both sexes, there is usually a greater degree of satisfaction in connection with one sex. Most of the bisexual prefer their own sex. It is curiously rare to find a person, whether a man or woman, who by choice exercises relationships with both sexes and prefers the opposite sex. This would seem to indicate that the bisexual may really be inverts. In any case, bisexuality merges imperceptibly into simple inversion. In at least 16 of 52 cases of simple inversion in men there has been connection with women, in some instances only once or twice, in others during several years, but it was always with an effort, or from a sense of duty and anxiety to be normal. They never experienced any real pleasure in the act, or sense of satisfaction after it. 4 of these cases are married, but marital relationships usually ceased after a few years. At least 4 others were attracted to women when younger, but are not now. Another once felt sexually attracted to a boyish woman, but never made any attempt to obtain any relationships with her. 3 or 4 others, again, have tried to have connection with women but failed. The largest proportion of my cases have never had any sexual intimacy with the opposite sex. 83, and some of these experience what, in the case of the male invert, is sometimes called horror femina. But, while woman as an object of sexual desire is in such cases disgusting to them, and it is usually difficult for a genuine invert to have connection with a woman, except by setting up images of his own sex, for the most part inverts are capable of genuine friendships, irrespective of sex. It is, perhaps, not difficult to account for the horror, much stronger than that normally felt toward a person of the same sex, with which the invert often regards the sexual organs of persons of the opposite sex. It cannot be said that the sexual organs of either sex under the influence of sexual excitement are aesthetically pleasing. They only become emotionally desirable through the parallel excitement of the beholder. When the absence of parallel excitement is accompanied in the beholder by the sense of unfamiliarity as in childhood, or by a neurotic hypersensitiveness, the conditions are present for the production of intense horror femina or horror masculus. As the case may be, it is possible that, as Otto Rank argues in his interesting study, Die Nachsiedemseitung, this horror of the sexual organs of the opposite sex, to some extent felt even by normal people, is embodied in the Melusine type of legend. Erotic dreams, our dreams follow, as a general rule, the impulses that stir our waking psychic life. The normal man or woman in sexual vigor dreams of loving a person of the opposite sex. The inverted man dreams of loving a man, the inverted woman of loving a woman. 84 dreams thus have a certain value in diagnosis, more especially since there is less unwillingness to confess to a perverted dream than to a perverted action. Ulrichs first referred to the significance of the dreams of inverts. At a later period, Mull pointed out that they have some value in diagnosis, when we are not sure how far the inverted tendency is radical. Then Nock repeatedly emphasized the importance of dreams as constituting, he believed, the most delicate test we possess in the diagnosis of homosexuality. This was an exaggerated view, which failed to take into account the various influences which may deflect dreams. Hirschfeld has made the most extensive investigation on this point, and found that among 100 inverts 87 had exclusively homosexual dreams, while most of the rest had no dreams at all. 85 among my cases, only 4 definitely state that there are no erotic dreams, while 31 acknowledge that the dreams are concerned more or less with persons of the same sex. Of these, at least 16 assert or imply that their dreams are exclusively of the same sex. 2, though apparently inverted congenitally, have had erotic dreams of women, in one case more frequently than of men. These 2 exceptions have no apparent explanation. Another appears to have sexual dreams of a nightmare character in which women appear. In another case there were always at first dreams of women, but this subject had sometimes had connection with prostitutes, and is not absolutely indifferent to women, while another, whose dreams remain heterosexual, had in early life some attraction to girls. In the cases of distinct bisexuality there is no unanimity. Two dream of their own sex, two dream of both sexes, one usually dreams of the opposite sex, and one man, while dreaming of both, dislikes those dreams in which women figure. In at least 3 cases dreams of a sexual character began at the age of 8 or earlier. The phenomena presented by erotic dreams, alike in normal and abnormal persons, are somewhat complex, and dreams are by no means a sure guide to the dreamer's real sexual attitude. The fluctuations of dream imagery may be illustrated by the experiences of one of my subjects, who thus indirectly summarizes his own experiences. When he was quite a child, he used to be haunted by gross and grotesque dreams of naked adult men, which must have been erotic. At the age of puberty he dreamed in 2 ways, but always about males. One species of vision was highly idealistic. A radiant and lovely young man's face with floating hair appeared to him on a background of dim shadows. The other was obscene, being generally the sight of a groom's or carter's genitals in a state of violent erection. He never dreamed erotically or sentimentally about women, but when the dream was frightful, the terror-making personage was invariably female. In ordinary dreams, women of his family or acquaintance played a trivial part. At the age of 24, having determined to conquer his homosexual passions, he married, found no difficulty in cohabiting with his wife, and begat several children. Although he took but little passionate delight in the sexual act, he still continued to dream exclusively of men for several years, and the obscene visions became more frequent than the idealistic. Gradually, coarse and uninteresting erotic dreams of women began to haunt his mind in sleep. A curious particular regarding the new type of vision was that he never dreamed of whole females, only of their sexual parts, seen in a blur, and the seminal emissions which attended the mental pictures left a feeling of fatigue and disgust. In course of time, his wife and he agreed to live separately so far as sexual relations are concerned. He then indulged his passion for males, and wholly lost those rudimentary female dreams which had been developed during the period of nuptial cohabitation. Not only is it possible for the genuine invert to be trained into heterosexual erotic dreams, but homosexual dreams may occasionally be experienced by persons who are, and always have been, exclusively heterosexual. I could bring forward much evidence on this point. Cf. Autoerotism in Volume 1 of these studies. Both men and women who have always been of pronounced heterosexual tendency, without a trace of inversion, are liable to rare homosexual dreams, not necessarily involving orgasm or even definite sexual excitement, and sometimes accompanied by a feeling of repugnance. As an example, I may present a dream, which had no known origin, of an exclusively heterosexual lady aged 42. She dreamed she was in bed with another woman, unknown to her, and lying on her own stomach, while with her right hand stretched out she was feeling the other's sexual parts. She could distinctly perceive the clitoris, vagina, etc. She felt a sort of disgust with herself for what she was doing, but continued until she awoke. She then found herself lying on her stomach as in the dream and at first thought she must have been touching herself, but realized that this could not have been the case. Niceforo, who believes that inversion may develop out of masturbation, considers that dreams of masturbation by association of ideas may take on an inverted character. La Psychopathe Sexuelle, 1897, pages 35, 69. This, however, must be rare, and will not account for most of the dreams in question. Nook and Colin Scott, some years ago, independently referred to cases in which normal persons were liable to homosexual dreams, and Fay Ray, reviewed in Medicine, December, 1898, referred to a man who had a horror of women, but appeared only to manifest homosexuality in his dreams. Nook, Archive for Criminal Anthropology, 1907. Heft Dial. 2. Calls dreams which represent a reaction of opposition to the dreamer's ordinary life contrast dreams. Hirschfeld, who accepts Nook's contrast dreams in relation to homosexuality, considers that they indicate a latent bisexuality. We may admit this is so, in the same sense in which a complementary color image called up by another color indicates the possibility of perceiving that color. In most cases, however, it seems to me that homosexual dreams in normal persons, may be simply explained as due to the ordinary confusion and transition of dream imagery. C. Ellis, The World of Dreams, especially Chapter 2, Methods of Sexual Relationship. The exact mode in which an inverted instinct finds satisfaction is frequently of importance from the medico-legal standpoint. From a psychological standpoint, it is of minor significance, being chiefly of interest as showing the degree to which the individual has departed from the instinctive feelings of his normal fellow beings. Taking 57 inverted men of whom I have definite knowledge, I find that 12, restrained by moral or other considerations, have never had any physical relationship with their own sex. In some 22 cases, the sexual relationship rarely goes beyond close physical contact and fondling, or at most mutual masturbation and intercrural intercourse. In 10 or 11 cases, fellatio, oral excitation, frequently in addition to some form of mutual masturbation, and usually, though not always, as the active agency, is the form preferred. In 14 cases, actual pedicatio 86, usually active, not passive, has been exercised. In these cases, however, pedicatio is by no means always the habitual or even the preferred method of gratification. It seems to be the preferred method in about 7 cases. Several who have never experienced it, including some who have never practiced any form of physical relationship, state that they feel no objection to pedicatio. Some have this feeling in regard to active, others in regard to passive pedicatio. The proportion of inverts who practice or have at some time experienced pedicatio thus revealed, nearly 25%, is large. In Germany, Hirschfeld finds it to be only 8%, and Merzbach only 6%. I believe, however, that a wider induction from a larger number of English and American cases would yield a proportion much nearer to that found in Germany. 87. Pseudosexual attraction. It is sometimes supposed that in homosexual relationships one person is always active, physically and emotionally, the other passive. Between men, at all events, this is very frequently not the case, and the invert cannot tell if he feels like a man or like a woman. Thus, one writes, "In bed with my friend I feel as he feels, and he feels as I feel." The result is masturbation, and nothing more or desire for more on my part. I get it over, too, as soon as possible, in order to come to the best. Sleeping arms round each other? Or talking so? It remains true, however, that there may usually be traced what it is possible to call pseudosexual attraction, by which I mean a tendency for the invert to be attracted toward persons unlike himself, so that in his sexual relationships there is a certain semblance of sexual opposition. Numa Praetorius considers that in homosexuality the attraction of opposites, the attraction for soldiers and other primitive vigorous types, plays a greater part than among normal lovers. This pseudosexual attraction is, however, as Hirschfeld points out, and as we see by the histories here presented, by no means invariable. M.N. writes, "To me it appears that the female element must, of necessity, exist in the body that desires the male, and that nature keeps her law in the spirit, though she breaks it in the form. The rest is all a matter of individual temperament and environment. The female nature of the invert, hampered though it is by its disguise of flesh, is still able to exert an extraordinary influence, and calls insistently upon the male. This influence seems called into action most violently in the presence of males possessed of strong sexual magnetism of their own. Such men are generally more or less conscious of the influence, and the result is either a vague appreciation, which will make the male wonder why he gets on so well with the invert, or else the influence will be realized to be something incongruous and unnatural, and will be resented accordingly. Sometimes, indeed, the reciprocated feeling, circumstance and opportunity permitting, will prove strong enough to induce sexual relations. Reason will then generally overpower instinct, and the feeling, aroused unaware, will probably be changed into repulsion. Further, the influence reacts in the same way on women, who, particularly if they are strongly sexual, experience involuntary sensations of dislike or antagonism on association with inverts. There is, however, one terrible reality for the invert to face. No matter how much he may wish to avoid it and seek to deceive himself, there exists for him an almost absolute lack of any genuine satisfaction either in the way of the affections or desires. His whole life is passed in vainly seeking and desiring the male, the antithesis of his nature, and in consorting with inverts he must perforce be content with the male in form only, the shadow without the substance. Indeed, one invert necessarily regards another as being of the same undesired female sex as himself, and for this reason it will be found that, while friendships between inverts frequently exist, and these are characteristically feminine, unstable, and liable to betrayal, love attachments are less common, and when they occur must naturally be based upon considerable self-deception. Venal gratifications are always, of course, as possible as they are unsatisfactory, and here perhaps some of the peculiarities of taste accompanying inversion may admit of elucidation. In considering the peculiar predilections shown by inverts for youths of inferior social position, for the wearers of uniforms, and for extreme physical development and virility not necessarily accompanied by intellectuality, regard must be had to the probable conduct of women placed in a position of complete irresponsibility, combined with absolute freedom of action, and every opportunity for promiscuity. It seems to me that the importance of recognizing the underlying female element in inversion cannot be too strongly insisted upon. The majority of inverts, right c, differ in no detail of their outward appearance, their physique, or their dress from normal men. They are athletic, masculine in habit, frank in manner, passing through society year after year without arousing a suspicion of their inner temperament. Were it not so, society would long ago have had its eyes open to the amount of perverted sexuality it harbors. These lines were written, not in opposition to the more subtle distinctions pointed out above, but in refutation of the vulgar error, which confuses the typical invert with the painted and petticoated creatures who appear in police courts from time to time, and whose portraits are presented al ambroso, lip ludic, etc. On another occasion the same writer remarked, while expressing general agreement with the idea of a pseudo-sexual attraction, the liaison is by no means always sought and begun by the person who is abnormally constituted. I mean that I can cite cases of decided males who have made up to inverts, and have found their happiness in the reciprocated passion. One pronounced male of this sort, again, once said to me, "Men are so much more affectionate than women." Precisely the same words were used by one of my subjects also. The liaison springs up now and then quite accidentally through juxtaposition, when it is difficult to say whether either at the outset had an inverted tendency of any marked quality. In these cases the sexual relation seems to come on as a heightening of comradely affection, and is found to be pleasurable, sometimes, I think, discovered to be safe as well as satisfying. On the other hand, so far as I know, it is extremely rare to observe a permanent liaison between two pronounced inverts. The tendency to pseudo-sexual attraction in the homosexual would thus seem to involve a preference for normal persons. How far this is the case it seems difficult to state positively. Usually, one may say, an invert falls in love, exactly as in the case of a normal person, without any intellectual calculation as to the temperamental ability to return the affection which the object of his love may possess. Naturally, however, there cannot be any adequate return of the affection in the absence of an actual or latent homosexual disposition. On this point an American correspondent, H.C., with a wide knowledge of inversion in many lands, writes, "One of your correspondents declares that inverts long for sexual relations with normal men rather than with one another. If this be true, I have never once found it exemplified in all my wide experience of inverts, and I have submitted his assertion to more than 50. These have replied invariably that unless a man is himself homosexual, nearly all the pleasure of fellatio is absent. The fact is, the majority of inverts flock together not from exigency, but from choice. The mere sexual act is, if anything, far less the sole object between inverts than it is between normal men and women. Why should the invert sigh for intercourse with normal men, where mutual confidences and sympathies and love would be out of the question? Personally, I decline to commit fellatio with a man who is given to women. The thought of it is repugnant to me. And this is the attitude with every invert I have questioned. The nearest approach to confirmation of your correspondent's theory has been when an extremely feminine invert here and there has admitted the wish that a certain normal man were inverted. Indeed, the temperamental gamut of inversion is itself broad enough to embrace the most widely divergent ideals. As my furthest reaching demands attain fruition in the gentle and pretty boy, so his own robuster affinity resides in me. If inverts were actually women, then indeed the normal male would be their ideal. But inverts are not women. Inverts are males capable of passionate friendship, and their ideal is the male who will give them passionate friendship in return. In at least 24, probably many more, of my male cases there is a marked contrast, and in a still larger number a less marked contrast, between the subject and the individuals he is attracted to. Either he is of somewhat feminine and sensitive nature, and admires more simple and virile natures, or he is fairly vigorous and admires boys who are often of lower social class. Inverted women also are attracted to more clinging feminine persons. 88 Asexual attraction for boys is, no doubt, as Moll points out, that form of inversion which comes nearest to normal sexuality, for the subject of it usually approaches nearer to the average man in physical and mental disposition. The reason of this is obvious: boys resemble women, and therefore it requires a less profound organic twist to become sexually attracted to them. Anyone who has watched private theatricals in boys' schools will have observed how easy it is for boys to personate women successfully, and it is well known that until the middle of the 17th century women's parts on the stage were always taken by boys, whether or not with injury to their own or other people's morals. 89 It is also worthy of note that in Greece, where homosexuality flourished so extensively, and apparently with so little accompaniment of neurotic degeneration, it was often held that only boys under 18 should be loved, so that the love of boys merged into love of women. About 18 of my cases are most strongly attracted to youths, preferably of about the age of 18 to 20, and they are, for the most part, among the more normal and healthy of the cases. A preference for older men, or else a considerable degree of indifference to age alone, is more common, and perhaps indicates a deeper degree of perversion. Putting aside the age of the object desired, it must be said that there is a distinctly general, though not universal, tendency for sexual inverts to approach the feminine type, either in psychic disposition or physical constitution, or both. 90. I cannot say how far this is explained by the irritable nervous system and delicate health, which are so often associated with inversion, though this is certainly an important factor. Although the invert himself may stoutly affirm his masculinity, and although this femininity may not be very obvious, its wide prevalence may be asserted with considerable assurance, and by no means only among the small minority of inverts who take an exclusively passive role, though in these it is usually most marked. In this I am confirmed by Q, who writes, in all, or certainly almost all, the cases of congenital male inverts, excluding psychosexual hermaphrodites, that I know there has been a remarkable sensitiveness and delicacy of sentiment, sympathy, and an intuitive habit of mind, such as we generally associate with the feminine sex, even though the body might be quite masculine in its form and habit. 91 When, however, a distinguished invert said to Moll, "We are all women, that we do not deny," he put the matter in too extreme a form. The feminine traits of the homosexual are not usually of a conspicuous character. I believe that inverts of plainly feminine nature are rare exceptions, wrote Knock, and that statement may be accepted even by those who emphasize the prevalence of feminine traits among inverts. In inverted women some degree of masculinity or boyishness is equally prevalent, and it is not usually found in the women to whom they are attracted. Even in inversion the need for a certain sexual opposition, the longing for something which the lover himself does not possess, still prevails. It expresses itself sometimes in an attraction between persons of different race and color. I am told that in American prisons for women lesbian relationships are specially frequent between white and black women. 92 A similar affinity is found among the Arabs, says Coker, and if an Arab woman has a lesbian friend the latter is usually European. In Cochin, China, too, according to Lorien, while the Chinese are chiefly active pederasts, the Annamites are chiefly passive. It must, however, be remembered that, in normal love, homogamy, the attraction of the like, prevails over heterogamy, the attraction of the unlike. which is chiefly confined to those features which belong to the sphere of the secondary sexual characters. The same appears to be true in inversion, and the homosexual are probably, on the whole, more attracted by the traits which they seem to themselves to possess than by those which are foreign to themselves. 93 Physical abnormalities. The circumstances under which many of my cases were investigated often made information under this head difficult to obtain or to verify. In at least 4 cases the penis is very large, while in at least 3 it is small and undeveloped, with small and flabby testes. It seems probable that variations in these 2 directions are both common, but it is doubtful whether they possess as much significance as the tendency to infantilism of the sexual organs in inverted women seems to possess. Hirschfeld considers that the genital organs of inverts resemble those of normal people. He finds, however, that phimosis is rather common. More significant, perhaps, than specifically genital peculiarities are the deviations found in the general conformation of the body. 94 In at least 2 cases there are well-developed breasts. In one the breasts swelling and becoming red. 95 In one case there are menstrual phenomena, physical and psychic, recurring every 4 weeks. In several cases the hips are broad and the arms rounded, while some are skillful in throwing a ball. One was born with a double squint. At least 2 were 7 months children. In the previous chapter I have referred to the tendency to hypertrichosis and occasionally oligotrichosis among inverted women. Among the men it is the latter condition which seems more common, and in several cases the bodies are hairless, or with but scanty hair. A few are left-handed, though not perhaps in abnormal proportion. 96 The sexual characters of the handwriting are in some cases clearly inverted, the men writing a feminine hand and the women a masculine hand. A high feminine voice is sometimes found. 97 A marked characteristic of many inverts, though one not easy of precise definition, is their youthfulness of appearance, and frequently childlike faces, equally in both sexes. This has often been remarked, and is pronounced among many of my subjects. The frequent inability of male inverts to whistle was first pointed out by Ulrichs, and Hirschfeld has found it in 23%. Many of my cases confess to this inability, while some of the women inverts can whistle admirably. Although this inability of male inverts is only found among a minority, I am quite satisfied that it is well marked among a considerable minority. One of my correspondents, M.N., writes to me, with regard to the general inability of inverts to whistle, I am not able to do so myself. Their fondness for green, my favorite color, their feminine calligraphy, skill at female occupations, etc. These all seem to me but indications of the one principle. To go still farther and include trivial things, few inverts even smoke in the same manner and with the same enjoyment as a man. They have seldom the male facility at games, cannot throw at a mark with precision, or even spit. Nearly all these peculiarities indicate a minor degree of nervous disturbance and lead to modification. As my correspondent points out, in a feminine direction, it is scarcely necessary to add that they by no means necessarily imply inversion. Shelley, for instance, was unable to whistle, though he never gave an indication of inversion, but he was a person of somewhat abnormal and feminine organization, and he illustrates the tendency of these apparently very insignificant functional anomalies to be correlated with other and more important psychic anomalies. The greater part of these various anatomical peculiarities and functional anomalies point, more or less clearly, to the prevalence among inverts of a tendency to infantilism, combined with feminism in men and masculinism in women. This tendency is denied by Hirschfeld, but it is often well indicated among the subjects whose histories I have been able to present, and is indeed suggested by Hirschfeld's own elaborate results, so that it can scarcely be passed over. I regard it as highly significant, and it is in harmony with all that we are learning to know regarding the important part played by the internal secretions, alike in inversion and the general bodily modifications in an infantile, feminine, and masculine direction. If we are justified in believing that there is a tendency for inverted persons to be somewhat arrested in development, approaching the child type, we may connect this fact with the sexual precocity sometimes marked in inverts. For precocity is commonly accompanied by rapid arrest of development. A correspondent, who is himself inverted, furnishes the following notes of cases he is well acquainted with. I quote them here, as they illustrate the anomalies commonly found. 1. A male, eldest child of typically neurotic family. 3 children in all, 2 male and 1 female. The other 2 are somewhat eccentric, unsocial, and sexually frigid, one in a marked degree. The curious point about this case is that A, the only one of the family possessed of mental ability and social qualifications, should be inverted. Parents' marriage was very ill-assorted and inharmonious, the father being of great stature and the mother abnormally small and of highly nervous temperament, both of feeble health. Ancestry unfortunate, especially on mother's side. 2. B. Male, invert, younger of 2 sons. No other children. Has extremely feminine disposition and appearance, of considerable personal attraction, and has great musical talent. Penis very small and marked breast development. 3. C. Male, invert, younger of 2 sons. No other children. Interval of 6 years between first and second son. Parents' marriage one of great affection, but degenerate ancestry on mother's side. Cancer and scrofula in family. 4. D. Male, invert, second child of 6, remainder girls, of humble social position. Considerable depravity evinced by all the members of this family, with the exception of D, who alone proved steady, honest, and industrious. 5. E. Male, invert, second son of family of 3, the youngest child being a girl, stillborn, of extreme neurotic temperament fostered by upbringing, effeminate in build and disposition, musically gifted. 6. F. Male, invert, second child of family of 5. Eldest child a girl, died in youth. After F a boy G, a girl H, and another girl stillborn. Parents badly matched, mother of considerable mental and physical strength. Father last representative of moribund stock, the result of intermarriage. Children all resembling father in appearance and mother in disposition. Drink tendency in both boys, to which F's death at the age of 30 was mainly due. G committed suicide some years later. The girl H, married into a family with worse ancestry than her own, has 2 children. 7. I and J, boy and girl, both inverted as far as I am able to judge. The boy was born with some deformity of the feet and ankles, is of effeminate tastes and appearance. Boy resembles mother, and girl, who is of great physical development, resembles father. The same correspondent adds, I have noticed little abnormal with regard to the genital formation of inverts. There are, however, frequent abnormalities of proportion in their figures, the hands and feet being noticeably smaller and more shapely, the waist more marked, the body softer and less muscular. Almost invariably there is either cranial malformation or the head approach is the feminine in type and shape. Artistic and other aptitudes. All avocations are represented among inverts. Among the subjects here dealt with are found, at one end of the scale, numerous manual workers, and at the other end an equal number, sometimes of aristocratic family, who exercise no profession at all. There are 12 physicians, 9 men of letters, at least 7 are engaged in commercial life, 6 are artists, architects, or composers, 4 are or have been actors. These figures cannot give any clue to the relative extent of inversion in various occupations, but they indicate that no class of occupation furnishes a safeguard against inversion. There are, however, certain avocations to which inverts seem especially called. One of the chief of these is literature. The apparent predominance of physicians is easily explicable. The frequency with which literature is represented is probably more genuine. Here, indeed, inverts seem to find the highest degree of success and reputation. At least half a dozen of my subjects are successful men of letters, and I could easily add others by going outside the group of histories included in this study. They especially cultivate those regions of belles lettres which lie on the borderland between prose and verse. Though they do not usually attain much eminence in poetry, they are often very accomplished writers of verse. They may be attracted to history, but rarely attempt tasks of great magnitude, involving much patient labor, though to this rule there are exceptions. Pure science seems to have relatively little attraction for the homosexual. 98. An examination of my histories reveals the interesting fact that 45 of the subjects, or in the proportion of 56%, possess artistic aptitudes of varying degree. Galton found, from the investigation of nearly 1,000 persons, that the average showing artistic tastes in England was only about 30%. It must also be said that my figures are probably below the truth, as no special point was made of investigating the matter, and also that in some cases the artistic ability is of high order. It is suggested that Adler's theory of Minderwertigkeit, according to which we react strenuously against our congenital organic defects and fortify them into virtues, may be applied to the invert's acquirement of artistic abilities. G. Rosenstein, Die Theorie der Organminderwertigkeit und die Bisexualität, Jahrbuch für Psychoanalytische Forschungen, Volume 2, 1910, page 398. This theory is in some cases of valuable application, but it seems doubtful to me whether it is very profitable in the present connection. The artistic aptitudes of inverts may better be regarded as part of their organic tendencies than as a reaction against those tendencies. In this connection I may quote the remarks of an American correspondent, himself homosexual, regarding the connection between inversion and artistic capacity. So far as I can see, the temperament of every invert seems to strive to find artistic expression, crudely or otherwise. Inverts, as a rule, seek the paths of life that lie in pleasant places. Their resistance to opposing obstacles is elastic. Their work is never strenuous, if they can help it, and their accomplishments hardly ever of practical use. This is all true of the born artist as well. Both inverts and artists are inordinately fond of praise. Both yearn for a life where admiration is the reward for a little energy. In a word, they seem to be born tired, begotten by parents who were tired, too. Hirschfeld, Die Homosexualität, page 66, gives a list of pictures and sculptures which specially appeal to the homosexual. Prominent among them are representations of Saint Sebastian, Gainsborough's Blue Boy, Van Dyck's Youthful Men, the Hermes of Praxiteles, Michelangelo's Slave, Rodin's and Meunier's working men types. As regards music, my cases reveal the aptitude which has been remarked by others as peculiarly common among inverts. It has been extravagantly said that all musicians are inverts. It is certain that various famous musicians, among the dead and the living, have been homosexual. Ingegnerus speaks of a genito-musical synesthesia, analogous to color hearing, in this connection. Collegia states, Archivio di Psichiatria, 1900, page 209, that 60% inverts are musicians. Hirschfeld, Die Homosexualität, page 500 regards this estimate as excessive, but he himself elsewhere states, page 175, that 98% of male inverts are greatly attracted to music, the women being decidedly less attracted. Oppenheim, in a paper summarized in the Neurologisches Intrailblatt for June 1, 1910, and the Alienist and Neurologist for November, 1910, well remarks that the musical disposition is marked by a great emotional instability, and this instability is a disposition to nervousness. It is thus that neurasthenia is so common among musicians. The musician has not been rendered nervous by the music, but he owes his nervousness, as also, it may be added, his disposition to homosexuality to the same disposition to which he owes his musical aptitude. Moreover, the musician is frequently one-sided in his gifts, and the possession of a single hypertrophied aptitude is itself closely related to the neuropathic and psychopathic diathesis. The tendency to dramatic aptitude, found among a large proportion of my subjects who have never been professional actors, has attracted the attention of previous investigators in this field. 99 Thus, Moll refers to the frequency of artistic, and especially dramatic, talent among inverts, and remarks that the cause is doubtful. After pointing out that the lie which they have to be perpetually living renders inverts always actors, he goes on to say, apart from this, it seems to me that the capacity and the inclination to conceive situations, and to represent them in a masterly manner, corresponds to an abnormal predisposition of the nervous system, just as does sexual inversion, so that both phenomena are due to the same source. I am in agreement with this statement. The congenitally inverted may, I believe, be looked upon as a class of individuals exhibiting nervous characters which, to some extent, approximate them to persons of artistic genius. The dramatic and artistic aptitudes of inverts are, therefore, partly due to the circumstances of the invert's life, which render him necessarily an actor, and in some few cases lead him into a love of deception comparable with that of a hysterical woman, and partly, it is probable, to a congenital nervous predisposition allied to the predisposition to dramatic aptitude. One of my correspondents has long been interested in the frequency of inversion among actors and actresses. He knew an inverted actor who told him he adopted the profession because it would enable him to indulge his proclivity, but, on the whole, he regards this tendency as due to hitherto unconsidered imaginative flexibilities and curiosities in the individual. The actor, ex hypothesi, is one who works himself by sympathy, intellectual and emotional, into states of psychological being that are not his own. He learns to comprehend, nay, to live himself into, relations which were originally alien to his nature. The capacity for doing this, what makes a born actor, implies a faculty for extending his artistically acquired experience into life. In the process of his trade, therefore, he becomes at all points sensitive to human emotions, and, sexuality being the most intellectually undetermined of the appetites after hunger, the actor might discover in himself a sort of sexual indifference, out of which a sexual aberration could easily arise. A man devoid of this imaginative flexibility could not be a successful actor. The man who possesses it would be exposed to divagations of the sexual instinct, under aesthetical or merely wanton influences. Something of the same kind is applicable to musicians and artists, in whom sexual inversion prevails beyond the average. They are conditioned by their aesthetical faculty, and encouraged by the circumstances of their life to feel and express the whole gamut of emotional experience. Thus they get an environment which, unless they are sharply otherwise differentiated, leads easily to experiments in passion. All this joins on to what you call the variational diathesis of men of genius. But I should seek the explanation of the phenomenon less in the original sexual constitution, than in the exercise of sympathetic, assimilative emotional qualities, powerfully stimulated and acted on by the conditions of the individual's life. The artist, the singer, the actor, the painter, are more exposed to the influences out of which sexual differentiation in an abnormal direction may arise. Some persons are certainly made abnormal by nature. Others, of this sympathetic artistic temperament, may become so through their sympathies plus their conditions of life. It is possible there may be some element of truth in this view, which my correspondent regarded as purely hypothetical. In this connection I may, perhaps, mention a moral quality which is very often associated with dramatic aptitude, and also with minor degrees of nervous degeneration, and that is vanity and the love of applause. While among a considerable section of inverts it is not more marked than among the non-inverted, if not, indeed, less marked, among another section it is found in an exaggerated degree. In at least one of my cases vanity and delight in admiration, both as regards personal qualities and artistic productions, reach an almost morbid extent, and the quotations from letters written by various others of my subjects show a curious complacency in the description of their personal physical characters, markedly absent in other cases. It is suggested by Alexander Schmid, on the basis of Adler's views, that this vanity, which sometimes in the inverted artist becomes an exalted pride, as of a guardian of sacred mysteries, may be regarded as an effort to secure a compensation for the consciousness of feminine defect. The extreme type of this preoccupation with personal beauty is represented by the history of himself sent by a young Italian of good family to Zola in the hope, itself a sign of vanity, that the distinguished novelist would make it the subject of one of his works. The history is reproduced in the Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, 1894, and in El Homosexualité Male et Types Homosexuels, 1910, by Dr. Lopes, G. St. Paul. I quote the following passage: "At the age of 18 I was, with few differences, what I am now, at 23. I am rather below the medium height, 1.65 meters, well proportioned, slender, but not lean. My torso is superb, a sculptor could find nothing against it, and would not find it very different from that of Antonidas. My back is very arched, perhaps too much so, and my hips are very developed. My pelvis is broad, like a woman's, my knees slightly approximate, my feet are small, my hands superb, the fingers curved back and with glistening nails, rosy and polished, cut squarely like those of ancient statues. My neck is long and round, the nape charmingly adorned with downy hairs. My head is charming, and at 18 was more so. The oval of it is perfect and strikes all by its infantine form. At 23 I am to be taken for 17 at most. My complexion is white and rosy, deepening at the faintest emotion. The forehead is not beautiful, it recedes slightly and is hollow at the temples, but, fortunately, it is half covered by long hair, of a dark blonde, which curls naturally. The head is perfect in form, because of the curly hair, but on examination there is an enormous protuberance at the occiput. My eyes are oval, of a gray blue, with dark chestnut eyelashes and thick, arched eyebrows. My eyes are very liquid, but with dark circles, and blistered, and they are subject to slight temporary inflammation. My mouth is fairly large, with thick red lips, the lower pendant. They tell me I have the Austrian mouth. My teeth are dazzling, though 3 are decayed and stopped. Fortunately, they cannot be seen. My ears are small and with vari-colored lobes. My chin is very fat, and at 18 it was smooth and velvety as a woman's. At present there is a slight beard, always shaved. 2 beauty spots, black and velvety, on my left cheek, contrast with my blue eyes. My nose is thin and straight, with delicate nostrils and a slight, almost insensible curve. My voice is gentle, and people always regret that I have not learned to sing. This description is noteworthy as a detailed portrait of a sexual invert of a certain type. The whole history is interesting and instructive. Certain peculiarities in taste as regards costume have rightly or wrongly been attributed to inverts. Apart from the tendency of a certain group to adopt feminine habits, and may here be mentioned, Tardieu many years ago referred to the taste for keeping the neck uncovered. This peculiarity may occasionally be observed among inverts, especially the more artistic among them. The cause does not appear to be precisely vanity so much as that physical consciousness which is so curiously marked in inverts, and induces the more feminine among them to cultivate feminine grace of form, and the more masculine to emphasize the masculine athletic habit. It has also been remarked that inverts exhibit a preference for green garments. In Rome synody were for this reason called galbanity. Chevalier remarks that some years ago, a band of pederasts at Paris wore green cravats as a badge. This decided preference for green is well marked in several of my cases of both sexes, and in some at least the preference certainly arose spontaneously. Green, as Jastrow and others have shown, is very rarely the favorite color of adults of the Anglo-Saxon race, though some inquirers have found it to be more commonly a preferred color among children, especially girls, and it is more often preferred by women than by men. The favorite color among normal women, and indeed very often among normal men, though here not so often as blue, is red, and it is notable that of recent years, there has been a fashion for a red tie to be adopted by inverts as their badge. This is especially marked among the fairies, as a fellator is they're termed in New York. It is red, writes an American correspondent, himself inverted, that has become almost a synonym for sexual inversion. Not only in the minds of inverts themselves, but in the popular mind. To wear a red necktie on the street is to invite remarks from newsboys and others, remarks that have the practices of inverts for their theme. A friend told me once that when a group of street boys caught sight of the red necktie he was wearing, they sucked their fingers in imitation of fellatio. Male prostitutes who walk the streets of Philadelphia and New York almost invariably wear red neckties. It is the badge of all their tribe. The rooms of many of my inverted friends have red as the prevailing color in decorations. Among my classmates at the medical school, few ever had the courage to wear a red tie. Those who did never repeated the experiment. Moral attitude of the invert. There is some interest in tracing the invert's own attitude toward his anomaly, and his estimate of its morality. As my cases are not patients seeking to be cured of their perversion, this attitude cannot be taken for granted. I have noted the moral attitude in 57 cases. In 8 the subjects loathe themselves, and have fought in vain against their perversion, which they often regard as a sin. 9 or 10 are doubtful, and have little to say in justification of their condition, which they regard as perhaps morbid, a moral disease. 1. While thinking it right to gratify his natural instincts, admits that they may be vices. The remainder, a large majority, including all the women are, on the other hand, emphatic in their assertion that their moral position is precisely the same as that of the normally constituted individual, on the lowest ground a matter of taste, and at least two state that a homosexual relationship should be regarded as sacramental, a holy matrimony. 2 or 3 even regard inverted love as nobler than ordinary sexual love. Several add the proviso that there should be consent and understanding on both sides, and no attempt at seduction. The chief regret of 2 or 3 is the double life they are obliged to lead. When inverts have clearly faced and realized their own nature, it is not so much, it seems, their conscience that worries them, or even the fear of the police, as the attitude of the world. An American correspondent writes, "It is the fear of public opinion that hangs above them like the sword of Damocles. This fear is the heritage of all of us. It is not the fear of conscience and is not engendered by a feeling of wrongdoing. Rather, it is a silent submission to prejudices that meet us on every side. The true normal attitude of the sexual invert, and I have known hundreds, with regard to his particular passion, is not essentially different from that of the normal man with regard to his. It is noteworthy that even when the condition is regarded as morbid, and even when a life of chastity has, on this account, been deliberately chosen, it is very rare to find an invert expressing any wish to change his sexual ideals. The male invert cannot find, and has no desire to find, any sexual charm in a woman, for he finds all possible charms united in a man, and a woman invert writes, "I cannot conceive a sadder fate than to be a woman, an average woman reduced to the necessity of loving a man." It will be seen that my conclusions under this head are in striking contrast to those of Westphal, who believed that every invert regarded himself as morbid, and probably show a much higher proportion of self-approving inverts than any previous series. 100. This is largely due to the fact that the cases were not obtained from the consulting room, and that they represent in some degree the intellectual aristocracy of inversion, including individuals who, often not without severe struggles, have found consolation in the example of the Greeks, or elsewhere, and have succeeded in attaining a modus vivendi with the moral world, as they have come to conceive it. 6. The theory of sexual inversion. What is sexual inversion? Causes of diverging views. The theory of suggestion unworkable. Importance of the congenital element in inversion. The Freudian theory. Embryonic hermaphroditism is a key to inversion. Inversion is a variation or sport, comparison with color blindness, color hearing, and similar abnormalities. What is an abnormality? Not necessarily a disease. Relation of inversion to degeneration. Exciting causes of inversion. Not operative in the absence of predisposition. The analysis of these cases leads directly up to a question of the first importance. What is sexual inversion? Is it, as many would of us believe, an abominably acquired vice, to be stamped out by the prison? Or is it, as a few assert, a beneficial variety of human emotion which should be tolerated or even fostered? Is it a diseased condition which qualifies its subject for the lunatic asylum? Or is it a natural monstrosity, a human sport, the manifestations of which must be regulated when they become antisocial? There is probably an element of truth in more than one of these views. Very widely divergent views of sexual inversion are largely justified by the position and attitude of the investigator. It is natural that the police official should find that his cases are largely mere examples of disgusting vice and crime. It is natural that the asylum superintendent should find that we are chiefly dealing with a form of insanity. It is equally natural that the sexual invert himself should find that he and his inverted friends are not so very unlike ordinary persons. We have to recognize the influence of professional and personal bias and the influence of environment. There have been two main streams of tendency in the views regarding sexual inversion. One seeking to enlarge the sphere of the acquired, represented by Binet, who, however, recognized predisposition, Skrank-Notzing, and recently the Freudians. The other seeking to enlarge the sphere of the congenital, represented by Krafft-Ebing, Marl, Fairy, and today by the majority of authorities. There is, as usually happens, truth in both these views. But, inasmuch as those who represent the acquired view often deny any congenital element, we are called upon to discuss the question. The view that sexual inversion is entirely explained by the influence of early association, or of suggestion, is an attractive one, and at first sight, it seems to be supported by what we know of erotic fetishism, by which a woman's hair, or foot, or even clothing, becomes the focus of a man's sexual aspirations. But it must be remembered that what we see in erotic fetishism is merely the exaggeration of a normal impulse. Every lover is to some extent excited by his mistress's hair, or foot, or clothing. Even here, therefore, there is really what may fairly be regarded as a congenital element, and, moreover, there is reason to believe that the erotic fetishist usually displays the further congenital element of hereditary neurosis. Therefore, the analogy with erotic fetishism does not bring much help to those who argue that inversion is purely acquired. It must also be pointed out that the argument for acquired or suggested inversion logically involves the assertion that normal sexuality is also acquired or suggested. If a man becomes attracted to his own sex simply because the fact or the image of such attraction is brought before him, then we are bound to believe that a man becomes attracted to the opposite sex only because the fact or the image of such attraction is brought before him. Such a theory is unworkable. In nearly every country of the world, men associate with men, and women with women. If association and suggestion were the only influential causes, then inversion, instead of being the exception, ought to be the rule throughout the human species. If not, indeed, throughout the whole zoological series. We should, moreover, have to admit that the most fundamental human instinct is so constituted as to be equally well adapted for sterility as for that propagation of the race which, as a matter of fact, we find dominant throughout the whole of life. We must, therefore, put aside entirely the notion that the direction of the sexual impulse is merely a suggested phenomenon. Such a notion is entirely opposed to observation and experience, and will with difficulty fit into a rational biological scheme. The Freudians, alike of the orthodox and the heterodox schools, have sometimes contributed, unintentionally or not, to revive the now antiquated conception of homosexuality as an acquired phenomenon, and that by insisting that its mechanism is a purely psychic, though unconscious process which may be readjusted to the normal order by psychoanalytic methods. Freud first put forth a comprehensive statement of his view of homosexuality in the original and pregnant little book, Drei Abhandlungen zur Sexualtheorie, 1905, and has elsewhere frequently touched on the subject, as have many other psychoanalysts, including Alfred Adler and Steckel, who no longer belong to the orthodox Freudian school. When inverts are psychoanalytically studied, Freud believes, it is found that in early childhood they go through a phase of intense but brief fixation on a woman, usually the mother, or perhaps sister. Then, an internal censure inhibiting this incestuous impulse, they overcome it by identifying themselves with women and taking refuge in narcissism, the self becoming the sexual object. Finally, they look for youthful males resembling themselves, whom they love as their mothers loved them. Their pursuit of men is thus determined by their flight from women. This view has been set forth not only by Freud but by Sager, Steckel, and many others. Freud himself, however, is careful to state that this process only represents one type of stunted sexual activity, and that the problem of inversion is complex and diversified. This view may be said to assume a bisexual constitution is normal, and homosexuality arises by the suppression, owing to some accident, of the heterosexual component, and the path through an autoerotic process of narcissism to homosexuality. On this general Freudian conception of homosexuality, numerous variations have been based, and separate features specially emphasized, by individual psychoanalysts. Thus Sager considers that, beneath the male individual loved by the invert, a female is concealed, and that this fact may be revealed by psychoanalysis which removes the upper layer of the psychic palimpsest. He believes that this disposition of the invert is favored by a frequent mixture of male and female traits in his near relatives. Originally, it is not man whom the homosexual man loves and desires but man and woman together in one form. The heterosexual element is later suppressed, and then pure inversion is left. Further, developing Freud's view of the importance of anal eroticism, Freud. Sammlung kleiner Schriften zur Neurosenlehre, Volume 2. Satter thinks that it is even the rule for a passive invert to have experienced anal eroticism in childhood, and been frequently subjected to enemas, which have led to the desire for the anal intromission of the penis. Medizinische Klinik, 1909, number 2. Jekyll pushes this doctrine further and declares that all inverts are really passive. The invert is, in his love, he states, both subject and object. He identifies himself with his mother and sees in the object of his love his own youthful person. And what, Jekyll asks, is the aim of this mental arrangement? It can scarcely be other, he replies, than in the part of the mother to stimulate the anal region of the object, which has now become himself, and to procure the same pleasure which in childhood he experienced when his mother satisfied his anal eroticism. Jekyll regards this view as the continuation and concretization of Freud's interpretation, and the main point in homosexuality, even when apparently passive, becomes the craving for anal erotic satisfaction. L. Jekylls, Einige Bemerkungen zur Trieblehr, Internationales Zeitschrift für Ärztliche Psychoanalyse, September, 1913. Most psychoanalysts are cautious in denying a constitutional or congenital basis to inversion, though they leave it in the background. Ferenczi, in an interesting attempt to classify the homosexual, Internationales Zeitschrift für Ärztliche Psychoanalyse, March, 1914, remarks, psychoanalytic investigation shows that under the name of homosexuality the most various psychic states are thrown together. On the one hand, true constitutional anomalies, inversion, or subject homoeroticism. On the other hand, psychoneurotic obsessional conditions, object homoeroticism, or obsessional homoeroticism. The individual of the first kind essentially feels himself a woman who wishes to be loved by a man, while the other represents a neurotic flight from women rather than sympathy to men. The constitutional basis is very definitely accepted by Rudolf Ortwey, who points out, Internationale Zeitschrift für Ärztliche Psychoanalyse, January, 1914, that the biological doctrine of recessives and dominance in heredity helps to make clear the emergence or suppression of homosexuality on a bisexual disposition. Infantile events, he adds, which, according to Freud, decide the sexual relations of adults, can only exert their operation on the foundation of an organic predisposition. Infantile impressions being determined by hereditary predisposition is it or choriot, on the other hand, while recognizing two forms of inversion, incomplete, boldly asserts that it is never congenital and never transmitted through heredity, it is always originated through a definite unconscious mechanism. Choriot. Homosexuality, New York Medical Journal, March 22, 1913. Adler's view of homosexuality, as of other allied conditions, differs from that of most psychoanalysts by insisting on the presence of an original organic defect, which the subject seeks to fortify into a point of strength. He accepts two chief components of inversion, a vagueness as to sexual differences, and a process of self-assurance in the form of rebellion and defiance. And even the feminism of the invert may become a method of gaining power. A. Adler, Über den Neurosen Charakter, 1912, page 21. The mechanism of the genesis of homosexuality put forward by Freud need not be dismissed offhand. Freud has often manifested the inside of genius, and he refrains from molding his conceptions in those inflexible shapes, which have sometimes been adopted by the more dogmatic psychoanalysts who have followed him. Nor need we be unduly shocked by the incestuous air of the Oedipus complex, as it is commonly called, which figures as a component of the process. The word incest, though it has been used by Freud himself, seems scarcely a proper word to apply to the vague and elementary feelings of children, especially when those feelings scarcely pass beyond a stage of non-localized and therefore really presexual feelings, in the ordinary use of the term sexual, which may be regarded as natural and normal. The Freudian conception is misrepresented and prejudiced by the statement that it involves incest. 101. When a child loves its mother with an entire love, that love necessarily involves the germs which in later life become separated and developed into sexual love. But it is inaccurate to term this love of the child incestuous. It is quite easily conceivable that the psychic mechanism of the establishment of homosexuality has in some cases corresponded to the course described by Freud. It may also be admitted that, as psychoanalysts claim, the pronounced horror feminine occasionally found in male inverts may plausibly be regarded as the reversal of an early and disappointed feminine attraction. But it is impossible to regard this mechanism as invariable or even frequent. It is quite true, and I have found ample evidence of the fact, that inverts are often very closely attached to their mothers, even to a greater degree, indeed, than is the rule among normal children, and often like to be in constant association with their mothers. But this attraction is quite misunderstood if it is regarded as a peculiarly sexual attraction. Indeed, the whole point of the attraction is that the inverted boy vaguely feels his own feminine disposition, and so shuns the uncongenial amusements and society of his own sex, for the sympathy and community of tastes, which he finds concentrated in his mother. So far from such association being evidence of sexual attraction, it might more reasonably be regarded as evidence of its absence, just as the association of boys among themselves, and of girls among themselves, even in co-educational schools, is proof of the prevalence of heterosexual rather than of homosexual feeling. Confirmation of this point of view may be found in the fact, overlooked and sometimes even denied by psychoanalysts, that frequently, even in early childhood and simultaneously with this community of feeling with his mother, the homosexual boy is already experiencing the predominant fascination of the male. He feels it long before the age at which narcissism is apt to occur, or at which self-consciousness has become sufficiently developed to allow the internal censure on unpermitted emotions to operate, or any flight from them to take place. Moreover, while most authorities have rarely been able to find any clear evidence of the sexual attraction of male inverts in childhood to mother or sister, 102 an attraction of this kind to father or brother seems less difficult to find, and if found it is incompatible with the typical Freudian process. In my own observation, among the histories here recorded, there are at least two clear examples of such an attraction in childhood. It must further be said that any theory of the etiology of homosexuality, which leaves out of account the hereditary factor in inversion, cannot be admitted. The evidence for the frequency of homosexuality among the near relatives of the inverted is now indisputable. I have traced it in a considerable proportion of cases, and in many of these the evidence is unquestionable, and altogether independent of the statement of the subject himself, whose opinion may be held to be possibly biased or unreliable. 103 This hereditary factor seems indeed to be called for by the Freudian theory itself. On that theory we need to know how it is that the subject passes through psychic phases, and reaches an emotional disposition, so unlike that of normal persona. The existence of a definite hereditary tendency in a homosexual direction removes that difficulty. Freud himself recognizes this and clearly asserts congenital psychosexual constitution, which must involve predisposition. On a general survey, therefore, it would appear that, on the psychic side, we may accept the reality of unconscious dynamic processes, which in particular cases may be of the Freudian or similar type. But while the study of such mechanisms may illuminate the psychology of homosexuality, they leave untouched the fundamental organic factors now accepted by most authorities. The rational way of regarding the normal sexual instinct is as an inborn organic impulse, reaching full development about the time of puberty. 104 During the period of development, suggestion and association may come into play a part in defining the object of the emotion. The soil is now ready, but the variety of seeds likely to thrive in it is limited. That there is a greater indefiniteness in the aim of the sexual impulse at this period, we may well believe. This is shown not only by occasional tentative signs of sexual emotion directed toward the same sex in childhood, but by the frequently ideal and unlocalized character of the normal passion even at puberty. But the channel of sexual emotion is not thereby turned into an abnormal path. Whenever this happens, we are bound to believe, and we have many grounds for believing, that we are dealing with an organism which from the beginning is abnormal. The same seed of suggestion is sown in various soils, in the many it dies out, in the few it flourishes. The cause can only be a difference in the soil. If, Then, we must postulate a congenital abnormality in order to account satisfactorily for at least a large proportion of sexual inverts. Wherein does that abnormality consist? Ulrichs explained the matter by saying that in sexual inverts a male body coexists with a female soul. Animum mulibris in corpore virile inclusa. Even writers of scientific eminence, like Magnan and Gley, have adopted this phrase in the modified form, considering that in inversion a female brain is combined with a male body or male glands. This is, however, not an explanation. It merely crystallizes into an epigram the superficial impression of the matter. 105. We can probably grasp the nature of the abnormality better if we reflect on the development of the sexes, and on the latent organic bisexuality in each sex. At an early stage of development the sexes are indistinguishable, and throughout life the traces of this early community of sex remain. The hen fowl retains in a rudimentary form the spurs which are so large and formidable in her lord, and sometimes she develops a capacity to crow, or puts on male plumage. Among mammals the male possesses useless nipples, which occasionally even develop into breasts, and the female possesses a clitoris, which is merely a rudimentary penis, and may also develop. The sexually inverted person does not usually possess any gross exaggeration of these signs of community with the opposite sex, but, as we have seen, there are a considerable number of more subtle approximations to the opposite sex in inverted persons, both on the physical and the psychic side. Putting the matter in a purely speculative shape, it may be said that at conception the organism is provided with about 50% of male germs, and about 50% of female germs, and that, as development proceeds, either the male or the female germs assume the upper hand, until in the maturely developed individual only a few aborted germs of the opposite sex are left. In the homosexual, however, and in the bisexual, we may imagine that the process has not proceeded normally, on account of some peculiarity in the number or character of either the original male germs, or female germs, or both, the result being that we have a person who is organically twisted into a shape that is more fitted for the exercise of the inverted than of the normal sexual impulse, or else equally fitted for both. 106. The conception of the latent bisexuality of all males and females cannot fail to be fairly obvious to intelligent observers of the human body. It emerges at an early period in the history of philosophic thought, and from the first was occasionally used for the explanation of homosexuality. Plato's myth and the banquet and the hermaphroditic statues of antiquity show how acute minds, working ahead of science, exercised themselves with these problems. For a fully illustrated study of the ancient conception of hermaphroditism in sculpture see L.S.A.M. von Rummer. Über die Androgynität des Lebensdarbuch für Sexualwissenschaften, Volume 5, 1903, pp. 7-1-1939, Parmenides, following Alcmaeon, the philosophic physician who discovered that the brain is the central organ of intellect, remarks Gompers, Greek Thinkers, NTR, Volume 1, page 183. Used the idea of variation in the proportion of male and female generative elements to account for idiosyncrasies of sexual character. After an immense interval Huxley, the inverted Swiss man milliner, in his Eros, 1838, put forth the Greek view anew. Schopenhauer, again from the philosophical side, recognized the bisexuality of the human individual. See Julius Burger, Allgemeine Zeitschrift für Psychiatrie, 1912, page 630, and Ulrichs, from 1862 onward, adopted a similar doctrine, on a Platonic basis, to explain the Uranian constitution. After this the idea began to be more precisely developed from the scientific side, though not at first with reference to homosexuality, and more especially by the great pioneers of the doctrine of evolution. Darwin emphasized the significance of the facts on this point, as later Weismann, while Haeckel, who was one of the earliest Darwinians, has in recent years clearly recognized the bearing on the interpretation of homosexuality of the fact that the ancestors of the vertebrates were hermaphrodites, as vertebrates themselves still are in their embryonic disposition. Haeckel, in Jahrbuch für Sexualwissenschaften, April, 1913, pages 262-3, 287. This view had, however, been set forth at an earlier date by individual physicians, notably in America by Kiernan, American Lancet, 1884, and Medical Standard, November and December, 1888, and Lidston, Philadelphia Medical and Surgical Reporter, September, 1889, and Addresses and Essays, 1892. In 1893, in his Ellen version Sexuelle, Chevalier, a pupil of La Cassagne, who had already applied the term hermaphrodism moral to this anomaly, explained congenital homosexuality by the idea of latent bisexuality. D'Argy de Letamendi, Dean of the Faculty of Medicine of Madrid, in a paper read before the International Medical Congress at Rome in 1894, set forth the principle of panhermaphroditism, a hermaphroditic bipolarity, which involved the existence of latent female germs in the male, latent male germs in the female, which latent germs may strive for, and sometimes obtain, the mastery. In February, 1896, the first version of the present chapter, setting forth the conception of inversion as a psychic and somatic development on the basis of a latent bisexuality, was published in the Centralblatt für Nervenheilkunde und Psychiatrie. Kurila, Ib, May, 1890, adopted a somewhat similar view, even arguing that the invert is a transitional form between the complete man or woman and the hermaphrodite. In Germany, a patient of Krafft-Ebing had worked out the same idea, connecting inversion with fetal bisexuality. 8th edition Psychopathia Sexualis, page 227. Krafft-Ebing himself at first simply asserted that, whether congenital or acquired, there must be Belastung. Inversion is a degenerate phenomenon, a functional sign of degeneration. Krafft-Ebing, Zurückler Kontrollen Sexualempfindung, Jahrbuch für Psychiatry, 1894. In the later editions of Psychopathia Sexualis, however, 1896 and onward, and notably in Jahrbuch für Sexuelles Volume 3, 1901, he went farther, adopting the explanation on the lines of original bisexuality. English translation of 10th edition, pages 336-7. In much the same language as I have used, he argued that there has been a struggle in the centers, homosexuality resulting when the center antagonistic to that represented by the sexual gland conquers, and sexual hermaphroditism resulting when both centers are too weak to obtain victory, in either case such disturbance not being a psychic degeneration or disease, but simply an anomaly comparable to a malformation and quite consonant with psychic health. This is the view now widely accepted by investigators of sexual inversion. Much material bearing on the history of this conception has been brought together by Hirschfeld, in Die Homosexualität, ch. 19, and previously in von Wessendurli Jahrbuch für Sexuellswissenstufen, Volume 8, 1906, pages 111-133. A similar or allied view is now constantly met with in writers of scientific authority, who are only incidentally concerned with the study of sexual inversion. Thus Halban, Die Entstehung des Geschlechtscharakter, Archiv für Gynäkologie, 1903, regards hermaphroditism, which he would extend to the psychic sphere, as a state in which a double sexual impulse determines the course of fetal and later development. Shattuck and Seligman, True Hermaphroditism in the Domestic Fowl, with Remarks on Allateratism, Transactions of Pathological Society of London, Volume 57, Part 1, 1906, pointing out that mere atrophy of the ovary cannot account for the appearance in the hen bird of male characters, which are not retrogressive but progressive, argues that such birds are really bisexual or hermaphrodite, either by the single ovary being really bisexual, as was the case with the fowl they examined, or that the sexual glands are paired, one being male and the other female, or else that there is misplaced male tissue in the neighboring viscus like the adrenal or kidney, the male elements asserting themselves when the female elements degenerate. Hermaphroditism, they conclude, far from being a phenomenon altogether abnormal amongst the higher vertebrates, should be viewed rather as a reversion to the primitive ancestral phase, in which bisexualism was the normal disposition. True hermaphroditism in man being established, the question arises whether lesser grades do not occur. Remote evidence of bisexuality in the human subject may, perhaps, be afforded by the psychical phenomenon of sexual perversion and inversion. Similarly, in a case of unilateral secondary male character in an otherwise female pheasant, C.J. Bond has more recently shown, section of Zoology, Birmingham Meeting of British Medical Association, British Medical Journal, September 20, 1913, that an ovitastis was present, with degenerating ovarian tissue and developing testicular tissue, and such islands of actively growing male tissue can frequently be found, he states, in the degenerating ovaries of female birds which have put forth male plumage. Sir John Bland Sutton, referring to the fact that the external conformation of the body affords no positive certainty as to the nature of the internal sexual glands, adds, British Medical Journal, October 30, 1909. It is a fair presumption that some examples of sexual frigidity and sex perversion may be explained by the possibility that the individuals concerned may possess sexual glands opposite in character to those indicated by the external configuration of their bodies. Looking at the matter more broadly and fundamentally in its normal aspects, Heap declares, Proceedings of the Cambridge Philosophical Society, Volume 14, Part 2, 1907, that there is no such thing as a pure male or female animal, but that all contain a dominant and recessive sex, except those hermaphrodites in which both sexes are equally represented. There seems to me ample evidence for the conclusion that there is no such thing as a pure male or female. F. H. A. Marshall, again, in his standard manual, The Physiology of Reproduction, 1910, page 655 A. Sec., is inclined to accept the same view. If it be true, he remarks, that all individuals are potentially bisexual and that changed circumstances, leading to a changed metabolism, may, in exceptional circumstances, even in adult life, cause the development of the recessive characters, it would seem extremely probable that the dominance of one set of sexual characters over the other may be determined in some cases at an early stage of development in response to a stimulus, which may be either internal or external. So also Barry, Hart, Atypical Male and Female Sex Ensemble, a paper read before Edinburgh Obstetrical Society, British Medical Journal, June 20, 1914, page 1355, regards the normal male or female as embodying a maximum of the potent organs of his or her own sex, with a minimum of non-potent organs of the other sex, with secondary sex traits congruent. Any increase in the minimum gives a diminished maximum in non-congruence of the secondary characters. We thus see that the ancient medico-philosophic conception of organic bisexuality put forth by the Greeks as the key to the explanation of sexual inversion, after sinking out of sight for 2,000 years, was revived early in the 19th century by two amateur philosophers who were themselves inverted, Huxley, Ulrichs, as well as by a genuine philosopher who was not inverted, Schopenhauer. Then the conception of latent bisexuality, independently of homosexuality, was developed from the purely scientific side, by Darwin and evolutionists generally. In the next stage this conception was adopted by the psychiatric and other scientific authorities on homosexuality, Krafft-Ebing and the majority of other students. Finally, embryologists, physiologists of sex and biologists generally, not only accept the conception of bisexuality, but admit that it probably helps to account for homosexuality. In this way the idea may be said to have passed into current thought. We cannot assert that it constitutes an adequate explanation of homosexuality, but it enables us in some degree to understand what for many is a mysterious riddle. And it furnishes a useful basis for the classification not only of homosexuality, but of the other mixed or intermediate sexual anomalies in the same group. The chief of these intermediate sexual anomalies are 1. Physical hermaphroditism in its various stages, 2. Gynandromorphism, or euniploidism, in which men possess characters resembling those of males who have been early castrated and women possess similarly masculine characters. 3. Sexoaesthetic inversion, or eonism, Hirschfeld's transvestism or cross-dressing, in which, outside the specifically sexual emotions, men possess the tastes of women and women those of men, Hirschfeld has discussed these intermediate sexual stages in various works, especially in Geschlechtsübergang, 1905, Die Transvestiten, 1910, and ch. Zayev Die Homosexualität, hermaphroditism, the reality of which has only of late been recognized and is still disputed, and pseudo-hermaphroditism, in their physical variations are fully dealt with in the great work, richly illustrated, Hermaphroditismus by Mention, by F. L. von Neugebauer, of Warsaw. Neugebauer published an earlier and briefer study of the subject in the Jahrbuch für Sexualwissenschaften Volume 4, 1902, pages 176, with a bibliography in Volume 8, 1906, of the same Jahrbuch, pages 685-700. Hirschfeld emphasizes the fact that neither hermaphroditism nor unicoidism is commonly associated with homosexuality, and that a large proportion of the cases of transvestism, as defined by him, are heterosexual. True inversion seems, however, to be not infrequently found among pseudo-hermaphrodites. Neugebauer records numerous cases. Magnan has published a case in a girl brought up as a youth. Gazette Médicale de Paris, March 31, 1911, and Lapointe a case in a man brought up as a girl, Revue de Psychiatry, 1911, page 219. Such cases may be accounted for by the training and associations involved by the early error in recognition of sex, and perhaps still more by a really organic predisposition to homosexuality, although the sexual psychic characters are not necessarily bound up with the coexistence of corresponding sexual glands. Halban, Archiv für Gynecology 1903, goes so far as to class the homosexual as real pseudo-hermaphrodites, exactly comparable to a man with a female breast or a woman with a beard, and proposes to term homosexuality pseudo-hermaphroditus masculinus psychicus. This, however, is an unnecessary and scarcely satisfactory confusion. To place the group of homosexual phenomena, among other intermediate groups on the organic bisexual basis, is a convenient classification. It can scarcely be regarded as a complete explanation. It is probable that we may ultimately find a more fundamental source of these various phenomena in the stimulating and inhibiting play of the internal secretions. 107. Our knowledge of the intimate association between the hormones and sexual phenomena is already sufficient to make such an explanation intelligible. The complex interaction of the glandular internal secretions, and their liability to varying disturbance and balance may well suffice to account for the complexity of the phenomena. It would harmonize with what we know of the occasional delayed manifestations of homosexuality, and would not clash with their congenital nature. For we know that a disordered state of the thymus, for instance, may be hereditary, and it is held that status lymphaticus may be either inborn or acquired. Normal sexual characters seem to depend largely upon the due coordination of the internal secretions, and it is reasonable to suppose that sexual deviations depend upon their incoordination. If a man is a man, and a woman, because, in Blair Bell's phrase, of the totality of their internal secretions, the intermediate stages between the man and the woman must be due to redistribution of those internal secretions. We know that various internal secretions possess an influential sexual effect. Thus the atrophy of the thymus seems to be connected with sexual development at puberty. The thyroid reinforces the genital glands. Adrenal overdevelopment can produce in a female the secondary characteristics of the male, as well as cause precocious development of maleness, etc. An alteration in the metabolism, as F.H.A. Marshall suggests, even in comparatively late life, may initiate changes in the direction of the opposite sex. Metabolic chemical processes may thus be found to furnish a key to complex and subtle sexual variations, alike somatic and psychic, although we must still regard such processes as arising on an inborn predisposition. Whatever its ultimate explanation, sexual inversion may thus fairly be considered a sport, or variation, one of those organic aberrations which we see throughout living nature, in plants and in animals. It is not here asserted, as I would carefully point out, that an inverted sexual instinct, or organ for such instinct, is developed in early embryonic life. Such a notion is rightly rejected as absurd. What we may reasonably regard as formed at an early stage of development is strictly a predisposition, that is to say, such a modification of the organism, that it becomes more adapted than the normal or average organism to experience sexual attraction to the same sex. The sexual invert may thus be roughly compared to the congenital idiot, to the instinctive criminal, to the man of genius, who are all not strictly concordant with the usual biological variation, because this is of a less subtle character, but who become somewhat more intelligible to us if we bear in mind their affinity to variations. Simmons compared inversion to color blindness, and such a comparison is reasonable. Just as the ordinary color-blind person is congenitally insensitive to those red-green rays, which are precisely the most impressive to the normal eye, and gives an extended value to the other colors, finding that blood is the same color as grass, and a florid complexion blue as the sky, so the invert fails to see emotional values patent in normal persons, transferring those values to emotional associations which, for the rest of the world, are utterly distinct. Or we may compare inversion to such a phenomenon as color hearing, in which there is not so much defect as an abnormality of nervous tracts producing new and involuntary combinations, just as the color hearer instinctively associates colors with sounds, like the young Japanese lady who remarked when listening to singing, "That boy's voice is red," so the invert has his sexual sensations brought into relationship with objects that are normally without sexual appeal. And inversion, like color hearing, is found more commonly in young subjects, tending to become less marked, or to die out, after puberty. Color hearing, while an abnormal phenomenon, it must be added, cannot be called a diseased condition, and it is probably much less frequently associated with other abnormal or degenerative stigmata than is inversion. There is often a congenital element, shown by the tendency to hereditary transmission, while the associations are developed in very early life, and are too regular to be the simple result of suggestion. All such organic variations are abnormalities. It is important that we should have a clear idea as to what an abnormality is. Many people imagine that what is abnormal is necessarily diseased. That is not the case, unless we give the word disease an inconveniently and illegitimately wide extension. It is both inconvenient and inexact to speak of color blindness, criminality, and genius as diseases in the same sense as we speak of scarlet fever or tuberculosis, or general paralysis as diseases. Every congenital abnormality is doubtless due to a peculiarity in the sperm or ovule elements, or in their mingling, or to some disturbance in their early development, but the same may doubtless be said of the normal dissimilarities between brothers and sisters. It is quite true that any of these aberrations may be due to antenatal disease, but to call them abnormal does not beg that question. If it is thought that any authority is needed to support this view, we can scarcely find a weightier than that of Virchow, who repeatedly insisted on the right use of the word anomaly, and who taught that, though an anomaly may constitute a predisposition to disease, the study of anomalies, pathology, as he called it, keratology as we may perhaps prefer to call it, is not the study of disease, which he termed nosology. The study of the abnormal is perfectly distinct from the study of the morbid. Virchow considers that the region of the abnormal is the region of pathology, and that the study of disease must be regarded distinctly as nosology. Whether we adopt this terminology, or whether we consider the study of the abnormal as part of teratology, is a secondary matter, not affecting the right understanding of the term anomaly and its due differentiation from the term disease. At the Innsbruck meeting of the German Anthropological Society, in 1894, Virchow thus expressed himself: "In old days an anomaly was called piathus, and in this sense every departure from the norm is for me a pathological event. If we have ascertained such a pathological event, we are further led to investigate what pathos was the special cause of it. This cause may be, for example, an external force, or a chemical substance, or a physical agent, producing in the normal condition of the body a change, an anomaly, piathus. This can become hereditary under some circumstances, and then become the foundation for certain small hereditary characters which are propagated in a family. In themselves they belong to pathology, even although they produce no injury. For I must remark that pathological does not mean harmful, it does not indicate disease, Disease in Greek is *nsos, and it is nosology that is concerned with disease. The pathological under some circumstances can be advantageous. Correspondence Black Deutsche Gesellschaft für Anthropologie, 1894. These remarks are of interest when we are attempting to find the wider bearings of such an anomaly as sexual inversion. This same distinction has more recently been emphasized by Professor Aspoff. Deutsche Medizinische Wochenschrift, February 3, 1910, Buff. British Medical Journal, April 9, 1910, page 892, as against Robert and others who would unduly narrow the conception of piathas. Aspoff points out that, not merely for the sake of precision and uniformity of terminology but of clear thinking, it is desirable that we should retain a distinction in regard to which Galen and the ancient physicians were very definite. They used piathos as the wider term involving affection, affectio, in general, not necessarily impairment of vital tissue. When that was involved there was *nsos, disease. We have to recognize the distinction even if we reject the terminology. A word may be said as to the connection between sexual inversion and degeneration. In France especially, since the days of Morel, the stigmata of degeneration are much spoken of. Sexual inversion is frequently regarded as one of them, i.e., as an episodic syndrome of a hereditary disease, taking its place beside other psychic stigmata, such as kleptomania and pyromania. Krafft-Ebing long so regarded inversion. It is the view of Magnan, one of the earliest investigators of homosexuality, and it was adopted by Mobius. Strictly speaking, the invert is degenerate. He has fallen away from the genus. So is a colorblind person, but Morel's conception of degenerescence has unfortunately been coarsened and vulgarized. 108 as it now stands. We gain little or no information by being told that a person is a degenerate. It is only, as Naw constantly argued, when we find a complexus of well-marked abnormalities, that we are fairly justified in asserting that we have to deal with a condition of degeneration. Inversion is sometimes found in such a condition. I have, indeed, already tried to suggest that a condition of diffused minor abnormality may be regarded as a basis of congenital inversion. In other words, inversion is bound up with a modification of the secondary sexual characters. But these anomalies and modifications are not invariable, 109, and are not usually of a serious character. Inversion is rare in the profoundly degenerate. It is undesirable to call these modifications stigmata of degeneration, a term which threatens to disappear from scientific terminology, to become a mere term of literary and journalistic abuse. So much may be said concerning a conception, or a phrase of which far too much has been made in popular literature. At the best it remains vague and unfitted for scientific use. It is now widely recognized that we gain little by describing inversion as a degeneration. Nork, who attached significance to the stigmata of degeneration when numerous, was especially active in pointing out that inverts are not degenerate, and frequently returned to this point. Lowenfeld, Freud, Hirschfeld, Bloch, Rohleder all reject the conception of sexual inversion as a degeneracy. Moll is still unable to abandon altogether the position that since inversion involves a disharmony between psychic disposition and physical conformation, we must regard it as morbid. But he recognizes, like Krafft-Ebing, that it is properly viewed as being on the level of a deformity, that is, an abnormality, comparable to physical hermaphroditism. Moll, Sexualswissenstufen, Zeitschrift für ärztliche Fortbildung, No. 24, 1904, Nork repeatedly emphasized the view that inversion is a congenital non-morbid abnormality. Thus in the last year of his life he wrote, Zeitschrift für die Gesamtneurologie und Psychiatrie, Volume 15, Heft 5, 1913. We must not conceive of homosexuality as a degeneration or a disease, but at most as an abnormality, due to a disturbance of development. Lowenfeld, always a cautious and sagacious clinical observer, agreeing with Nock and Hirschfeld, regards inversion as certainly an abnormality, but not therefore morbid. It may be associated with disease and degeneration, but is usually simply a variation from the norm, not to be regarded as morbid or degenerate, and not diminishing the value of the individual as a member of society. Lowenfeld, Über die Sexuelle Constitution. 1911, page 166. Also Zeitschrift für Sexualwissenschaft, February, 1908, and Sexual Problem, April, 1908. Alatrino of Amsterdam pushes the view that inversion is a non-morbid abnormality to an undue extreme by asserting that the uranist is a normal variety of the species Homo sapiens uranus medegenerescens. Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, Aug. September, 1908. Inversion may be regarded as, in the correct sense of the word here adopted, a pathological abnormality, but not as an anthropological human variety comparable to the Negro or the Mongolian man. For further opinions in favor of inversion as an anomaly, see Hirschfeld, Die Homosexualität, page 388 A. Sec. Sexual inversion, therefore, remains a congenital anomaly, to be classed with other congenital abnormalities which have psychic concomitants. At the very least, such congenital abnormality usually exists as a predisposition to inversion. It is probable that many persons go through the world with a congenital predisposition to inversion which always remains latent and unroused. In others, the instinct is so strong that it forces its own way in spite of all obstacles. In others, again, the predisposition is weaker, and a powerful exciting cause plays the predominant part. We are thus led to the consideration of the causes that excite the latent predisposition. A great variety of causes has been held to excite to sexual inversion. It is only necessary to mention those which I have found influential. The first to come before us is our school system, with its segregation of boys and girls apart from each other during the periods of puberty and adolescence. Many inverts have not been to school at all, and many who have been passed through school life without forming any passionate or sexual relationship. But there remain a large number who date the development of homosexuality from the influences and examples of school life. The impressions received at the time are not less potent, because they are often purely sentimental, and without any obvious sensual admixture. Whether they are sufficiently potent to generate permanent inversion alone may be doubtful. But, if it is true that in early life the sexual instincts are less definitely determined than when adolescence is complete, it is conceivable, though unproved, that a very strong impression, acting even on a normal organism, may cause arrest of sexual development on the psychic side. Another exciting cause of inversion is seduction. By this I mean the initiation of the young boy or girl by some older, and more experienced person in whom inversion is already developed, and who is seeking the gratification of the abnormal instinct. This appears to be a not uncommon incident in the early history of sexual inverts. That such seduction, sometimes an abrupt and inconsiderate act of mere sexual gratification, could by itself produce a taste for homosexuality is highly improbable. In individuals not already predisposed, it is far more likely to produce disgust, as it did in the case of the youthful Rousseau. He only can be seduced, as Moll puts it, who is capable of being seduced. No doubt it frequently happens in these, as so often in more normal seductions, that the victim has offered a voluntary or involuntary invitation. Another exciting cause of inversion, to which little importance is usually attached, but which I find to have some weight, is disappointment in normal love. It happens that a man in whom the homosexual instinct is yet only latent, or at all events held in a state of repression, tries to form a relationship with a woman. This relationship may be ardent on one or both sides, but, often, doubtless, from the latent homosexuality of the lover, it comes to nothing. Such love disappointments, in a more or less acute form, occur at some time or another to nearly everyone, but in these persons the disappointment with one woman constitutes motive strong enough to disgust the lover with the whole sex, and to turn his attention toward his own sex. It is evident that the instinct which can thus be turned round can scarcely be strong, and it seems probable that in some of these cases, the episode of normal love simply serves to bring home to the invert the fact that he is not made for normal love. In other cases, it seems, especially those that are somewhat feeble-minded and unbalanced, a love disappointment really does poison the normal instinct, and a more or less impotent love for women becomes an equally impotent love for men. The prevalence of homosexuality among prostitutes may be, to a large extent, explained by a similar and better founded disgust with normal sexuality. 110. These three influences, therefore, example at school, seduction, disappointment and normal love, all of them drawing the subject away from the opposite sex, and concentrating him on his own sex, are exciting causes of inversion, but they require a favorable organic predisposition to act on, while there are a large number of cases in which no exciting cause at all can be found, but in which, from earliest childhood, the subject's interest seems to be turned on his own sex, and continues to be so turned throughout life. At this point, I conclude the analysis of the psychology of sexual inversion, as it presents itself to me. I have sought only to bring out the more salient points, neglecting minor points, neglecting also those groups of inverts who may be regarded as of secondary importance. The average invert, moving in ordinary society, is a person of average general health, though very frequently with hereditary relationships that are markedly neurotic. He is usually the subject of a congenital predisposing abnormality, or complexus of minor abnormalities, making it difficult or impossible for him to feel sexual attraction to the opposite sex, and easy to feel sexual attraction to his own sex. This abnormality either appears spontaneously from the first, by development or arrest of development, or it is called into activity by some accidental circumstance. 7. Conclusions. The prevention of homosexuality, the influence of the school, coeducation, the treatment of sexual inversion, castration, hypnotism, associational therapy, psychoanalysis, mental and physical hygiene, marriage, the children of inverts, the attitude of society, the horror aroused by homosexuality, Justinian, the Code Napoleon, the state of the law in Europe today, Germany, England, what should be our attitude toward homosexuality? Having now completed the psychological analysis of the sexual invert, so far as I have been able to study him, it only remains to speak briefly of the attitude of society and the law. First, however, a few words as to the medical and hygienic aspects of inversion. The preliminary question of the prevention of homosexuality is in too vague a position at present to be profitably discussed. So far as the really congenital invert is concerned, prevention can have but small influence, but sound social hygiene should render difficult the acquisition of homosexual perversity, or what has been termed pseudo-homosexuality. It is the school which is naturally the chief theater of immature and temporary homosexual manifestations, partly because school life largely coincides with a period during which the sexual impulse frequently tends to be undifferentiated, and partly because in the traditions of large and old schools, an artificial homosexuality is often deeply rooted. Homosexuality in English schools has already been briefly referred to in Chapter 3. As a precise and interesting picture of the phenomenon in French schools, I may mention a story by Albert Nordal, Les Adolescents Passionnés, 1913, written immediately after the author left college, though not published until more than 25 years later, and clearly based on personal observation and experience. As regards German schools, see, e.g., Marl, Untersuchungen über die Libido Sexualis, page 449 A sec, and for sexual manifestations in early life generally, the same author's Sexual Life of the Child, also Hirschfeld, Jahrbuch für Sexuellswissenstoffen, Volume 5, 1903, page 47 A sec, and, for references, Hirschfeld, Die Homosexualität, page 46 A sec. While much may be done by physical hygiene and other means to prevent the extension of homosexuality in schools, it is impossible, and even undesirable, to repress absolutely the emotional manifestations of sex in either boys or girls who have reached the age of puberty. It must always be remembered that profoundly rooted organic impulses cannot be effectually combated by direct methods. Writing of a period 2 centuries ago, Casanova, in relating his early life as a seminarist trained to the priesthood, describes the precautions taken to prevent the youths entering each other's beds, and points out the folly of such precautions. As that master of the human heart remarks, such prohibitions intensify the very evil they are intended to prevent by invoking in its aid the impulse to disobedience natural to every child of Adam and Eve. And the observation has often been repeated by teachers since. We probably have to recognize that a way to render such manifestations wholesome, as well as to prepare for the relationships of later life, is the adoption, so far as possible, of the method of co-education of the sexes, not, of course, necessarily involving identity of education for both sexes, since a certain amount of association between the sexes helps to preserve the healthiness of the sexual emotional attitude. Association between the sexes will not, of course, prevent the development of congenital inversion. In this connection it is pointed out by Beta that it was precisely in Sparta and Lesbos, where homosexuality was most ideally cultivated, that the sexes, so far as we know, associated more freely than in any other Greek state. The question of the treatment of homosexuality must be approached with discrimination, caution, and skepticism. Nowadays we can have but little sympathy with those who, at all costs, are prepared to cure the invert. There is no sound method of cure in radical cases. At one time the seemingly very radical method of castration was advocated and occasionally carried out, as in a case I have recorded in a previous chapter, History 26. Like all methods of treatment, it is sometimes believed to have been successful by those who carried it out. Usually, after a short period, it is found to be unsuccessful, and in some cases the condition, especially the mental condition, is rendered worse. It is not difficult to understand why this should be. Sexual inversion is not a localized genital condition. It is a diffused condition, and firmly imprinted on the whole psychic state. There may be reasons for castration, or the slighter operation of vasectomy. But, although sexual tension may be thereby diminished, no authority now believes that any such operation will affect the actual inversion. Castration of the body in adult age cannot be expected to produce castration of the mind. Moll, Feyre, Nock, Bloch, Rohleder, Hirschfeld, are all either opposed to castration for inversion, or very doubtful as to any beneficial results. In a case communicated to me by Dr. Schufelt, an invert had himself castrated at the age of 26 to diminish sexual desire, make himself more like a woman, and to stop growth of beard. But the only apparent physical effect, he wrote, was to increase my weight 10%, and render me a semi-invalid for the rest of my life. After 2 years my sexuality decreased, but that may have been due to satiety or to advancing years. I was also rendered more easily irritated over trifles and more revengeful. Terrible criminal auto-suggestions came into my head, never experienced before. Feyre. Revue de Chirurgie. March 10, 1905. Published the case of an invert of English origin who had been castrated. The inverted impulse remained unchanged, as well as sexual desire and the aptitude for erection, but neurasthenic symptoms, which had existed before, were aggravated. He felt less capable to resist his impulses, became migratory in his habits of life, and addicted to the use of laudanum. In a case recorded by C.H. Hughes, alienist and neurologist, August, 1914, the results were less unsatisfactory. In this case the dorsal nerve of the penis was first excised, without any result. See also alienist and neurologist, February, 1904, page 70. As regards worse than useless results of cutting the pubic nerve, and a year or so later the testes were removed and the patient gained tranquility and satisfaction, his homosexual inclinations appeared to go, and he began to show inclination for sexualized women, being specially anxious to meet with a woman whose ovaries had been removed on account of inversion. Reference may also be made to Nock, Dierston castration or now Social and Grunden auf Rapporten Boden Neurologische Centralblatt, 1909, number 5. Andy, Wilhelm in Juristische Psychiatrische Grenzfragen, Volume 8, Heft 6 and 7, 1911. More trust has usually been placed in the psychotherapeutical than the surgical treatment of homosexuality. At one time hypnotic suggestion was carried out very energetically on homosexual subjects. Krafft-Ebing seems to have been the first distinguished advocate of hypnotism for application to the homosexual. Dr. von Schrenk-Notzing displayed special zeal and persistence in this treatment. He undertook to treat even the most pronounced cases of inversion by courses lasting more than a year, and involving In at least one case, nearly 150 hypnotic sittings, he prescribed frequent visits to the brothel, previous to which the patient took large doses of alcohol, by prolonged manipulations of prostitute endeavor to excite erection, a process attended with varying results. It appears that in some cases this course of treatment was attended by a certain sort of success, to which an unlimited goodwill on the part of the patient, it is needless to say, largely contributed. The treatment was, however, usually interrupted by continual backsliding to homosexual practices, and sometimes, naturally, the cure involved a venereal disorder. The patient was unable to marry and to beget children. It is a method of treatment which seems to have found few imitators. This we need not regret. The histories I have recorded in previous chapters show that it is not uncommon for even a pronounced invert to be able sometimes to effect coitus. It often becomes easy, if at the time he fixes his thoughts on images connected with his own sex, but the perversion remains unaffected. The subject is merely, as one of Moll's inverts expressed it, practicing masturbation per vaginum. Such treatment is a training in vice, and, as Rafalovich points out, the invert is simply perverted and brought down to the vicious level which necessarily accompanies perversity. There can be no doubt that in slight and superficial cases of homosexuality, suggestion may really exert an influence. We can scarcely expect it to exert such influence when the homosexual tendency is deeply rooted in an organic inborn temperament. In such cases indeed the subject may resist suggestion even when in the hypnotic state. This is pointed out by Moll, a great authority on hypnotism, and with much experience of its application to homosexuality, but never inclined to encourage an exaggerated notion of its efficacy in this field. For L, who was also an authority on hypnotism, was equally doubtful as to its value in relation to inversion, especially in clearly inborn cases. Krafft-Ebing at the end said little about it, and Nock, who was himself without faith in this method of treating inversion, stated that he had been informed by the last homosexual case treated by Krafft-Ebing by hypnotism that, in spite of all goodwill on the patient's side, the treatment had been quite useless. Feyre, also, had no belief in the efficacy of suggestive treatment, nor has Mersbach, nor Rohleder. Numa Praetoria states that the homosexual subjects he is acquainted with, who had been so treated, were not cured, and Hirschfeld remarks that the inverts cured by hypnotism were either not cured or not inverted. Moll has shown his doubt as to the wide applicability of suggestive therapeutics in homosexuality, by developing in recent years what he terms association therapy. In nearly all perverse individuals, he points out, there is a bridge, more or less weak, no doubt, which leads to the normal sexual life. By developing such links of association with normality, Moll believes, it may be possible to exert a healing influence on the homosexual. Thus a man who is attracted to boys may be brought to love a boyish woman. Indications of this kind have long been observed and utilized, though not developed into a systematic method of treatment. In the case of bisexual individuals, or of youthful subjects whose homosexuality is not fully developed, it is probable that this method is beneficial. It is difficult to believe, however, that it possesses any marked influence on pronounced and developed cases of inversion, somewhat the same aim as Moll's association therapy, though on the basis of a more elaborate theory, is sought by Freud's psychoanalytic method of treating homosexuality. For the psychoanalytic theory, to which reference was made in the previous chapter, the congenital element of inversion is a rare and usually unimportant factor. The chief part is played by perverse psychic mechanisms. It is the business of psychoanalysis to straighten these out, and from the bisexual constitution, which is regarded as common to everyone, to bring into the foreground the heterosexual elements, and so to reconstruct a normal personality, developing new sexual ideals from the patient's own latent and subconscious nature. Sager has especially occupied himself with the psychoanalytic treatment of homosexuality and claims many successes. Sager admits that there are many limits to the success of this treatment, and that it cannot affect the inborn factors of homosexuality when present. Other psychoanalysts are less sanguine as to the cure of inversion. Stekel appears to have stated that he has never seen a complete cure by psychoanalysis, and Farnese is not able to give a good account of the results. especially as regards what he terms obsessional homosexuality. He states that he has never succeeded in effecting a complete cure, although obsessions in general are especially amenable to psychoanalysis. I have met with at least 2 homosexual persons who had undergone psychoanalytic treatment and found it beneficial. One, however, was bisexual, so that the difficulties in the way of the success, granting it to be real, were not serious. In the other case, the inversion persisted after treatment, exactly the same as before. The benefit he received was due to the fact that he was enabled to understand himself better, and to overcome some of his mental difficulties. The treatment, therefore, in his case, was not a method of cure, but of psychic hygiene, of what Hirschfeld would call adaptation therapy. There can be no doubt that, even if we put aside all effort at cure and regard an invert's condition as inborn and permanent, a large and important field of treatment here still remains. As we have seen in the 2 previous chapters, sexual inversion cannot be regarded as essentially an insane or psychopathic state. 111 But it is frequently associated with nervous conditions, which may be greatly benefited by hygiene and treatment, without any attempt at all to overcome a homosexual attitude, which may be too deeply rooted to be changed. The invert is specially liable to suffer from a high degree of neurasthenia, often involving much nervous weakness and irritability, loss of self-control, and genital hyperesthesia. 112 Hirschfeld finds that over 67% inverts suffer from nervous troubles, and among the cases dealt with in the present study, as shown in Chapter 5, slight nervous functional disturbances are very common. These are conditions which may be ameliorated, and they may be treated in much the same way as if no inversion existed, by physical and mental tonics, or, if necessary, sedatives, by regulated gymnastics and out-of-door exercises, and by occupations which employ, without overexerting, the mind. Very great and permanent benefit may be obtained by a prolonged course of such mental and physical hygiene. The associated neurasthenic conditions may be largely removed, with the morbid fears, suspicions, and irritabilities that are usually part of neurasthenia, and the invert may be brought into a fairly wholesome and tonic condition of self-control. The inversion is not thus removed, but if the patient is still young, and if the perversion does not appear to be deeply rooted in the organism, it is probable that, provided his own good will is aiding, general hygienic measures, together with removal to a favorable environment, may gradually lead to the development of the normal sexual impulse. If it fails to do so, it becomes necessary to exercise great caution in recommending stronger methods. Purely platonic association with the other sex, Moll points out, leads to better results than any prescribed attempt at coitus, for even when such attempt is successful, it is not usually possible to regard the results with much satisfaction. Not only is the acquisition of the normal instinct by an invert very much on a level with the acquisition of a vice, but probably it seldom succeeds in eradicating the original inverted instinct. 113 What usually happens is that the person becomes capable of experiencing both impulses, not especially satisfactory state of things. It may be disastrous, especially if it leads to marriage, as it may do in an inverted man or still more easily in an inverted woman. The apparent change does not turn out to be deep, and the invert's position is more unfortunate than his original position, both for himself and for his wife. 114. It may be observed in the histories brought forward in Chapter 3, that the position of married inverts, we must, of course, put aside the bisexual, is usually more distressing than that of the unmarried. Among my cases 14% are married. Hirschfeld finds that 16% of inverts are married and 50% are impotent. He is unable to find a single cure of homosexuality, and seldom any improvement, due to marriage. Nearly always the impulse remains unaffected. The invert's happiness is, however, often affected for the worse, and not least by the feeling that he is depriving his wife of happiness. An invert, who had left his country through fear of arrest and married a rich woman who was in love with him, said to Hirschfeld, 5 years imprisonment would not have been worse than 1 year of marriage. Hirschfeld, Die Homosexualität, Chapter 21. It might seem on theoretical grounds that the marriage of a homosexual man with a homosexual woman might turn out well. Hirschfeld, however, states that he knows of 14 such marriages, and the theoretical expectation has not been justified. 3 of the cases speedily terminated in divorce, 4 of the couples lived separately, and all but 2 of the remaining couples regretted the step they had taken. I may add that in such a case even the expectation of happiness scarcely seems reasonable, since neither of the parties can feel a true mating impulse toward the other. In a marriage of this kind, the homosexual partner and the normal partner, however ignorant of sexual matters, are both conscious, often with equal pain, that, even in the presence of affection and esteem and the best will in the world, there is something lacking. The instinctive and emotional element, which is the essence of sexual love and springs from the central core of organic personality, cannot voluntarily be created or even assumed. 115 For the sake of the possible offspring, also, marriage is to be avoided. It is sometimes entirely for the sake of children that the invert desires to marry. But it must be pointed out that homosexuality is undoubtedly in many cases inherited. Often, it is true, the children turn out fairly well, but, in many cases, they bear witness that they belong to a neurotic and failing stock. 116 Hirschfeld goes so far as to say that it is always so, and concludes that from the eugenic standpoint the marriage of a homosexual person is always very risky. In a large number of cases such marriages prove sterile. The tendency to sexual inversion in eccentric and neurotic families seems merely to be nature's merciful method of winding up a concern which, from her point of view, has ceased to be profitable. As a rule, inverts have no desire to be different from what they are, and, if they have any desire for marriage, it is usually only momentary. Very pathetic appeals for help are, however, sometimes made. I may quote from a letter addressed to me by a gentleman who desired advice on this matter. In part, I write to you as a moralist and, in part, as to a physician. DRQ has published a book in which, without discussion, hypnotic treatment of such cases was reported as successful. I am eager to know if your opinion remains what it was. This new assurance comes from a man whose moral firmness and delicacy are unquestionable, but you will easily imagine how one might shrink from the implantation of new impulses in the unconscious self, since newly created inclinations might disturb the conditions of life. At any rate, in my ignorance of hypnotism, I fear that the effort to give the normal instinct might lead to marriage without the assurance that the normal instinct would be stable. I write, therefore, to explain my present condition and crave your counsel. It is with the greatest reluctance that I reveal the closely guarded secret of my life. I have no other abnormality, and have not hitherto betrayed my abnormal instinct. I have never made any person the victim of passion. Moral and religious feelings were too powerful. I have found my reverence for other souls a perfect safeguard against any approach to impurity. I have never had sexual interest in women. Once I had a great friendship with a beautiful and noble woman, without any mixture of sexual feeling on my part. I was ignorant of my condition, and I had the bitter regret of having caused in her a hopeless love, proudly and tragically concealed to her death. My friendships with men, younger men, have been colored by passion, against which I have fought continually. The shame of this has made life a hell, and the horror of this abnormality, since I came to know it as such, has been an enemy to my religious faith. Here there could be no case of a divinely given instinct which I was to learn to use in a rational and chaste fashion, under the control of spiritual loyalty. The power which gave me life seemed to insist on my doing that for which the same power would sting me with remorse. If there is no remedy, I must either cry out against the injustice of this life of torment between nature and conscience, or submit to the blind trust of baffled ignorance. If there is a remedy, life will not seem to be such an intolerable ordeal. I am not pleading that I must succumb to impulse. I do not doubt that a pure celibate life is possible so far as action is concerned. But I cannot discover that friendship with younger men can go on uncolored by a sensuous admixture, which fills me with shame and loathing. The gratification of passion, normal or abnormal, is repulsive to aesthetic feeling. I am nearly 42, and I have always diverted myself from personal interests that threaten to become dangerous to me. More than a year ago, however, a new fate seemed to open to my unhappy and lonely life. I became intimate with a young man of 20, of the rarest beauty of form and character. I am confident that he is and always has been pure. He lives an exalted moral and religious life dominated by the idea that he and all men are partners of the divine nature, and able in the strength of that nature to be free from evil. I believe him to be normal. He shows pleasure in the society of attractive young women and in an innocent, light-hearted way refers to the time when he may be able to marry. He is a general favorite, but turned to me as to a friend and teacher. He is poor, and it was possible for me to guarantee him a good education. I began to help him from the longings of a lonely life. I wanted a son and a friend in my inward desolation. I craved the companionship of this pure and happy nature. I felt such a reverence for him that I hoped to find the sensuous element in me purged away by his purity. I am, indeed, utterly incapable of doing him harm. I am not morally weak. Nevertheless, the sensuous element is there, and it poisons my happiness. He is ardently affectionate and demonstrative. He spends the summers with me in Europe, and the tenderness he feels for me has prompted him at times to embrace and kiss me as he always has done to his father. Of late, I have begun to fear that without will or desire I may injure the springs of feeling in him, especially if it is true that the homosexual tendency is latent in most men. The love he shows me is my joy, but a poisoned joy. It is the bread and wine of life to me, but I dare not think what his ardent affection might ripen into. I can go on fighting the battle of good and evil in my attachment to him, but I cannot define my duty to him. To shun him would be cruelty and would belie his trust in human fidelity. Without my friendship he will not take my money, the condition of a large career. I might, indeed, explain to him what I explain to you, but the ordeal and shame are too great, and I cannot see what good it would do. If he has the capacity of homosexual feeling he might be violently stimulated. If he is incapable of it, he would feel repulsion. Suppose, then, that I should seek hypnotic treatment, I still do not know what tricks an abnormal nature might play me when diverted by suggestion. I might lose the joy of this friendship without any compensation. I am afraid. Might I not be influenced to shun the only persons who inspire unselfish feeling? Bear with this account of my story. Many virtues are easy for me, and my life is spent in pursuits of culture. Alice, that all the culture with which I am credited, all the prayers and aspirations, all the strong will and heroic resolves have not rid my nature of this evil bent. What I long for is the right to love, not for the mere physical gratification, for the right to take another into the arms of my heart, and profess all the tenderness I feel, to find my joy in planning his career with him. As one who is rightfully and naturally entitled to do so, I crave this since I cannot have a son. I leave the matter here. When I read what I have written I see how pointless it is. It is possible, indeed, that brooding over my personal calamity magnifies in my mind the sense of danger to this friend through me, and that I only need to find the right relation of friendliness coupled with aloofness, which will secure him against any too ardent attachment. Certainly I have no fear that I shall forget myself. Yet two things array themselves on the other side. I rebel inwardly against the necessity of isolating myself as if I were a pestilence, and I rebel against the taint of sensuous feeling. The normal man can feel that his instinct is no shame when the spirit is in control. I know that to the consciousness of others my instinct itself would be a shame and a baseness, and I have no tendency to construct a moral system for myself. I have, to be sure, moments when I declare to myself that I will have my sensuous gratification as well as other men, but, the moment I think of the wickedness of it, the rebellion is soon over. The disesteem of self, the sense of taint, the necessity of withdrawing from happiness lest I communicate my taint, that is a spiritual malady which makes the ground tone of my existence one of pain and melancholy. Should you have only some moral consolation without the promise of medical assistance I should feel grateful. In such a case as this, one can do little more than advise the sufferer that, however painful his lot may be, it is not without its consolations, and that he would be best advised to pursue, as cheerfully as may be, the path that he has already long since marked out for himself. The invert sometimes fails to realize that for no man with high moral ideals, however normal he may be, is the conduct of life easy, and that if the invert has to be satisfied with affection without passion, and to live a life of chastity. He is doing no more than thousands of normal men have done, voluntarily and contentedly. As to hypnotism in such a case as this, it is altogether unreasonable to expect that suggestion will supplant the deeply rooted organic impulses that have grown up during a lifetime. We may thus conclude that in the treatment of inversion, the most satisfactory result is usually obtained when it is possible by direct and indirect methods to reduce the sexual hyperesthesia which frequently exists, and by psychic methods to refine and spiritualize the inverted impulse, so that the invert's natural perversion may not become a cause of acquired perversity in others. The invert is not only the victim of his own abnormal obsession, he is the victim of social hostility. We must seek to distinguish the part in his sufferings due to these two causes. When I review the cases I have brought forward and the mental history of inverts I have known, I am inclined to say that if we can enable an invert to be healthy, self-restrained and self-respecting, we have often done better than to convert him into the mere feeble simulacrum of a normal man. An appeal to the paiderastia of the best Greek days, and the dignity, temperance, even chastity, which it involved, will sometimes find a ready response in the emotional, enthusiastic nature of the congenital invert. Plato's dialogues have frequently been found a source of great help and consolation by inverts. The manly love celebrated by Walt Whitman in Leaves of Grass, although it may be of more doubtful value for general use, furnishes a wholesome and robust ideal to the invert who is insensitive to normal ideals. 117 among recent books, Iolaus, an anthology of friendship, edited by Edward Carpenter, may be recommended. A similar book in German, of a more extended character, is Liebling und Freudeslieben der Weltliteratur, edited by Ellis von Kupfer. Mention may also be made of the Freundschaft, 1912, of Baron von Gleichen Russwurm, a sort of literary history of friendship, without specific reference to homosexuality, although many writers of inverted tendency are introduced. Platon's Tagebucher are notable as the diary of an invert of high character and ideals. The volumes of the Jahrbuch für Sexualwissenschaft contain many studies bearing on the ideal and aesthetic aspects of homosexuality. Various modern poets of high ability have given expression to emotions of exalted or passionate friendship toward individuals of the same sex. Whether or not such friendship can properly be termed homosexual, it is scarcely necessary to refer to In Memoriam, in which Tennyson enshrined his affection for his early friend, Arthur Hallam, and developed a picture of the universe on the basis of that affection. The poems of Edward Cracroft Lefroy are notable, and Mr. John Gambrel Nicholson has privately issued several volumes of verse, A Chaplet of Southernwood, A Garland of Ladslove, etc., showing delicate charm combined with high technical skill. Some books mainly or entirely written in prose may fairly be included in the same group. Such are In the Key of Blue, by John Addington Symonds, and the Memoirs of Arthur Hamilton, published anonymously by a well-known author, A.C. Benson, in which on somewhat platonic lines, the idea is worked out that the individual sufferer must pass from the love of one fair form, to the love of abstract beauty, and from the contemplation of his own suffering to the consideration of the root of all human suffering. As regards the modern poetic literature of feminine homosexuality, there is probably nothing to put beside the various volumes, pathetic in their brave simplicity and sincerity, of Renée Vivian, C&T, page 200. Most other feminine singers of homosexuality have cautiously thrown the veil of heterosexuality over their songs. Novels of a more or less definitely homosexual tone are now very numerous in English, French, German, and other languages. In English, the homosexuality is for the most part veiled, and the narrative deals largely with school life and boys in order that the emotional and romantic character of the relations described may appear more natural. Thus Tim, an anonymously published book by H. O. Sturgis, 1891, described the devotion of a boy to an older boy at Eton and his death at an early age. Jasper Tristram, by A. W. Clark, 1899, again, is a well-written story of a schoolboy friendship of homosexual tone. A boy is represented as feeling attraction to boys who are like girls, and a girl became attractive to the hero because she is like a boy, and recalls her brother, whom he had formerly loved. The Garden God, A Tale of Two Boys, by Forrest Reed, 1905, is another rather similar book, in its way a charming and delicately written idyll. Imra, a Memorandum, 1906, by Xavier Maine, the pseudonym of an American author, who has also written The Intersexes, privately issued at Naples, is a book of a different class, representing the frankly homosexual passion of two mutually attracted men, an Englishman who is supposed to write the story and a Hungarian officer. It embodies a notable narrative of homosexual development which is probably more or less real. In French there are a number of novels dealing with homosexuality, sometimes sympathetically, sometimes with artistic indifference, sometimes satirically. André Gide, in El Immoralist and other books, Rachilde, Madame Villette, Willie, in the well-known Claudine series may be mentioned, among other writers of more or less distinction, who have once or oftener dealt with homosexuality. Special reference should be made to the Belgian author Georgie Code, whose École Vigor, prosecuted at Bruges on its publication as a book of special power. The Homosexual Stories of Esabak, of which Eller-Lou, 1902, is considered the best, are of a romantic and sentimental character. Lucian, 1910, by Benet Vommer, is a penetrating and scarcely sympathetic study of inversion. Nordal's L'Adolescence Passionnaise, already mentioned, page 325, is a notably intimate and precise study of homosexuality in French schools. It would be easy to mention many others. In Germany during recent years many novels of homosexual character have been published. They are not usually, it would seem, of high literary character, but are sometimes notable as being more or less disguised narratives of real fact. Bodies aus eines Manns Mordchangerin is said to be a faithful autobiography. Der Neuwerther, eine Hellenische Passionsgeschichte by Narcissus, 1902, is also said to be authentic. Another book that may be mentioned is Konverten sein Junger Plato's, Aus dem Leben eines Endbeasts, 1914. The German belletristic literature of homosexuality, as well as that of other countries, will be found adequately summarized and criticized by Numa Praetorius in the volumes of the Jahrbuch für Sexualswissenstrophen. See also Hirschfeld's Die Homosexualität, pages 47 and 1018a sec. It is by some such method of self-treatment as this that most of the more highly intelligent men and women, whose histories I have already briefly recorded, have at last slowly and instinctively reached a condition of relative health and peace, both physical and moral. The method of self-restraint and self-culture, without self-repression, seems to be the most rational method of dealing with sexual inversion, when that condition is really organic and deeply rooted. It is better that a man should be unable to make the best of his own strong natural instincts, with all their disadvantages, than that he should be unsexed and perverted, crushed into a position which he has no natural aptitude to occupy. As both Rafalovich and Feyre have insisted, it is the ideal of chastity, rather than of normal sexuality, which the congenital invert should hold before his eyes. He may not have in him the making of el homoyen sensual, he may have in him the making of a saint. 118. What good work in the world the inverted may do is shown by the historical examples of distinguished inverts, and, while it is certainly true that these considerations apply chiefly to the finer-grained natures, the histories I have brought together suffice to show that such natures constitute a considerable proportion of inverts. The helplessly gross sexual appetite cannot thus be influenced, but that remains true whether the appetite is homosexual or heterosexual, and nothing is gained by enabling it to feed on women as well as on men. A strictly ascetic life, it need scarcely be said, is with difficulty possible for all persons, either homosexual or heterosexual. It is, however, outside the province of the physician to recommend his inverted patients to live according to their homosexual impulses, even when those impulses seem to be natural to the person displaying them. The most that the physician is entitled to do, it seems to me, is to present the situation clearly, and leave to the patient a decision for which he must himself accept the responsibility. For L goes so far as to say that he sees no reason why inverts should not build cities of their own, and marry each other if they so please, since they can do no harm to normal adults, while children can be protected from them. 119 such notions are however, too far removed from our existing social conventions to be worth serious consideration. The standpoint here taken up, it may be remarked, by no means denies to the invert a right to the fulfillment of his impulses. Numa Praetorius remarks, it would seem justly, that while the invert must properly be warned against unnatural sexual license, and while those who are capable of continence do well to preserve it, to deny all right to sexual activity to the invert merely causes those inverts who are incapable of self-control to throw recklessly aside all restraints. Zeitschrift für Sexualwissenstoffen, Volume 8, 1906, page 726. The invert has the right to sexual indulgence, it may be, but he has also the duty to accept the full responsibility for his own actions, and the necessity to recognize the present attitude of the society he lives in. He cannot be advised to set himself in violent opposition to that society. The world will not be a tolerable place for pronounced inverts until they are better understood, and that will involve a radical change in general and even medical opinion. An inverted physician, of high character and successful in his profession, writes to me on this point. The first, and easiest, thing to do, it seems to me, is to convince the medical profession that we unfortunate people are not only as sane, but as moral, as our normal brothers, and that we are even more alive to the supreme necessity of self-control, necessary from every point of view, than they. It is not license we want, but justice. It is the cruelty and prejudice of convention which we wish to abolish, not the proper and just indignation of society with crimes against the social order. We want to make it possible for us to satisfy our inborn instincts, which are not concerned essentially with sexual acts, so-called, alone, without thereby becoming criminals. One of us who would, under any circumstances, seduce a person of his own sex of immature age, and particularly one whose sexual complexion was unknown, deserves the severe punishment which would be meted out to a normal person who did the same to a young girl, but no more. While, so long as no public offense is given, there should be no penalty or obloquy whatever attached to sexual acts committed with full consent between mature persons. These acts may or may not be wrong and immoral, just as sexual acts between mature persons of different sexes may or may not be wrong or immoral, but in neither case has the law any concern, and public opinion should make no distinction between the two. It is in the highest degree important that it should be clearly understood that we want no relaxation of moral obligations. At present we suffer an inconceivably cruel wrong. We have always to remember, and there is, indeed, no possibility of forgetting, that the question of homosexuality is a social question. Within certain limits, the gratification of the normal sexual impulse, even outside marriage, arouses no general or profound indignation, and is regarded as a private matter, rightly or wrongly. The gratification of the homosexual impulse is regarded as a public matter. This attitude is more or less exactly reflected in the law. Thus it happens that whenever a man is openly detected in a homosexual act, however exemplary his life may previously have been, however admirable it may still be in all other relations, every ordinary normal citizen, however licentious in pleasure, loving his own life may be, feels it a moral duty to regard the offender as hopelessly damned and to help in hounding him out of society. At very brief intervals cases occur, and without reaching the newspapers are more or less widely known, in which distinguished men in various fields, not seldom clergymen, suddenly disappear from the country or commit suicide in consequence of some such exposure, or the threat of it. It is probable that many obscure tragedies could find their explanation in a homosexual cause. Some of the various tragic ways in which homosexual passions are revealed to society may be illustrated by the following communication from a correspondent, not himself inverted, who here narrates cases that came under his observation in various parts of the United States. The cases referred to will be known to many, but I have disguised the names of persons and places. At the age of 14 I was a chorister at church, whose choir master, an Englishman named M.W.M., was an accomplished man, seemingly a perfect gentleman and a devout churchman. He never seemed to care for the society of ladies, never mingled much with the men, but sought companionship with the choristers of my age. He frequently visited at the homes of his favorites, to tea, And when he asked the parents' consent for George's or Frank's company on an excursion or to the theater, and then to spend the night with him, such request was invariably granted. I shall ever remember my first night with him. He began by fondling and caressing me, quieting my alarm by assurances of not hurting me, and after invoking me to secrecy and with promises of many future pleasures, I consented to his desire or passion, which he seemed to satisfy by an attempt at fellatio. Was this depravity? I would say no. After reading his subsequent confession, found in his room after his death by suicide, this was brought about by his too intimate relations with the rector's son, who contracted St. Vitus's dance, and in the delirium of a fever that followed from nervous exhaustion told of him and his doings. A thorough investigation took place and M. fled, a broken-hearted and disgraced man, who, as the result of remorse, relentless persecution, and exposure through several years, ended his life by drowning himself. In his confession he spoke of having been raised under a very strong moral restraint and having lived an exemplary life, with the exception of this strange desire that his willpower could not control. The next case is that of C.H. He came of an old family of brainy men who have, and do yet, occupy prominent places in the pulpit and the bar, and was himself a gifted young attorney. I knew him intimately, as for 6 years he was a close neighbor and we were associated in lodge work. He was an effeminate little fellow, height, 5 feet 2 inches, weight, 105 pounds, very nearsighted, and he had a light voice, not a treble or falsetto, but still a voice that detracted materially from the beautiful rhetoric that flowed from his lips. He had served his country as its representative in the legislature, and had received the nomination for senator, over a hard-fought political battle. The last canvass and speeches were made at a town which was, in consequence, crowded. That night H had to occupy a room with a stranger, named E, a traveling salesman. There were 2 beds in this room. Mr. E, on the following day told several people that during the night he was awakened by H, who had come over to his bed and had his mouth on his person, and that he had threatened to kick him out of the room, but that H pleaded with him and fell on his knees and swore that he had been overcome by a passion that he had heretofore controlled, and begged of him not to expose him. These facts coming to the notice of his opponents, within 24 hours, they hastened to take advantage of it by placarding H as a second Oscar Wilde, and stating the facts as far as decency and the law allowed. H's friends came to him and gave him one of 2 alternatives: if guilty, either to kill himself or leave that section forever; if not guilty, to slay his traducer. E.H. affirmed his innocence, and in company with 2 friends, C and J, took the train for. Learning there that he was at a town 12 miles east, they hired a fast livery and drove overland. They found E at the station, awaiting the arrival of a train. H, with a pistol, strode forward and in his excitement said, "You exposed me, did you?" Being nearsighted, his aim proved wide of the mark. E sprang forward and grappled with H for possession of the pistol, and was fired upon by C and J, who shot him in the back. He expired in a few minutes, his last statement being to the effect that H was guilty as accused. H, C, and J were sentenced to the penitentiary for life. During my 6 years' acquaintance with H, I knew of nothing derogatory to his character, nor has anyone ever come forward to say that on any other occasion he ever displayed this weakness. I know his early life had a pure atmosphere, as he was an only child and the idol of both his parents, who builded high their hopes of his future success, and who survived this disgrace, but are broken-hearted. The next case is that of the Reverend T.W., professor at the University of. Mr. W. is a scholarly gentleman, affable in his address, eloquent in his oratory, and a fine classical scholar. He was exposed by some of his students, who, to use a slang phrase, accused him of being a head worker. At his examination by the faculty he confessed his weakness, and said he could not control his unholy passion. His resignation was accepted both by the church and the college, and he left. I know of a few other cases that have their peculiar traits, and am confident that these persons did not become possessed of this habit through the so-called indiscretions of youth. As in every case, their early life was freer from contamination than that of 90% of the boys who, on reaching man's estate, have, like myself, no desire to deviate from the old-fashioned way formulated by our ancient sire, Adam. It can scarcely be said that the consciousness of this attitude of society is favorable to the invert's attainment of a fairly sane and well-balanced state of mind. This is, indeed, one of the great difficulties in his way, and often causes him to waver between extremes of melancholia and egotistic exaltation. We regard all homosexuality with absolute and unmitigated disgust. We have been taught to venerate Alexander the Great, Epaminondas, Socrates, and other antique heroes, but they are safely buried in the remote past, and do not affect our scorn of homosexuality in the present. It was in the 4th century, at Rome, that the strong modern opposition to homosexuality was first clearly formulated in law. 120 The Roman race had long been decaying. Sexual perversions of all kinds flourished. The population was dwindling. At the same time, Christianity, with its Judaic Pauline antagonism to homosexuality, was rapidly spreading. The statesmen of the day, anxious to quicken the failing pulses of national life, utilized this powerful Christian feeling. Constantine, Theodosius, and Valentinian all passed laws against homosexuality, the last, at all events, ordaining as penalty the vindices flamma, but their enactments do not seem to have been strictly carried out. In the year 538, Justinian, professing terror of certain famines, earthquakes, and pestilences in which he saw the mysterious recompense which was meet prophesied by St. Paul, 121 issued his edict condemning unnatural offenders to the sword, lest as the result of these impious acts, as the preamble to his novella 77 has it, whole cities should perish, together with their inhabitants. For we are taught by Holy Scripture, that through these acts cities have perished with the men in them. 122 This edict, which Justinian followed up by a fresh ordinance to the same effect, constituted the foundation of legal enactment and social opinion concerning the matter in Europe for 1300 years. 123 In France the vindices flamma survived to the last. St. Louis had handed over these sacrilegious offenders to the church to be burned. In 1752 pederasts were burned in the Place de Grève, and only a few years before the Revolution a Capuchin monk named Pascal was also burned. After the Revolution, however, began a new movement, which has continued slowly and steadily ever since, though it still divides European nations into two groups. Justinian, Charlemagne, and St. Louis had insisted on the sin and sacrilege of sodomy as the ground for its punishment. 124. It was doubtless largely as a religious offense that the Code Napoleon omitted to punish it. The French law makes a clear and logical distinction between crime on the one hand, vice and irreligion on the other, only concerning itself with the former. Homosexual practices in private, between two consenting adult parties, whether men or women, are absolutely unpunished by the Code Napoleon and by French law of today. Only under 3 conditions does the homosexual act come under the cognizance of the law as a crime. 1. When there is outrage public à la pudeur, i.e., when the act is performed in public or with the possibility of witnesses. 2. When there is violence or absence of consent, in whatever degree the act may have been consummated. 3. When one of the parties is underage, or unable to give valid consent. In some cases it appears possible to apply Article 334 of the Penal Code, directed against habitual excitation to debauch of young persons of either sex under the age of 21. This method of dealing with unnatural offenses has spread widely, at first because of the political influence of France, and more recently because such an attitude has commended itself on its merits. In Belgium the law is similar to that of the Code Napoleon, as it is also in Italy, Spain, Portugal, Romania, Japan, and numerous South American lands. In Switzerland the law is a little vague and varies slightly in the different cantons, but it is not severe. In Geneva and some other cantons there is no penalty. The general tendency is to inflict brief imprisonment when serious complaints have been lodged, and cases can sometimes be settled privately by the magistrate. The only large European countries in which homosexuality per se remains a penal offense appear to be Germany, Austria, Russia, and England. In several of the German states, such as Bavaria and Hanover, simple homosexuality formerly went unpunished, but when the laws of Prussia were in 1871 applied to the new German Empire, this ceased to be the case, and unnatural carnality between males became an offense against the law. This article of the German Code, Section 175, has caused great discussion and much practical difficulty, because, although the terms of the law make it necessary to understand by what are natürlich unssucht other practices besides pedicatio, not every homosexual practice is included. It must be some practice resembling normal coitus. There is a widespread opinion that this article of the code should be abolished. It appears that at one time an authoritative committee pronounced in favor of this step, and their proposition came near adoption. The Austrian law is somewhat similar to the German, but it applies to women as well as to men. This is logical, for there is no reason why homosexuality should be punished in men and left unpunished in women. In Russia, the law against homosexual practices appears to be very severe, involving, in some cases, banishment to Siberia and deprivation of civil rights, but it can scarcely be rigorously executed. The existing law in England is severe but simple. Carnal knowledge per annum of either a man or a woman or an animal is punishable by a sentence of penal servitude, with not less than 3 years, or of imprisonment with not more than 2 years. Even gross indecency between males, however privately committed, has been since 1885 a penal offense. 125. The clause is open to criticism. With the omission of the words "or private" it would be sound and in harmony with the most enlightened European legislation. But it must be pointed out that an act only becomes indecent when those who perform it or witness it regard it as indecent. The act which brought each of us into the world is not indecent. It would become so if carried on in public. If two male persons, who have reached years of discretion, consent together to perform some act of sexual intimacy in private, no indecency has been committed. If one of the consenting parties subsequently proclaims the act, indecency may doubtless be created, as may happen also in the case of normal sexual intercourse, but it seems contrary to good policy that such proclamation should convert the act itself into a penal offense. Moreover, gross indecency between males usually means some form of mutual masturbation. No penal code regards masturbation as an offense, and there seems to be no sufficient reason why mutual masturbation should be so regarded. The main point to be ensured is that no boy or girl who has not reached years of discretion should be seduced or abused by an older person, and this point is equally well guaranteed on the basis introduced by the Code Napoleon. However shameful, disgusting, personally immoral, and indirectly antisocial it may be for two adult persons of the same sex, men or women, to consent together to perform an act of sexual intimacy in private, there is no sound or adequate ground for constituting such act a penal offense by law. One of the most serious objections to the legal recognition of private gross indecency is the obvious fact that only in the rarest cases can such indecency become known to the police, and we thus perpetrate what is very much like a legal farce. The breaking of few laws, as Moll truly observes, regarding the German law, so often goes unpunished is of this. It is the same in England, as is amply evidenced by the fact that, of the English sexual inverts, whose histories I have obtained, not one, so far as I am aware, has ever appeared in a police court on this charge. It may further be pointed out that legislation against homosexuality has no clear effect, either in diminishing or increasing its prevalence. This must necessarily be so as regards the kernel of the homosexual group, if we are to regard a considerable proportion of cases as congenital. In France, homosexuality per se has been untouched by the law for a century, yet it abounds, chiefly, it seems, among the lowest in the community. Although the law is silent, social feeling is strong, and when, as has been the case in one instance, a man of undoubted genius has his name associated with this perversion, it becomes difficult or impossible for the admirers of his work to associate with him personally. Very few cases of homosexuality have been recorded in France among the more intelligent classes. The literature of homosexuality is there little more than the literature of male prostitution, as described by police officials, and as carried on largely for the benefit of foreigners. In Germany and Austria, where the law against homosexuality is severe, it abounds also, perhaps to a much greater extent than in France. 126 It certainly asserts itself more vigorously. A far greater number of cases have been recorded than in any other country, and the German literature of homosexuality is very extensive, often issued in popular form, and sometimes enthusiastically eulogistic. In England the law is exceptionally severe, yet, according to the evidence of those who have an international acquaintance with these matters, homosexuality is fully as prevalent as on the continent. Some would say that it is more so. Much the same is true of the United States, though there is less to be seen on the surface. It cannot, therefore, be said that legislative enactments have very much influence on the prevalence of homosexuality. The chief effect seems to be that the attempt at suppression arouses the finer minds among sexual inverts to undertake the enthusiastic defense of homosexuality, while coarser minds are stimulated to cynical bravado. 127 As regards the prevalence of homosexuality in the United States, I may quote from a well-informed American correspondent. The great prevalence of sexual inversion in American cities is shown by the wide knowledge of its existence. 99 normal men out of 100 have been accosted on the streets by inverts, or have among their acquaintances men whom they know to be sexually inverted. Everyone has seen inverts and knows what they are. The public attitude toward them is generally a negative one: indifference, amusement, contempt. The world of sexual inverts is, indeed, a large one in any American city, and it is a community distinctly organized, words, customs, traditions of its own, and every city has its numerous meeting places, certain churches where inverts congregate, certain cafes well known for the inverted character of their patrons, certain streets where, at night, every fifth man is an invert. The inverts have their own clubs with nightly meetings. These clubs are, really, dance halls, attached to saloons, and presided over by the proprietor of the saloon, himself almost invariably an invert, as are all the waiters and musicians. The frequenters of these places are male sexual inverts, usually ranging from 17 to 30 years of age. Sightseers find no difficulty in gaining entrance. Truly, they are welcomed for the drinks they buy for the company, and other reasons. Singing and dancing turns by certain favorite performers are the features of these gatherings, with much gossip and drinking at the small tables ranged along the four walls of the room. The habitués of these places are, generally, inverts of the most pronounced type, i.e., the completely feminine in voice and manners, with the characteristic hip motion in their walk, though I have never seen any approach to feminine dress there. Doubtless the desire for it is not wanting, and only police regulations relegate it to other occasions and places. You will rightly infer that the police know of these places and endure their existence for a consideration. It is not unusual for the inquiring stranger to be directed there by a policeman. The Oscar Wilde trial, see ante, page 48. With its wide publicity, and the fundamental nature of the questions it suggested, appears to have generally contributed to give definiteness and self-consciousness to the manifestations of homosexuality, and to have aroused inverts to take up a definite attitude. I have been assured in several quarters that this is so, and that since that case the manifestations of homosexuality have become more pronounced. One correspondent writes, "Up to the time of the Oscar Wilde trial, I had not known what the condition of the law was, the moral question in itself, its relation to my own life and that of my friends. I reckoned I had solved, but I now had to ask myself how far I was justified in not only breaking the law, but in being the cause of a like breach in others, and others younger than myself. I have never allowed the dictum of the law to interfere with what I deem to be a moral development in any youth for whom I am responsible. I cannot say that the trial made me alter my course of life, of the rightness of which I was too convincingly persuaded, but it made me much more careful, and it probably sharpened my sense of responsibility for the young. Reviewing the results of the trial as a whole, it doubtless did incalculable harm, and it intensified our national vice of hypocrisy. But I think it also may have done some good in that it made those who, like myself, have thought and experienced deeply in the matter, and these must be no small few, ready to strike a blow, when the time comes, for what we deem to be right, honorable, and clean. From American, a lady writes with reference to the moral position of inverts, though without allusion to the wild trial. Inverts should have the courage and independence to be themselves, and to demand an investigation. If one strives to live honorably and considers the greatest good to the greatest number, it is not a crime nor a disgrace to be an invert. I do not need the law to defend me, neither do I desire to have any concessions made for me, nor do I ask my friends to sacrifice their ideals for me. I too have ideals which I shall always hold. All that I desire, and I claim it is my right, is the freedom to exercise this divine gift of loving, which is not a menace to society nor a disgrace to me. Let it once be understood that the average invert is not a moral degenerate nor a mental degenerate, but simply a man or a woman who is less highly specialized, less completely differentiated, than other men and women, and I believe the prejudice against them will disappear, and if they live uprightly they will surely win the esteem and consideration of all thoughtful people. I know what it means to an invert, who feels himself set apart from the rest of mankind, to find one human heart who trusts him and understands him, and I know how almost impossible this is, and will be, until the world is made aware of these facts. But, while the law has had no more influence in repressing abnormal sexuality than, wherever it has tried to do so, it has had in repressing the normal sexual instinct, it has served to foster another offense, what is called blackmailing in England, chantage in France, and erpressung in Germany. In other words, the extortion of money by threats of exposing some real or fictitious offense, finds its chief field of activity in connection with homosexuality. 128. No doubt the removal of the penalty against simple homosexuality does not abolish blackmailing, as the existence of this kind of chantage in France shows, but it renders its success less probable. On all these grounds, and taking into consideration the fact that the tendency of modern legislation generally, and the consensus of authoritative opinion in all countries, are in this direction, it seems reasonable to conclude that neither sodomy, i.e., immiscio membri in anum hominis vel mulieris, nor gross indecency ought to be penal offenses, except under certain special circumstances. That is to say, that if two persons of either or both sexes, having reached years of discretion, 129 privately consent to practice some perverted mode of sexual relationship, the law cannot be called upon to interfere. It should be the function of the law in this matter to prevent violence, to protect the young, and to preserve public order and decency. Whatever laws are laid down beyond this must be left to the individuals themselves, to the moralists, and to social opinion. At the same time, and while such a modification in the law seems to be reasonable, the change effected would be less considerable than may appear at first sight. In a very large proportion, indeed, of cases boys are involved. It is instructive to observe that in Legalutics 246 cases including victims and aggressors together, in France, 127, or more than half, were between the ages of 10 and 20, and 82, or exactly one-third, were between the ages of 10 and 14. A very considerable field of operation is thus still left for the law. Whatever proportion of cases may meet with no other penalty than social opinion. That, however, social opinion, law or no law, will speak with no uncertain voice is very evident. Once homosexuality was primarily a question of population or of religion. Now we hear little either of its economic aspects or of its sacrilegiousness. It is for us primarily a disgusting abomination, i.e., a matter of taste, of aesthetics, and, while unspeakably ugly to the majority, it is proclaimed as beautiful by a small minority. I do not know that we need find fault with this aesthetic method of judging homosexuality. But it scarcely lends itself to legal purposes. To indulge in violent denunciation of the disgusting nature of homosexuality, and to measure the sentence by the disgust aroused, or to regret, as one English judge is reported to have regretted when giving sentence, that gross indecency is not punishable by death, is to import utterly foreign considerations into the matter. The judges who yield to this temptation would certainly never allow themselves to be consciously influenced on the bench by their political opinions. Yet aesthetic opinions are quite as foreign to law as political opinions. An act does not become criminal because it is disgusting, To eat excrement, as Moll remarks, is extremely disgusting, but it is not criminal. The confusion which thus exists, even in the legal mind, between the disgusting and the criminal is additional evidence of the undesirability of the legal penalty for simple homosexuality. At the same time, it shows that social opinion is amply adequate to deal with the manifestations of inverted sexuality. So much for the legal aspects of sexual inversion. But while there can be no doubt about the amply adequate character of the existing social reaction to all manifestations of perverted sexuality, the question still remains how far not merely the law, but also the state of public opinion, should be modified in the light of such a psychological study as we have here undertaken. It is clear that this public opinion, molded chiefly or entirely with reference to gross vice, tends to be unduly violent in its reaction. What, then, is the reasonable attitude of society toward the congenital sexual invert? It seems to lie in the avoidance of two extremes. On the one hand, it cannot be expected to tolerate the invert who flouts his perversion in its face, and assumes that, because he would rather take his pleasure with a soldier or a policeman than with their sisters, he is a finer clay than the vulgar herd. On the other, it might well refrain from crushing with undiscerning ignorance beneath the burden of shame the subject of an abnormality which, as we have seen, has not been found incapable of fine uses. Inversion is an aberration from the usual course of nature, but the clash of contending elements which must often mark the history of such a deviation results now and again, by no means infrequently, in nobler activities than those yielded by the vast majority, who are born to consume the fruits of the earth. It bears, for the most part, its penalty in the structure of its own organism. We are bound to protect the helpless members of society against the invert. If we go farther and seek to destroy the invert himself before he has sinned against society, we exceed the warrant of reason, and in so doing we may, perhaps, destroy also those children of the spirit, which possess sometimes a greater worth than the children of the flesh. Here we may leave this question of sexual inversion. In dealing with it, I have sought to avoid that attitude of moral superiority, which is so common in the literature of this subject, and have refrained from pointing out how loathsome this phenomenon is, or how hideous that. Such an attitude is as much out of place in scientific investigation, as it is in judicial investigation, and may well be left to the amateur. The physician who feels nothing but disgust at the sight of disease is unlikely to bring either succor to his patients or instruction to his pupils. That the investigation we have here pursued is not only profitable to us in succoring the social organism and its members, but also in bringing light into the region of sexual psychology, is now, I hope, clear to every reader who has followed me to this point. There are a multitude of social questions which we cannot face squarely and honestly unless we possess such precise knowledge as has been here brought together concerning the part played by the homosexual tendency in human life. Moreover, the study of this perverted tendency stretches beyond itself. Or that art which you say adds to nature, is an art that nature makes. Pathology is but physiology working under new conditions. The stream of nature still flows into the bed channel of sexual inversion, and still runs according to law. We have not wasted our time in this toilsome excursion. With the knowledge here gained, we are the better equipped to enter upon the study of the wider questions of sex. Appendix A: Homosexuality Among Tramps. By Josiah Flint. I have made a rather minute study of the tramp class in the United States, England, and Germany, but I know it best in the States. I have lived with the tramps there for 8 consecutive months, besides passing numerous shorter periods in their company, and my acquaintance with them is nearly of 10 years standing. My purpose in going among them has been to learn about their life in particular and outcast life in general. This can only be done by becoming part and parcel of its manifestations. There are 2 kinds of tramps in the United States, out-of-works and hobos. The out-of-works are not genuine vagabonds. They really want work and have no sympathy with the hobos. The latter are the real tramps. They make a business of begging, a very good business too, and keep at it, as a rule, to the end of their days. Whiskey and wanderlust, or the love of wandering, are probably the main causes of their existence, but many of them are discouraged criminals, men who have tried their hand at crime and find that they lack criminal wit. They become tramps because they find that life on the road comes the nearest to the life they hope to lead. They have enough talent to do very well as beggars, better, generally speaking, than the men who have reached the road simply as drunkards. They know more about the tricks of the trade, and are cleverer in thinking out schemes and stories. All genuine tramps in America are, however, pretty much the same, as far as manners and philosophy are concerned, and all are equally welcome at the hangout. 130. The class of society from which they are drawn is generally the very lowest of all, but there are some hobos who have come from the very highest, and these latter are frequently as vicious and depraved as their less well-born brethren. Concerning sexual inversion among tramps, there is a great deal to be said, and I cannot attempt to tell all I have heard about it, but merely to give a general account of the matter. Every hobo in the United States knows what unnatural intercourse means, talking about it freely, and, according to my finding, every 10th man practices it and defends his conduct. Boys are the victims of this passion. The tramps gain possession of these boys in various ways. A common method is to stop for a while in some town and gain acquaintance with the slum children. They tell these children all sorts of stories about life on the road, how they can ride on the railways for nothing, shoot Indians, and be professionals, and they choose some boy who specially pleases them. By smiles and flattering caresses they let him know that the stories are meant for him alone, and before long, if the boy is a suitable subject, he smiles back just as slyly. In time he learns to think that he is the favorite of the tramp, who will take him on his travels, and he begins to plan secret meetings with the man. The tramp, of course, continues to excite his imagination with stories and caresses, and some fine night there is one boy less in the town. On the road the lad is called a Prussian, and his protector a joker. The majority of Prussians are between 10 and 15 years of age, but I have known some under 10 and a few over 15. Each is compelled by hobo law to let his joker do with him as he will, and many, I fear, learn to enjoy his treatment of them. They are also expected to beg in every town they come to, any laziness on their part receiving very severe punishment. How the act of unnatural intercourse takes place is not entirely clear. The hobos are not agreed. From what I have personally observed, I should say that it is usually what they call leg work intercrural, but sometimes a missio penis inanum, the boy, in either case, lying on his stomach. I have heard terrible stories of the physical results to the boy of anal intercourse. One evening, near Cumberland, Pennsylvania, I was an unwilling witness of one of the worst scenes that can be imagined. In company with 8 hobos, I was in a freight car attached to a slowly moving train. A colored boy succeeded in scrambling into the car, and when the train was well underway again he was tripped up and seduced, to use the hobo euphemism, by each of the tramps. He made almost no resistance, and joked and laughed about the business as if he had expected it. This, indeed, I find to be the general feeling among the boys when they have been thoroughly initiated. At first they do not submit, and are inclined to run away or fight, but the men fondle and pet them, and after a while they do not seem to care. Some of them have told me that they get as much pleasure out of the affair as the joker does. Even little fellows under 10 have told me this, and I have known them to willfully tempt their jokers to intercourse. What the pleasure consists in I cannot say. The youngsters themselves describe it as a delightful tickling sensation in the parts involved, and this is possibly all that it amounts to among the smallest lads. Those who have passed the age of puberty seem to be satisfied in pretty much the same way that the men are. Among the men the practice is decidedly one of passion. The majority of them prefer oppression to a woman, and nothing is more severely judged than rape. One often reads in the newspapers that a woman has been assaulted by a tramp, but the perverted tramp is never the guilty party. I believe, however, that there are a few hobos who have taken to boys because women are so scarce on the road. For every woman in Hoboland there are 100 men. That this disproportion has something to do with the popularity of boys is made clear by the following case. In a jail, where I was confined for a month during my life in vagabondage, I got acquainted with a tramp who had the reputation of being a sodomist. One day a woman came to the jail to see her husband, who was awaiting trial. One of the prisoners said he had known her before she was married, and had lived with her. The tramp was soon to be discharged, and he inquired where the woman lived. On learning that she was still approachable, he looked her up immediately after his release, and succeeded in staying with her for nearly a month. He told me later that he enjoyed his life with her much more than his intercourse with boys. I asked him why he went with boys at all, and he replied, "'Cause there ain't women enough. If I can't get them, I've got to have the other." It is in jails that one sees the worst side of this perversion. In the daytime the prisoners are let out into a long hall, and can do much as they please. At night they are shut up, 2 and even 4 in a cell. If there are any boys in the crowd, they are made use of by all who care to have them. If they refuse to submit, they are gagged and held down. The sheriff seldom knows what goes on, and for the boys to say anything to him would be suicidal. There is a criminal ignorance all over the states concerning the life of these jails, and things go on that would be impossible in any well-regulated prison. In one of these places I once witnessed the fiercest fight I have ever seen among hobos. A boy was the cause of it. 2 men said they loved him, and he seemed to return the affection of both with equal desire. A fight with razors was suggested to settle who should have him. 131 The men prepared for action. While the crowd gathered round to watch, they slashed away for over half an hour, cutting each other terribly, and then their backers stopped them for fear of fatal results. The boy was given to the one who was hurt the least. Jealousy is one of the first things one notices in connection with this passion. I have known them to withdraw entirely from the hangout life simply to be sure that their Prussians were not touched by other tramps. Such attachments frequently last for years, and some boys remain with their first jockers until they are emancipated. Emancipation means freedom to snare some other boy, and make him submit as the other had been obliged to submit when younger. As a rule, the Prussian is freed when he is able to protect himself. If he can defend his honor from all who come, he is accepted into the class of old stagers and may do as he likes. This is the one reward held out to Prussians during their apprenticeship. They are told that someday they can have a boy and use him as they have been used. Thus Hoboland is always sure of recruits. It is difficult to say how many tramps are sexually inverted. It is not even certainly known how many vagabonds there are in the country. I have stated in one of my papers on tramps that, counting the boys, there are between 50 and 60,000 genuine hobos in the United States. A vagabond in Texas who saw this statement wrote me that he considered my estimate too low. The newspapers have criticized it as too high, but they are unable to judge. If my figures are, as I believe, at least approximately correct, the sexually perverted tramps may be estimated at between 5 and 6,000. This includes men and boys. I have been told lately by tramps that the boys are less numerous than they were a few years ago. They say that it is now a risky business to be seen with a boy, and that it is more profitable, as far as begging is concerned, to go without them. Whether this means that the passion is less fierce than it used to be, or that the men find sexual satisfaction among themselves, I cannot say definitely, but from what I know of their disinclination to adopt the latter alternative, I am inclined to think that the passion may be dying out somewhat. I am sure that women are not more numerous on the road than formerly, and that the change, if real, has not been caused by them. So much for my finding in the United States. In England, where I have also lived with tramps for some time, I have found very little contrary sexual feeling. In Germany, also, excepting in prisons and workhouses, it seems very little known among vagabonds. There are a few Jewish wanderers, sometimes peddlers, who are said to have boys in their company, and I am told that they use them as the hobos in the United States use their boys, but I cannot prove this from personal observation. In England, I have met a number of male tramps who had no hesitation in declaring their preference for their own sex, and particularly for boys, but I am bound to say that I have seldom seen them with boys. As a rule, they were quite alone, and they seemed to live chiefly by themselves. It is a noteworthy fact that both in England and Germany, there are a great many women on the road, or, at all events, so near it that intercourse with them is easy and cheap. In Germany almost every town has its quarter of Stadtschieß 132, women who sell their bodies for a very small sum. They seldom ask over 30 or 40 pfennigs for a night, which is usually spent in the open air. In England it is practically the same thing. In all the large cities there are women who are glad to do business for 3 or 4 pence, and those on the road for even less. The general impression made on me by the sexually perverted men I have met in vagabondage is that they are abnormally masculine. In their intercourse with boys, they always take the active part. The boys have, in some cases, seemed to me uncommonly feminine, but not as a rule. In the main, they are very much like other lads, and I am unable to say whether their liking for the inverted relationship is inborn or acquired. That it is, however, a genuine liking, in altogether too many instances, I do not, in the least, doubt. As such, and all the more because it is such, it deserves to be more thoroughly investigated and more reasonably treated. Josiah Flint, who wrote the foregoing account of tramp life for the second edition of this volume, was well known as author, sociologist, and tramp. He was especially, and it would seem by innate temperament, the tramp, which party looked to perfection. He himself referred to his weasowned face and diminutive form, and felt completely at home in. He was thus able to throw much light on the psychology of the tramp, and his books, such as Tramping with Tramps, are valuable from this point of view. His real name was F. Willard, and he was a nephew of Miss Frances Willard. He died in Chicago, in 1907, at the age of 38, shortly after writing a frank and remarkable autobiography. I am able to supplement his observations on tramps, so far as England is concerned, by the following passages from a detailed record sent to me by an English correspondent. I am a male invert with complete feminine, sexual inclinations. Different meetings with tramps led me to seek intimacy with them, and for about 20 years I have gone on the tramp myself so that I might come in the closest contact with them, in England, Scotland, and Wales. As in the United States, there are two classes of tramps: those who would work, such as harvesters, road makers, etc., and those who will not work, but make tramping a profession. Among both these classes my experience is that 90%, or I even would be bold enough to say 100%, indulge in homosexuality when the opportunity occurs, and I do not make any distinction between the two classes. There are numerous reasons for this, and I will state a few. A certain number may prefer normal connection with a female, but except for those who tramp in vans and a limited number who have donnas with them, women are not available, as prostitutes very seldom allow intimacy for love except when drunk. Tramps are also afraid of any venereal disease, as it means the misery of the lock hospital. Most of them are sociable and prefer to tramp with his mate, with whom he sleeps and rests and boozes when they are in funds. Sexual intimacy naturally takes place, as my experience has been that one of the two is male, and the other female in their sexual desires, but I have known instances where they have acted both roles. Then male prostitution is to be had for nothing, and even occasionally when a tramp meets a toff it is a means of earning money, either fairly or otherwise. I have never known a male tramp to refuse satisfaction if I offered a drink or two, or a small sum of money. One told me that he envied no lords or toffs as long as he got plenty of booze and buggery. Another one, who told me that he had been 25 years on the road, said that he could not endure to sleep alone. He was a peddler, openly of cheap religious books and secretly of the vilest pamphlets and photographs. He had done time, and he said the greatest punishment to him was not being able to have a mate who would submit to penetration, though he was not particular what form the sexual act took. Another fine young man, whom I chanced to meet the very day he had been released from a long sentence in prison for burglary, and with whom I passed a night of incessant and almost brutal intimacy, said his punishment was seeing men always about him and being unable to have connection with them. Another and very powerful influence in tramps toward homosexuality is that, in the low lodging houses they are obliged to frequent, a single bed is perhaps double to one with a bedmate, whom perhaps he has never seen before, and especially in hot weather, when the rule is nakedness. My sexual desires being for the male invert, I have come most in contact with them, and have found that they form much the larger class. Among harvesters and seafaring tramps it is seldom you find a dandy such as I was considered, and as such I was eagerly courted, and any suggestion of intimacy on my part quickly responded to. As regards the use of young boys for homosexual indulgence, it is not common, as it is too dangerous, though I have known boys, especially those belonging to vans or gypsies, to prostitute themselves, always for money. On one occasion I saw a boy who created quite an outburst of lust of homosexual nature. The incident took place in a small seafaring town in Scotland, one evening before a fair was to be held. It occurred in a low public house, where a number of very rough and mostly drunken men were assembled. A blind man came in led by an extremely pretty but effeminate-looking youth of about 17, wearing a ragged kilt and with bare legs and feet. He had long, curling, fair hair which reached to his shoulders, and on it an old bonnet was perched. He also wore an old velveteen shooting jacket. All eyes were turned on the pair and they were quickly offered drinks. A remark was made by one man that he believed the youth was a lassie. The boy said, "I will show you I am a laddie," and pulled up his kilt, exposing his genitals and then his posterior. Boisterous laughter greeted this indecent exposure and suggestion, and more drinks were provided. The blind man then played his fiddle, and the boy danced with frequent recurrences of the same indecencies. He was seized, kissed, and caressed by quite a number of men, some of whom endeavored to masturbate him, which he resisted, but performed it for them. After the closing time came, I and about 10 or 12 men all occupied the same room. The old man continued to play, and the youth, stark naked, continued to dance and suggested we others should do so, and an erotic scene took place which was only closed to view by the boss who was present putting out the lamp. Two classes of tramps I have met openly declare their preference for homosexuality. They are men who have been in the army and sailors and seafaring men in general. It is said that Jack has a wife in every port, but I believe from my experience that the wife in many cases is of the male sex, and this among those of all nationalities, as is the case with soldiers. Among these also jealousy is more common than amongst ordinary tramps, and if you are dandy to a soldier, if you make advances or receive them from a senior, trouble is likely to occur between them. I could give many instances of my own personal experiences to show that tramps are looked upon by men in the country districts as legitimate, complacent, and purchasable objects for homosexual lust. Appendix B. The school friendships of girls. A school friendship is termed by Italian girls a flame, flamma. This term, as explained by Obisi and Marcassini, indicates, in school slang, both the beloved person and the friendship in the abstract, but it is a friendship which has the note of passion, as felt and understood in this environment. In every college the flame is regarded as a necessary institution. The relationship is usually of a markedly platonic character, and generally exists between a boarder on one side and a day pupil on the other, notwithstanding, however, its apparently non-sexual nature. All the sexual manifestations of college youth circle around it, and in its varying aspects of differing intensity all the gradations of sexual sentiment may be expressed. Obisi and Marcassini carried on their investigation chiefly among the pupils of normal schools, the age of the girls being between 12 and 19 or 20. There are both boarders and day pupils at these colleges. The boarders are most inflammable, but it is the day pupils who furnish the sparks. Obisi and Marcassini received much assistance in their studies from former pupils who are now themselves teachers. One of these, a day pupil who had never herself been either the object or the agent in one of these passions, but had had ample opportunity of making personal observations, writes as follows: "The flame proceeds exactly like a love relationship. It often happens that one of the girls shows men-like characteristics, either in physical type or in energy and decision of character. The other lets herself be loved, acting with all the obstinacy, and one might almost say the shyness, of a girl with her lover. The beginning of these relationships is quite different from the usual beginnings of friendship. It is not by being always together, talking and studying together, that two become flames. No, generally they do not even know each other. One sees the other on the stairs, in the garden, in the corridors, and the emotion that arises is nearly always called forth by beauty and physical grace. Then the one who is first struck begins a regular courtship, frequent walks in the garden when the other is likely to be at the window of her classroom, pauses on the stairs to see her pass, in short, a mute adoration made up of glances and sighs. Later come presents of beautiful flowers, and little messages conveyed by complacent companions. Finally, if the flame shows signs of appreciating all these proofs of affection, comes the letter of declaration. Letters of declaration are long and ardent, to such a degree that they equal or surpass real love declarations. The courted one nearly always accepts, sometimes with enthusiasm, oftenest with many objections and doubts as to the affection declared. It is only after many entreaties that she yields and the relationship begins. Another collaborator who has herself always aroused very numerous flames gives a very similar description, together with other particulars. Thus she states, it may be said that 60% of the girls in a college have flame relationships, and that of the remaining 40 only half refuse from deliberate repulsion to such affections. The other 20 are excluded either because they are not sufficiently pleasing in appearance, or because their characters do not inspire sympathy. And, regarding the method of beginning the relationship, she writes, sometimes flames arise before the two future friends have even seen each other, merely because one of them is considered as beautiful, sympathetic, nice, or elegant. Elegance exerts an immense fascination, especially on the boarders, who are bound down by monotonous and simple habits. As soon as a boarder hears of a day pupil that she is charming and elegant, she begins to feel a lively sympathy toward her, rapidly reaching anxiety to see her. The longed-for morning at length arrives. The beloved, unconscious of the tumult of passions she has aroused, goes into school, not knowing that her walk, her movements, her garments are being observed from stairs or dormitory corridor. For the boarders these events constitute an important part of college life, and often assume, for some, the aspect of a tragedy, which, fortunately, may be gradually resolved into a comedy or a farce. Many letters are written in the course of these relationships. Obasi and Marcassini have been able to read over 300 such letters, which had been carefully preserved by the receivers and which, indeed, form the chief material for their study. These letters clearly show that the flame most usually arises from a physical sympathy, an admiration of beauty and elegance. The letters written in this flame relationship are full of passion. They appear to be often written during periods of physical excitement and psychic erotism, and may be considered, Obasi and Marcassini remark, a form of intellectual onanism, of which the writers afterward feel remorse and shame as of a physically dishonorable act. In reference to the underlying connection of these feelings with the sexual impulse, one of the lady collaborators writes, I can say that a girl who is in love with a man never experiences flame emotions for a companion. Obasi and Marcassini thus summarize the differential character of flames as distinguished from ordinary friendships. 1. The extraordinary frequency with which, even by means of subterfuges, the lovers exchange letters. 2. The anxiety to see and talk to each other, to press each other's hands, to embrace and kiss. 3. The long conversations and the very long reveries. 4. Persistent jealousy, with its manifold arts and usual results. 5. Exaltation of the beloved's qualities. 6. The habit of writing the beloved's name everywhere. 7. Absence of envy for the loved one's qualities. 8. The lover's abnegation in conquering all obstacles to the manifestations of her love. 9. The vanity with which some respond to flame declarations. 10. The consciousness of doing a prohibited thing. 11. The pleasure of conquest, of which the trophies, letters, etc. are preserved. The difference between a flame and a friendship is very well marked in the absolute exclusiveness of the former, whence arises the possibility of jealousy. At the same time friendship and love are here woven together. The letters are chaste, a few exceptions among so many letters not affecting this general rule, and the purity of the flame relationship is also shown by the fact that it is usually between boarders and day pupils, girls in different classes and different rooms, and seldom between those who are living in close proximity to each other. Certainly, writes one of the lady collaborators, the first sensual manifestations develop in girls with physical excitement pure and simple. But, at all events, I would wish to believe it, the majority of college girls find sufficient satisfaction in being as near as possible to the beloved person, of whichever sex, in mutual admiration and in kissing, or, very frequently, in conversation that is by no means moral, though usually very metaphorical. The object of such conversation is to discover the most important mysteries of human nature, the why and the wherefore. It deals with natural necessities, which the girl feels and has an intuition of, but as yet knows nothing definite about. Such conversations are the order of the day in schools and in colleges and specially revolve around procreation, the most difficult mystery of all. They are a heap of stupidities. This lady had only known of one definitely homosexual relationship during the whole of her college life. The couple in question were little liked and had no other flames. The chief general sexual manifestations, this lady concludes, which she had noted among her companions, was a constant preoccupation with sexual mysteries, and the necessity of talking about them perpetually. Another lady collaborator who had lived in a normal school had had somewhat wider experiences. She entered at the age of 14, and experienced the usual loneliness and unhappiness of a new pupil. One day she was standing pensive and alone in a corner of the room. A companion, one who on her arrival had been charged to show her over the college, ran up to her, embracing me, closing my mouth with a kiss, and softly caressing my hair. I gazed at her in astonishment, but experienced a delicious sensation of supreme comfort. Here began the idyll. I was subjected to a furious tempest of kisses and caresses, which quite stunned me, and made me ask myself the reason of such a new and unforeseen affection. I ingenuously inquired the reason, and the reply was, "I love you. You struck me immediately I saw you, because you are so beautiful and so white, and because it makes me happy and soothes me when I can pass my hands through your hair, and kiss your plump, white face. I need a soul and a body." This seemed to me the language of a superior person, for I could not grasp all its importance. As on the occasion when she first embraced me, I looked at her in astonishment and could not for the moment respond to a new fury of caresses and kisses. I felt that they were not like the kisses of my mama, my papa, my brother, and other companions. They gave me unknown sensations. The contact of those moist and fleshy lips disturbed me. Then came the exchange of letters and the usual rites and duties of flames. When we met in the presence of others we were only to greet each other simply, for flames were strictly prohibited. I obeyed because I liked her, but also because I was afraid of her Othello-like jealousy. She would suffocate me, even bite me, when I played, joyously and thoughtlessly, with others. And woe to me if I failed to call her when I was combing my hair. She liked to see me with my hair down and would rest her head on my shoulder, especially if I were partially undressed. I let her do as she liked, and she would scold me severely because I was never first in longing for her, running to meet her, and kissing her. But at the same time the thought of losing her, the thought that perhaps one day she would shower her caresses on others, secretly wounded my heart. But I never told her this. One day, however, when with the headmistress gazing at a beautiful landscape, I was suddenly overwhelmed with sadness and burst out crying. The headmistress inquired what was the matter, and throwing myself in her arms I sobbed, "I love her, and I shall die if she leaves off loving me." She smiled, and the smile went through my heart. I saw at once how silly I was, and what a wrong road my companion was on. From that day I could no longer endure my flame. The separation was absolute. I courageously bore bites and insults, even scratches on my face, followed by long complaints and complete prostration. I thought it would be mean to accuse her, but I invented a pretext for having the number of my bed changed. This was because she would dress quietly and come to pass hours by my bed, resting her head on the pillow. She said she wished to smell the perfume of my health and freshness. This continual turbulent desire had now nauseated me, and I wished to avoid it altogether. Later I heard that she had formed a relationship which was not blessed by any sacred rite, notwithstanding the platonic character of the correspondences. Obasi and Marcassini remark, "There is really a substratum of emotional sexuality beneath it, and it is this which finds its expression in the indecorous conversations already referred to. The Flame is a love fiction, a play of sexual love. This characteristic comes out in the frequently romantic names of men and women, invented to sign the letters. Even in the letters themselves, however, the element of sexual impressionability may be traced. On Friday we went to a service at Sanby, writes one who was in an institution directed by nuns, but unfortunately I saw ML at a window, when I thought she was a day and I was in a nervous state the whole time. Imagine that dear woman was at the window with bare arms, and, as it seemed to me, in her chemise. No doubt a similar impression might have been made on a girl living in her own family, but it is certain that the imaginative coloring tends to be more lively in those living in colleges, and shut off from that varied and innocent observation, which renders those outside colleges freer, and more unprejudiced. On a boy who is free to see as many women as he chooses, a woman's face cannot make such an impression as on a boy who lives in a college, and who is liable to be, as it were, electrified if he sees any object belonging to a woman, especially if he sees it by stealth or during a mood of erotism. Such an object calls out a whole series of wanton imaginations, which it could not do in one who, by his environment, was already armed against any tendencies to erotic fetishism. The attraction exerted by that which we see but seldom, and around which fancy assiduously plays, the attraction of forbidden fruit, produces tendencies and habits which could scarcely develop in freedom. Curiosity is acute, and is augmented by the obstacles which stand in the way of its satisfaction. Flame attraction is the beginning of such a morbid fetishism. A sentiment which under other conditions would never have gone beyond ordinary friendship may thus become a flame, and even a flame of markedly sexual character. Under these influences, boys and girls feel the purest and simplest sentiments in a hyper-aesthetic manner. The girls here studied have lost an exact conception of the simple manifestations of friendship, and think they are giving evidence of exquisite sensibility and true friendship by loving a companion to madness. Friendship in them has become a passion. That this intense desire to love a companion passionately is the result of the college environments may be seen by the following extract from a letter. You know, dear, much better than I do how acutely girls living away from their own homes, and far from all those who are dearest to them on earth, feel the need of loving and being loved. You can understand how hard it is to be obliged to live without anyone to surround you with affection. And the writer goes on to say how all her love turns to her correspondent. While there is an unquestionable sexual element in the flame relationship, this cannot be regarded as an absolute expression of real congenital perversion of the sex instinct. The frequency of the phenomena, as well as the fact that, on leaving college to enter social life, the girl usually ceases to feel these emotions, are sufficient to show the absence of congenital abnormality. The estimate of the frequency of flames in normal schools, given to Obisi and Marcassini by several lady collaborators, was about 60%. But there is no reason to suppose that women teachers furnish a larger contingent of perverted individuals than other women. The root is organic, but the manifestations are ideal and platonic, in contrast with some other manifestations found in college life. No inquiry was made as to the details of solitary sexual manifestations in the colleges, the fact that they exist to more or less extent being sufficiently recognized. The conversations already referred to are a measure of the excitations of sexuality, existing in these college inmates, and multiplied in energy by communication. Such discourse was, wrote one collaborator, the order of the day, and it took place chiefly at the time when letter writing also was easiest. It may well be that sensual excitations, transformed into ethereal sentiments, serve to increase the intensity of the flames. Taken altogether, Obisi and Marcassini conclude, the flame may be regarded as a provisional synthesis. We find here, in solution together, the physiological element of incipient sexuality, the psychical element of the tenderness natural to this age and sex, the element of occasion offered by the environment, and the social element with its nascent altruism too. That the phenomena described in minute detail by Obisi and Marcassini closely resemble the phenomena as they exist in English girls' schools, is indicated by the following communication, for which I am indebted to a lady who is familiar with an English girls' college of very modern type. From inquiries made in various quarters, and through personal observation and experience, I have come to the conclusion that the romantic and emotional attachments formed by girls for their female friends and companions, attachments which take a great hold of their minds for the time being, are far commoner than is generally supposed among English girls, more especially at school or college, or wherever a number of girls or young women live together in one institution, and are much secluded. As far as I have been able to find out, these attachments, which have their own local names, e.g., ravs, spoons, etc., are comparatively rare in the smaller private schools. and totally absent among girls of the poorer class attending board and national schools, perhaps because they mix more freely with the opposite sex. I can say from personal experience that in one of the largest and best English colleges, where I spent some years, raving is especially common in spite of arrangements which one would have thought would have abolished most unhealthy feelings. The arrangements there are very similar to a large boys' college. There are numerous boarding houses, which have, on an average, 40 to 50 students. Each house is under the management of a well-educated house mistress assisted by house governesses, quite separate from college teachers. Each house has a large garden with tennis courts, etc., and cricket, hockey, and other games are carried on to a large extent, games being not only much encouraged, but much enjoyed. Each girl has a separate cubicle, or bedroom, and no junior, under 17 years of age, is allowed to enter the cubicle, or bedroom, of another without asking permission, or to go to the bedrooms during the day. In fact, everything is done to discourage any morbid feelings, but all the same, as far as my experience goes, the friendships there seem more violent and more emotional than in most places, and sex subjects form one of the chief topics of conversation. In such large schools and colleges these raves are not only numerous, but seem to be perennial among the girls of all ages, from 13 years upward. Girls under that age may be fond of some other student or teacher, but in quite a different way. These raves are not mere friendships in the ordinary sense of the word, nor are they incompatible with ordinary friendships. A girl with a rave often has several intimate friends, for whom affection is felt without the emotional feelings and pleasurable excitement, which characterize a rave. From what I have been told by those who have experienced these raves and have since been in love with men, the emotions called forth in both cases were similar, although in the case of the rave this fact was not recognized at the time. This appears to point to a sexual basis, but, on the other hand, there are many cases where the feeling seems to be more spiritual, a sort of uplifting of the whole soul with an intense desire to lead a very good life, the feeling being one of reverence more than anything else for the loved one, with no desire to become too intimate and no desire for physical contact. Raves, as a rule, begin quite suddenly. They may be mutual or all on one side. In the case of schoolgirls the mutual rave is generally found between two companions, or the girls may have a rave for one of their teachers or some grown-up acquaintance, who does not necessarily enter into the school life. In this case there may or may not be a feeling of affection for the girl by her rave, though minus all the emotional feelings. Occasionally a senior student will have a rave on a little girl, but these cases are rare and not very active in their symptoms. Girls over 18 having fewer raves and generally condemning them. In the large school already referred to, of which I have personal knowledge, raving was very general, hardly anyone being free from it. Any fresh student would soon fall a victim to the fashion, which rather points to the fact that it is infectious. Sometimes there might be a lull in the general raving, only to reappear after an interval in more or less of an epidemic form. Sometimes nearly all the raves were felt by students for their teachers, at other times it was more apparent between the girls themselves. Sometimes one teacher was raved on by several girls. In many cases, the girls raving on a teacher would have a very great friendship with one of their companions, talking with each other constantly at their respective raves, describing their feelings and generally letting off steam to one another, indulging sometimes in the active demonstrations of affection which they were debarred from showing the teacher herself, and in some cases having no desire to do so even if they could. As far as I have been able to judge, there is not necessarily any attraction for physical characteristics, as beauty, elegance, etc. The two participants are probably both of strong character or a weak character raves on a stronger, but rarely vice versa. I have often noticed that the same person may be raved on at different times by several people of different characters and of all ages, say, up to 30 years of age. It is hard to say why some persons more than others should inspire this feeling. Often they are reserved, without any particular physical attraction, and often despising raving and emotional friendships, and give no encouragement to them. That the majority of raves have a sexual basis may be true, but I am sure that in the majority of cases where young girls are concerned this is not in the least recognized, and no impurity is indulged in or wished for. The majority of the girls are entirely ignorant of all sexual matters, and understand nothing whatever about them, but they do wonder about them and talk about them constantly, more especially when they have a rave, which seems to point to some subtle connection between the two. That this ignorance exists is largely to be deplored. The subject, if once thought of, is always thought of and taught.